No.
Hello everyone and welcome to Chess24's broadcast on round 3. Grandmaster Pepe Cuenca and International Master Anna Rudolf. We will commentate on today's actions, hopefully.
Yeah, hi Anita, and hi everybody. Looking forward to have some action here in the round number 3 of this candidates tournament. As you guys know, it's been a little bit tricky, but we hope that we won't have so many difficulties today, right?
Hopefully everything will work out today. Everybody should have the right to see chess moves on the board.
Yeah, so tell me what's going on today. What do we have?
A lot of interesting matches as usual, and we should already start with Nakamura against Swidler. I will go for their previous games to see what they have played against each other.
Yeah, first of all, welcome everybody to our chat. I see that there are many people giving their opinions, comments, etc. Yeah, guys, we're gonna read your comments as usual.
You can also tweet us, #C24Live, questions, opinions, anything you would like to tell us, please use the #C24Live.
Yeah. So, first encounter between Nakamura and Peter Swidler. Hikaru has to bounce back from yesterday's lose against Karjakin when he blundered with this knight g3.
Exactly, but as we said, the position was already quite difficult, so it was an unpleasant position, inferior for black, and he just simply wanted to get out of it somehow and miscalculated.
Yeah, but I think Nakamura, he is a really good player, and he will come back for sure with some great games for sure. So, should we start going through the moves? What do you think, Anita?
Definitely. I just wanted to add to everyone who's asking where is Jan? Jan is commentating today in German in the next room.
Yes,
so
just there behind the wall.
All of you who speak German today, you are lucky because Jan is in the German commentary today. From the next round, once again, he will be here with us in English too. But today, German day, German commentary for Jan.
Yeah, that's true. So, I'm gonna check the moves. Meanwhile, you're gonna tell me what happened in the previous games. So, Nakamura starts with d4, Peter d5, c4, c6. So we have a slab here, and you guys know there are many options here. Knight f3 is one of the main moves, of course. Knight f6, and now knight c3. It's very trendy. Also, e3 is very trendy, and queen c2 is a really normal move here in this opening.
And what we can see is that Peter Swidler prepared the Slav defense for the candidates tournament. You know that he usually goes for the Grunfeld. He's an expert on the Grunfeld defense, but he already plays for the second time the Slav defense in this competition, and this is what he wanted to go for. Seems like he had been working for months on these variations. Yeah,
and for those who like the Grunfeld opening, you can check our video series, of course, in Chess24. Yeah, if you are ready to see like 20, I don't know how many hours. It's really tough to remember everything, but he gives really interesting ideas, of course. So, knight c3, d takes c4, and a4. Of course, this is pretty natural move. You wanna avoid black coming to b5 and defend this guy here on c4, and e6. This is the same stuff that we had in the first round,
exactly.
if I remember well, right?
Against Karjakin, against Swidler.
Yeah. So yeah, the main move is e3, just trying to recapture this pawn on c4. Now black actually cannot defend it. So c5, you need to do something about your really passive structure now. You see here that all of the black pieces are in the third row or even less. So yeah, c5 is pretty natural move. And again, we are going for this kind of structure, isolated pawn structure, that Anita is an expert in her middle game shows.
I'm not claiming that I'm an expert, but I do teach about the isolated pawn, the advantages and the disadvantages of having this pawn.
Yeah, true. So after knight c6, castle, c takes d4, e takes d4, we reach this kind of isolated pawn structure. Yeah, bishop e7 and queen e2. And this is an important moment. One of you guys could think, why I cannot take this pawn for free on d4? Looks
tempting, but you lose a lot of time by capturing this pawn. So we can show that after knight takes d4, knight takes d4, queen takes. Now this queen will be vulnerable. We can attack it with knight b5.
Or rook d1, knight d5, for example, knight b5, and then you are threatening to enter in the c7. You have two opens filed for your rooks, like this. Sorry guys, too many arrows, I know, but I love arrows. So yeah, this is too dangerous, I think, so that's why people normally don't take this guy on d4. So instead you have to develop quickly, castles, and Hikaru Nakamura, he played rook d1, of course, pretty natural move. Some of these variations you wanna push your pawn to d5 and then to open the position up because you are leading in development, and this guy here can be a really strong bishop after the position opens up.
That's one of the plans that we learned actually in the middle game shows.
Okay, and pretty natural move as well.
Have to block the d5 square.
Yeah, one of the strategies that Anna mentions in her shows, and yeah, that is well known, is you have to block this isolated pawn on d4. White has to keep as many pieces as possible, right, in order to create some kind of attack on the king side. Yeah. So, people are saying in the chat that Jan Snyder is saying that Topalov already resigned.
Yeah.
Yeah, this would be a surprise actually. Yeah, after 20 minutes game. So,
by the way, we should predict the results because we started talking about the opening, but no predictions.
Yeah. Tell me.
What do you think about this game?
Okay, I think Nakamura will win this game. He needs to bounce back actually from this loss from the other day.
I believe in Peter. I think that Peter will hold it at least. So I expect a draw here.
Yeah, I have my feelings with Peter, of course, because he works for us. Yeah, but Nakamura, yeah, would be interesting as well to see Nakamura again in the lead or close to the lead. So, you said a draw or?
Draw.
Okay,
draw.
A draw, it's fine, yeah. So, what else?
But it's gonna be a very interesting game, complicated lines.
Yeah, so what else do we have? I mean, which games? So
let's go for the next one because
yeah, we're here in this moment. So now it's time for white. Normally, yeah, knight e5 looks natural, right? The knight is not controlling e5 anymore. So knight e5, bishop g5, this kind of stuff, and then rook c1 or something like this. Okay, so we go to the next game. We have Anish Giri playing against Sergei Karjakin. Sergei Karjakin is now leading the tournament with Anand, 1.5 points out of 2. Really interesting game yesterday from Sergei. A lot of interesting strategical maneuvers.
Exactly.
Yeah.
In 2014, Karjakin beat Anish. Karjakin was white in that game in the Tashkent FIDE Grand Prix, but it doesn't mean anything. Most of their games have ended in a draw.
Okay.
Karjakin also won with black in the Norway chess tournament, but also some blitz and some rapid games. I'm trying to see, but yeah, Karjakin won in Beijing too. It seems like it's not so easy for Anish, or it was not so easy for Anish in the past to play against Karjakin. Their last games, their most recent games are draws from Vaikanze and from last year's FIDE Grand Prix. So anything can happen as usual. We will see the openings as well. Now it's Anish who is white.
Yeah. So
they didn't play so often. I thought that they would face each other more often. They don't have so many games against each other.
So what do you think? What are your predictions for this game today?
I think it's gonna be a draw.
Yeah, me too. I think these two guys are extremely solid. And Karjakin will be fine with a draw for sure, playing with black against Giri.
And he's on +1. He wants to keep the score. And for Anish, I think he will try. Yeah. But if Karjakin is in a good shape, it's not easy to beat him.
As we said before, if you don't try it in this tournament with white, you don't have many options to end up winning this tournament.
Exactly.
You have to put pressure with white, right?
And also, if you are black and you think that your opponent made a mistake, you will have to try to use it. It doesn't matter that you are black. So players will end up trying
even
both
with
colors.
Yeah, black, white, red, green pieces. You have to try with every kind of color to win this tournament. Yeah.
You need a lot of pluses in this tournament. +3 at least, if not +4.
So last time, Magnus
+3.
Vichy won with +3, right?
And also Magnus won with +3.
Okay, so +3 seems to be the
yeah,
the number,
even though
right?
when Magnus won, it was +3, but also Kramnik had +3.
Yeah.
So if you don't want to be on a tiebreak with others, then you better have +4 at least. We'll see what happens this year. Of course, everything is different, other players. And so far, +1 is enough after 2 rounds, but after 14 rounds?
No, I don't think so. Yeah.
I think at least +3.
Yeah,
maybe +4, I would say +4.
Yeah, +4 is more, something like this. Anyway, you have to win a lot of games if you want to lead the tournament at the end. So, what do we have? We have a well-known opening from this tournament. So, we have the Queen's Indian.
Once again, the Queen.
Once again, the Karjakin, he is... this stuff he usually plays, and G3. So we have the same opening as we saw yesterday in the game, precisely between Sergei and Naka, right?
But Sergei was white in that game, so now he's playing the same variation with black.
Yeah. So
B3,
B3.
bishop B4.
bishop b4.
They have a game like this against each other. Bishop E7, bishop G2, and there Karyakin played C6.
Sorry, 1 second. So we are checking. Yeah, 1 second. Just give me 1 second. All right. So tell me, what were you saying? Sorry.
That they already had this variation on the board against each other.
Okay. After bishop
And
d2,
it was bishop B4 check,
bishop
and
b7.
bishop D2, bishop E7, and bishop G2, C6.
Okay.
I wonder if we can transpose, but this is a different version. Knight C3,
Yeah, knight c3, d5.
D5.
Yeah, this transpose is actually to the game that we saw yesterday at the c takes. We were saying that normally it's good to take back with a pawn. Of course, you want to control the center. If you take with a piece here, then at some point e4 will be played from white side. And of course, yeah, this is not good business for black. So normally you take with the pawn back. After bishop g2, castles. We actually are in the game from
The same position.
same position. So
It's so funny that you win a game in this with the white pieces, and
And
then
then-
you repeat it the next day with the black pieces. But
Yeah.
Karyakin just simply trusts this position with both colors, so why not to play it if he knows it so well?
yeah, that's true. So after rook e8, yesterday we saw queen c2. Yeah, so connecting the rooks, then rook fd1 was played, knight e5, but here Giri played knight e5 straight away. I think this is
The second most
yeah.
common move, and actually in 2016 it's the most popular.
Yeah, of course now you don't want to go knight bd7 because knight c6 actually wins a lot of things, not just the bishop pair but also the d5 pawn.
Yeah, bishop b7 is
Yeah,
forced.
the bishop b7 is forced, yeah.
After which he went for bishop c1. This maneuver we saw yesterday.
Yeah.
It's a bit weird to retreat with the bishop, but on d2 it's not well placed, and you cannot really go to f4 or to g5. I mean, you can go there, but it won't be very useful. The bishop will be attacked. So
Yeah,
it's
I mean-
better to have it on b2.
Yeah, the other day was more clear because the knight was already on f8 and then bishop f4 or bishop g5 was not so interesting. Maybe now could be not so strange for me to play just bishop f4 here in this
That's
position
more
and
natural. I just thought that it's like yesterday's game, that at the end,
yeah,
the bishop, if the knight gets to e6, then it will be
yeah, could be.
attacked. But yes, it takes a lot of time.
Yeah,
I agree.
So yeah, but this maneuver with bishop c1 is pretty interesting. You want to go to b2, right? And then this diagonal in the future can be open after some c5 break. So yeah, it's pretty natural, right? So tell me what went on in this
Only one
position.
game with bishop c1, made bishop c1 in this position, played by Anton Guijarro.
Oh yeah, my friend David Anton, Spanish number 2.
He played it against Hare Krishna
Okay.
this year, actually.
This year in the Bundesliga or Gibraltar?
Gibraltar.
In Gibraltar, yeah. So knight bd7, so same line, bishop
Bishop
b2.
b2, bishop f8 was
Okay.
Hare Krishna's move. Instead, Karyakin went for bishop d6, which seems to be more active.
Yeah, seems to be more active. Now you are asking this knight what he wants to do. I mean, so I think there are two reasonable options. One is to go back with this knight, and the other one is just to play. Sorry, again my
Rook f4.
f4 is. I mean, I think it's natural. You defend this guy here. What about knight b5? It doesn't work, of course, because now you are attacking with too many pieces. This knight on e5, so you just can take on e5, right, and then just wins a pawn. So you have to defend this knight, or you can go back to d3 or f3. But looks more natural to me just to play f4 here.
I like f4 because it strengthens the e5 knight, but at the same time you need to think about the e3 square. Luckily in this position there's no black knight jumping to e3.
Yeah.
But you should pay attention to
Of
what
course.
squares you have weakened with moves like that.
Yeah, you have weakened e3, so if a knight were there, then knight e3 would be, yeah, a
But
terrible
luckily
shot, right?
it's quite far, so there's no risk about playing f4. And who knows if in the future you can push further your pawns.
Yeah, you want to push Facundo, our f pawn, yeah? To
We should find an English name.
yeah, we should find an English for the f pawn, yeah.
as,
Francis or
I was about to say Fabiano.
Fiona.
The Fiona pawn.
The Fiona pawn, yeah?
I'm not sure what Fiona will think
Yeah,
about it.
yeah, we need to ask her before, yeah. All right, so f4, and then, so f4 was, oh, he played knight d3. He played knight to d3. Yeah, this is the other reasonable move, or knight to f3 as well. Yeah, the thing is about a thing about this knight in d3 is actually, yeah, you interrupt the possible pressure in the future to the d5. So I'm wondering what's happened with c5 here. Just c5 here. And I guess that you don't wanna, I mean, if you take here, just b takes c5, and I think this is quite okay for black because you cannot increase your pressure to the d5
it's
point.
hanging pawn structures where the knights are not so well placed.
Yeah, knight f4, yeah.
Yeah, you can take it. Normally, this knight f4 would be good if you had another knight protecting it. So imagine you had one knight on e2, so the pawn on e3, knight on e2, and the other knight can jump to f4. That's how Karyakin played against Nakamura. But in this case, it's not the same.
Yeah, so maybe you can, I mean, you can just wait. You can play rook c1 or rook e1. And then, of course, if black takes here, you can just go knight b5. And then, yeah, asking this guy where he wants to go. And then you can just take this guy here. And this would be a great position again. Isolated pawn position. So,
I see you guys are telling us some tips how to call the pawns. And the A pawn, Anna pawn, F pawn, Fiona pawn.
yeah.
Also, I see other suggestions. Fabiano.
Fabiano pawn, yeah.
Fabiano pawn. So, yeah. Thank you guys for...
Fine much are saying that Fabi played Fiona 4. Yeah. Fiona 4.
Giri played Fiona 4.
Giri played Fiona 4. No, he played knight d3.
Many creative answers. Thank you guys for being here with us and entertaining each other and also us as well, because it's much nicer to have an audience like you guys. We are having a great time commentating the games.
You know, once I was commentating in the Spanish side and then I was alone, so I was commentating alone and the chat was not working, you know. So I felt like I was crazy, you know, talking to myself for 6 hours or something. Can you imagine that? Yeah. So
we really appreciate that you are here and that we are not just talking to each other with Papa, because that would be, let's admit it, would be boring. It would be boring.
Yeah, we could have a nice conversation though, but that's another story. Yeah. So
C pawn, Carson pawn. Yeah. I think by the end of this commentary we will have names for all the pawns, thanks to you guys.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, we should register this officially.
Yeah, I will write them down.
Like a patent or something. All right, so I think after knight d3, I think it's time to move to other game, like the game between the Tiger of Madras. We see a lot of Indian supporters here in the chat. The Tiger is leading 1.5 points out of 2. Yeah, showing yesterday no problem to draw against Levon with black. So let's see what's going on here between Vichy and Fabiano. And now Anna is gonna tell me how it was in the past. All right, so e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5. What a surprise, another Spanish Rui Lopez.
It's gonna be the Berlin again, don't tell me please.
Yeah, it's the Berlin, of course, but we don't have the endgame. We have d3, and of course this is quite interesting.
The Berlin once again.
Yeah, I like this d3 because it keeps all the pieces on the board, so I mean...
Yeah, as we said, we expect the Berlin for almost every round, and it happened so far, round 1, round 2, and today, round 3. There's always one Berlin defense. At least the undead Berlin. Yeah, that's true. But, alright, so d3 and bishop c5. Let me see if they have played this, although they have played it several times. I just want to see if they played it against each other as well.
Yeah, you mean this Berlin, or?
I mean, how far they're gonna repeat a game that they have already played.
Okay.
But actually, sometimes, 3 games against Fabiano Caruana, Vichy played d4, and there are 9 games with e4, of which 5 went with e5, and
5 Rui Lopez, 1 Berlin, just one Berlin between them.
But it's with d3, bishop
c5, and knight bd2, and played.
He plays c3 now.
Yeah, he played in this game. He played c3, but the previous game was knight bd2, right?
Knight d2, so bishop takes c6, so it will not transfer.
I recommend you guys that you can see really interesting game by Wei Yi that against Nabara, if I'm not wrong, that it was a brutal attack.
The game of the century.
Yeah, the game.
Analyzed by Jan Gustafsson on YouTube, if you like to check it.
No, I think you mean this game versus Bruce Lazaron, right?
Oh yeah,
Lazaro Bruzon, yeah.
I thought you were recommending that one.
But recently there was another game versus between Wei Yi and Navara that actually he played knight b2, knight c4, queen e2, and then he started pushing these guys here like a beast, and then he ended up sacrificing a lot of pieces, and it's really interesting games. So, yeah.
He has so many good games. I'm always messing them up.
Yeah.
And it's true that some of you guys have said that it's a pity that Wei Yi is not participating in the candidates tournament. Well, you need to qualify for a spot there. So it's not just that everybody knows that this Chinese young prodigy will be there fighting for the world champions title. But first you have to qualify for the candidates tournament. You can't just get there saying that I'm so good, I need a spot.
Yeah, it's really tough. I mean, for
Yes.
example, Kramnik is currently number
He's not there.
2, right,
Number
or something?
2, and he's
and
not
then he's
playing.
not there, so...
Yes, there are 2 spots that were earned by the FIDE Grand Prix first and second place. So that's Nakamura and Caruana. The 2 Americans are there because of the FIDE Grand Prix. Then there are also 2 spots for the FIDE World Cup. That's Karyakin and Svidler. Then 2 players by rating, Anish Giri and Veselin Topalov. And Vishy Anand is there because he was the runner-up at the World Championship match. I mean, he was the challenger of Magnus Carlsen. And Aronian has the wild card of the organization. So these are the 8 players.
So very complicated, guys. Yeah, I already forgot what she told. Yeah, but it's not so easy to qualify for this tournament, of course. Even though if you are number 2 of the world or 3 of the world.
Exactly.
So.
C3.
C3?
As we said, they haven't played it against each other, but of course they know it very well. They played it against other opponents with both colors, C3, and here...
Yeah, he played castles. So the other main line is just to go castles here, and then knight d4. This is also a lot played. So after c3 castles, he went for castles as well.
Yeah, just an
castles.
very main line.
d6, h3. And yeah, h3 or knight bd2. We saw this game
is what
actually.
we had in round 1.
Yeah, we saw this line with knight e7 and d4, and then this line with a4 that Anna was playing.
That was Vishy's novelty in the first round, and it was repeated yesterday too. So now it's very popular in the candidates, this variation.
Yeah. So h3, they played knight e7, so same kind of stuff, and d4. Yeah, as I told you.
I think that Vishy will completely repeat his first round novelty.
Yeah, but actually it's not possible anymore, right? Because this bishop was on g4 in that game. So he played, instead of h3, he played knight bd2,
exactly
He played knight bd2, knight e7.
He changed the move there, you are right.
Yeah, he played here h3.
Yeah.
So different way from the first round. And then after knight e7, yeah, this knight stops controlling this d4 square, so now it's even more reasonable to go d4. And now bishop b6. And the first question is, of course, what happens if I just take the pawn? But you have to remember, guys, that this e4 pawn is hanging as well. So yeah, this is just knight takes e4, for example. This is just great. I mean, it's nothing special for white. So he played bishop d3, keeping the tension and defending this e4 pawn.
It's interesting here already because what I can see is that rook e1 is a lot more popular than bishop d3.
Yeah.
So rook e1 was played by Caruana, Svidler, Lenier Dominguez. A lot of good players, but seems like what Vishy prepared is not the main line, but that's why it's more dangerous, because if he had spent months preparing this variation and it is not the most common, it can be really unpleasant for the opponent if you don't know it very well.
That's true.
So bishop d3.
Yeah, he bishop d3, and then they played knight g6. Of course, now you are threatening to take this guy. Now it's a threat, so you have to defend the pawn on e5. Tell me, knight g6 was played sometimes? Or?
Yes, that's the best move, it seems. But there are already only 4 games in this position, and no one has won a game with white. So I think it's the typical thing that if you see the statistics, you are like, why would a player with white want to go for this variation? But of course, Vishy has it very well prepared, and it's about knowing the plans and the strategy. It's not about that this variation wins or loses. Nowadays there are no winning openings. You cannot just choose an opening and say that will win. You need to win in the middle game, and his preparation will be a very lengthy one. He knows how to place the pieces, what to play for, and that's what matters. So we will see if Fabiano can react well. That's the question, if he will manage to find the best way to react to this position.
And what I was gonna say is actually that in this kind of opening where all the pieces are in the board, it's easier to try to deviate a little bit from the theory. Because there are many valid moves, of course, in this position, and so he found this way. So probably he prepared this.
The funny thing is that now we will transpose once again to the other line, because rook e1. Well, now the rook is on e1, so it will be just like the rook e1 position. Now we have once again more games. But he's being tricky with the move order. At least he's trying to confuse Fabiano.
All right, so he played rook e8 here, pretty natural move as well, and queen c2. And yeah, there are so many plans here. So one that comes to my mind is to bring a knight onto c4 here to ask this guy what he's gonna do and to put some pressure on the e5 pawn. The other maneuver is knight bd2, knight f1, knight g3. This is really well known. Not knight h3, sorry, this guy here. And yeah, or maybe to push the a4 pawn. Yeah, so black could try to use this f4 square at some point, like some knight h5, that the queen is not now in d1 anymore, and asking this guy what to do. So yeah, many interesting plans in this position.
There are a few games, and I can see Anand with the black pieces. He has a game in this exact same position, Adams Anand from 2013, where Anand played c6 with the black. Can I pronounce it? Black
You
pieces. He played c6. Do you think that Fabiano will go for the same variation, or
Who played c6?
Anand himself with black?
All right, Anand went for c6
Yes.
here in this position. Yeah, I mean, there's so many valid moves here. I mean, bishop e6, c6. What about knight h5? This is so stupid. I mean, I just like it here in this position. Yeah, we always have to take in account what happens if bishop g5. Sorry, guys, my mobile phone. I need to switch it off.
So you lost the game, Pepe.
Yeah, I lost the game.
Fate.
Yeah. This happens to me so many times.
Mobile phone ringing.
Sorry, guys. Once my mom was calling me during the
on the live
when
show.
I was doing Banter Blitz, you know. And yeah, I just took the phone. So after knight h5 is also interesting. Even after bishop g5, queen d7 or something like this, then you want to go knight f4. So yeah, why not? This kind of crazy ideas. Not crazy, but interesting. So do we have any moves from Topalov's game?
Let's see if we have the
I don't think
updated
so.
position.
What's going on here in Nakamura's spiel? I think something is wrong in the broadcast with Nakamura's game against Peter Spilder. Let me just check what we are receiving. Let me just show what we are receiving. This cannot be true. Okay, let's just... So...
I'm trying to see if what we are receiving is correct.
Yeah, just you can check that. I'm gonna commentate a little bit meanwhile you try to check this because it's quite important. So okay, after knight d4, bishop g5, yeah, this natural move for knight e5, h6, and bishop f6. Yeah, I'm not sure about this, of course. The idea is that now you bring your knight to e4, but I always like to keep the tension here with bishop h4 or something here. Sorry, h6, bishop h4. Yeah, normally I will play this kind of move and then see what happens, knight e5 or something like this. So bishop f6, bishop takes.
Certain Rabelak, as far as I can see, Swidler's game is correct. Simply that the bishop b7 is missing. Bishop b7, bishop d3 before rook d8.
Bishop b7. Okay, before rook d8.
Yeah.
So then
Yeah,
we
at
can
the
go
very
a little
end, at
bit.
the very end.
So knight d4, yeah, pretty normal. I guess now bishop e7 is natural move, trying to keep the bishop pair. But he played b6 here. Of course, one of the main problems with this isolated pawn structure is this guy on c8. Normally, after you have played e6, there's nothing to do here with this guy, so b6 is pretty natural, and with the same ideas of controlling the d5 pawn. People are saying Pepe Ana, all the action is on it's builder board, so we just go there. We are commentating this game now. So after knight e5. He played bishop h4, and they're playing quite fast, right? So we have a lot of moves here. So probably they're still on the book. g3, bishop e7. Even though black has the bishop pair, you have a lot of space. But of course, if black manages to consolidate the position, let's say for example bishop d7 or knight d5 or bishop d5 or rook c8, something like this, and you have not created anything concrete In the king side, yeah, black could be even better at the end of the day. But of course, you have a lot of active pieces, and there are so many sacrifices to take in account here. In f7, in e6, the queen can come to g4. Yeah, this is a bit crazy. So he played knight c3. What is the idea? You want to go d5 immediately. What's going on if you play bishop to b7? There are some ideas with a5, a6. Yeah, but bishop b7 looks really natural to me. He played bishop f6 and d5. And this is the kind of position that I was telling you. Of course, if you take here, take, and now bishop d5, you see that there are a lot of troubles now. Now the rook is hanging here on a8, and then bishop f7 is coming. So you don't have to allow this kind of break on d5, right? So
I think we have the right game. It's just that if you click once again on the board, let me just
here.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, the bishop was in b7. That's what they were saying.
Okay.
Yeah, so this is the current position.
All right.
You can
yeah, we can go
explain
on.
the previous move simply that now we have the correct board.
All right. So he played queen c7, and now this guy is target. So yeah, the only reasonable move. Okay, you can also play knight to g4 or something. But he played d6, and this is getting wild. This is getting wild in this game. A lot of action here going on. I don't understand anything. Why black allowed to have this pawn here, almost in Peter's mouth?
That it's such a dangerous pawn on d6. It's a passed pawn that has already reached the sixth rank. But at the same time, I'm sure that they are all aware. They are both aware of the theory here, and something that we are missing here is that their analysis, their deep preparation in this position.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, but I would be so afraid if I don't know the position to play this with black, right?
I think there are many.
I will feel the pawn in my mouth already, you know. So
there are many lines in the Grunfeld too where you feel like, oh my God, you have no space, you have no center, and you have to be very precise in order to equalize. And that reminds me of this position too, that here I'm sure that Peter still knows how to defend it, so he knows how to equalize in this position, but it looks scary. And if you don't know it, if you make one mistake, it's all over. Yeah,
that's true. So he played queen c5 with the same idea, attacking this guy. And now you have to remove your knight. Fiona 4 is not possible because there is a ping here. So he played knight g4. And now there are not so many squares for this guy. So he took on c3.
You definitely cannot let knight takes f6 happen, because that would mean that your king will be very weak. That was actually our last topic on the strategy show, that if you allow moves like knight takes f6, g takes, and then your king,
c1 or something.
Your king is extremely exposed.
Yeah. So these guys here, this is too weak, right? But also this guy is not stupid, yeah?
Yeah, it's not a clear cut, but I would definitely not want to have a king like this.
Yeah. You are right. So what about if he played bishop takes c3? What about if I want to keep the bishop pair? Yeah,
just looks too passive.
Yeah, the thing is you are coming with all your guys here, and rook's ac1 here.
Oh, look at white's pieces.
d7.
This is a dream position for white if this happens.
Knight d6. Yeah, I wouldn't like to have this with black. So Peter took on c3. And at the b takes, knight c6. Yeah, we reached this position where, as we told you guys before, this pawn, it's
a scary pawn.
It's scary pawn, but at some point could be weak. Because some rook on d8 later and rook on d7, bring the other rook. In an endgame, it's a dangerous pawn, but at the same time, it's not so easy to defend. So he went for rook a1. I guess one of the ideas is to come to b5 with the rook, and then you can come to h5 with the rook, trying to create some attack on the king side.
You definitely need to prevent rook b5, because if not, your queen will end up almost being trapped.
Yeah. And he went for a6. I'm wondering, let's say, for example, that you played bishop b7. Yeah, now this idea. Actually, the queen is almost trapped.
Yes, that's what I meant.
So what if I go here, yeah? So there are many ideas.
Square, and now
rook h5 or many.
Even if white doesn't win the queen, the problem is that the queen on a3 is so misplaced. It doesn't do anything on a3, and it means that what Pepe is saying, if you end up attacking Black's king, now there are no defenders around Black's king,
Yeah.
and especially with this queen on a3, you cannot prevent any attack
Yeah.
on the king side.
Yeah, knight takes h6, rook h5, queen e3. So
Even
many
you need
moves.
to calculate if you can capture on h6 or like some sacrifices already. Look at this position. Can you imagine if like knight takes a6 works or knight f6 or something
Yeah,
in the
yeah,
air?
yeah.
Like,
Probably.
there are no pieces.
I think everything works here. So yes, too many active pieces for white, and this queen is there. So sad, you know. So he went for a6, just prophylactic move, preventing rook b5 and d7. And this is the point where you start thinking, oh, this pawn looks
Almost the queen, yes.
Yes.
But the da square luckily is very well protected. So bishop b7, only move. And after bishop d3, which happened in the game, rook fd8, completely natural. And now, well, you cannot capture the pawn yet. There's this bishop h7 check, which would win the rook on d7.
Yeah.
But it's okay to place the rook there and threaten in the future capturing this pawn.
Yeah, for example, after some king f8 or something like this, yeah, you will be threatening to take this pawn on d7. I'm wondering what happens if you just make a waiting move. Of course, queen to e4 is also that you also have to take in account. I mean, what's going on now? This is so crazy position. The queen is gonna come to h7 because now f5 is just not possible because queen
of
takes
queen
c6.
takes c6. And you also cannot go g6 because then the h6 pawn is hanging and also the f6 square is horribly weak.
Yeah. So yeah, but I think this square is kind of safe, but I'm wondering what's happening if you just go queen h7, queen h8, and then just take this guy. So let's make a prophylactic move, king f8.
I wanted to say if we go king f8,
Yeah.
after queen h7 we have time to defend the g7 pawn.
Yeah. Oof. Yeah.
Although
There are some ideas with knight e5 in this position, for example. And then if you take here, this queen will defend quite well this pawn on g7. And then you start with that. Now you see the strength of this guy here on b7.
counterattack. So if white goes, for instance, let's say white is greedy, queen h8 and captures on g7, then it's already trouble with knight f3 perhaps, or queen d5,
or queen c6, every kind
There's
of
so
move.
many tempting moves here.
Yeah, there are some, maybe it's some perpetual here,
It's
but
a mess.
this is so messy, guys. Yeah, I wouldn't like to play this position. I'm just a terrible player in this kind of position.
But I think Peter still is in his preparation. So then if you know that this works, then you can just sit back and relax and you are sure that what you are doing is correct.
I mean, if you allow this pawn to come to d7 just thinking 10 minutes, it's because you have seen before, right? Yeah.
He knows what he's doing.
Yeah, he knows what he's doing, and I'm wondering what's going on, like, for example, another waiting move like queen b2, because now you want to take on b6, and rook d7 is not possible, but there are so many ideas. Knight e5, for example, and then just wanted to go queen d5 at queen takes b6. So yeah, it's a pretty double-edged position. All right, so interesting games today. We are not gonna get bored here, guys, with the games of today.
Definitely not, especially if everything goes fine.
Yeah, if everything goes fine, yeah, of course. What else? Do we have any news from Topalov game? We do, finally.
Let's see.
Let's check this game. And Anna, of course, is a great inspector, and yeah, she knows everything about the past games.
I try to investigate. What do you think will happen in this game? What's your prediction?
Okay, I would like to see Topalov also coming back to the action. So I would say a win for Topalov. But yeah, what do you think?
I think Aronian is a tough nut to crack, so it will be a draw.
It will be a draw. All right. So
Solid. Complicated game ending in a draw.
yeah. So Topi went for the English opening.
Give me a moment. They played 34 games against each other in the last few years.
All right.
And in the last ones, in the London Classic tournament, Aronian won with the white pieces against Topalov. So that's a very recent game from December 2015.
In the
and
London
he
Chess Classic,
won.
yeah.
But at the same time, in Norway chess, Topalov won against Aronian with the white pieces. So they don't make as many draws as I thought in classical games either.
I mean,
Sinkfield Cup was a win for Aronian. So yeah, many times when one of them was with white, they would win.
So we have any victory with black pieces from Levon Aroni and before?
Blitz, yes, but classical games I can't really see.
All right.
You have to go way back to find.
Okay.
Let's see the opening as well, because now it's
Yeah.
Topalov with the white pieces.
So he went for the English opening today, one of my favorite openings. C4, knight f6, knight c3, e5. Yeah, this this is very trendy, this kind of reaction against the English, just controlling the center with e5.
Actually, they only have 2 English openings against each other, and they played the very same variation twice already. This e5, knight f3, knight c6,
g3,
g3, d5.
No,
d5
Bishop.
was played before.
Okay.
Twice against each other, but here Aronian went for a different approach, bishop b4.
Okay, so this is just like a Sicilian with the reverse colors, yeah?
Exactly.
And he went for bishop b4, of course, this is pretty not natural. And bishop g2, castles, and knight d5. All right, knight d5. I think it's castles should be the main line.
Yeah,
it should be the main line castles.
Knight d5 is interesting, though it has been played by several players too, especially in the recent years, so it's getting popular.
Yeah.
It was played by Ivanchuk, for instance.
Okay, and what I wonder is what happens if you play e4 here. This is what they played, okay. Because usually when you have this knight on c3, then you can play knight to g5, and there are too many pieces stuck in this guy on e4. But okay, he played knight d5, e4, and knight h4. Okay, this is really interesting opening, because after d6, actually, black in some lines could think on playing g5, because not now, because maybe now. You do something like
here.
castles.
Sorry to interrupt, but here after knight h4, the most common move is rook e8, and that was played by Fressinet, for instance. Another approach was bishop c5, played by Rublevsky, and d6 only happened once in a game between 2100 and a 2300 player. So there are no games by grandmasters in this position.
Okay, the immediate question is what happens if we are greedy and take the pawn on e4? This is what comes to my mind directly. So knight f6.
And that's why rook e8 is the most common. You defend the pawn.
And then you take this guy, but I guess there are a lot of compensation like rook e8, bishop h3. Probably Levon prepared this line. Quite well, and I think black has a lot of counterplay. For example, let's say rook e8, bishop g2, for example, and bishop g4, for example, could be already a problem. Bishop g4, knight f3, it's not possible because bishop takes and queen takes later. And so bishop f3, for example, g5 is coming, or bishop h3. Too much action.
This is the kind of pawn down that you would like to have, because there's a lot of counterplay for it. The white king is still in the center, and as Pepe said, after g5, for instance, the knight has to go to g2. You are almost like trapping the pieces, and everything is miscoordinated. White lacks development. Yeah,
and after bishop takes, b takes, castles, for example, you have the bishop pair. And this is an interesting position, but of course, black has a lot of compensation here.
Exactly, but the fianchetto without the bishop on g2 is quite dangerous.
Yeah. I will never get this guy. He's one of my best friends, the g2 bishop in most of my games.
So that's why Topalov chose to play knight takes b4 instead of grabbing the pawn.
Yeah. Knight takes b4, okay, and now a3. You kick this knight back, and now you d3. Now, of course, you stop this g5 idea.
Exactly, and in general, when your opponent has a pawn that restricts your position, now the e4 pawn is really annoying. It takes a lot of squares away from your pieces. It's a good idea to exchange it.
That's true. So he went for d5 here in this position. Another interesting move would be rook e8, for example, just intending to recapture with the knight and keep your pieces active. And he wants to open the position. The truth is, white has the bishop pair, but black is leading in development. So even though it's not a good idea in general to open the position when you don't have the bishop pair, but when you're leading in development, it's interesting, right?
Exactly, especially with the king in the center. Although white is one step away from castling, but still. Okay,
castles, and he played e takes d3. The other move is d takes e4. And this you can take here on e4, for example, and now your knight is ready to come back to the action finally. So e takes, queen takes, and what's going on here? Knight e5 is not just winning a pawn? Tell me, Anna. I mean, I'm such a bad player.
With you guys.
Okay.
And also I was trying to see the chat. So let me see what happened, because it was I missed a3, knight c6, d3, d5,
Okay.
and castle.
Yeah, and he took on d3, and I don't get what's going on if knight e5 here. Just please explain me.
Let me try to understand. Knight e5, the queen has to go, and you capture c4. So
Yeah.
that would be a pawn up. What's the trick?
I mean, what I think that could be some compensation after bishop g5,
G5.
rook fd1, rook ac1, e4, something
So
like
let's
this.
say like knight e5, queen d4, and if you capture knight takes c4, you can go bishop g5 with white, and you want to destroy the pawn structure, and also the d5 pawn will be hanging.
Yeah, for example, let's say knight takes d4, and then for example e4, for example, this knight is not protected, or rook d1, bishop g5.
Yeah, the problem will be the d5 pawn, I believe, and this bishop g5 move can be annoying.
Yeah. So, yeah, there is a reason, and there is some compensation, of course, and it's interesting game by Topalov, so deviating from the normal stuff, and it already happened in the game.
Yeah, and then with queen on d4, this is what I thought, that the queen should go to d4 because it's a nice square for the queen. Knight takes c4, and now let's see if he goes for bishop g5. That seems to be the most natural approach.
Yeah, it seems to be the most natural because you are threatening to win this pawn back on d5.
And destroy the pawn structure.
Several ways now to defend this guy, right? So one is c6.
c6 is the safest, perhaps.
Yeah, and then you have knight b6, and then you have bishop e6. The thing is that if you don't move this pawn here, maybe e4 is interesting. And now you are threatening to play e5, and this knight you cannot take because this knight is on c4 unprotected. So maybe knight b6 is reasonable. And then, you and now e4 is already more or less stupid move because you just can take, right?
Yeah, there's no time to capture on e4 because the queen is hanging on d4.
I'm wondering, is this just a pawn out for black?
I'm sure that Topalov has something planned here, and I believe that in general he loves playing aggressive, attacking chess, so he doesn't mind having a pawn down if he has a lot of initiative for it. After rook d1, all the white pieces are great. You only need to develop the a1 rook. And it could be really unpleasant for black if he manages to create some kind of an attack. The question is is there any danger against black's position, or is just the pawn down? I
mean, what I see is after c6, you can go e4 now because the queen is unprotected there. But something like bishop e6, then e4 again is stupid, and then if you cannot play e4 in this position, I don't get what are you gonna do. Of course, there is some compensation, but yeah, queen e7, for example, then I will play c6. If you play a4, maybe I can go a5 its own lines.
Yeah, you have to do something immediately before black organizes all his pieces. Then it means that it's just a pawn down. So the question is what Pepe said, if there's e4 or is there anything concrete? You don't have time for slow moves like rook c1, rook c2, and just see what happens. You are a pawn down.
You don't have a clear target to attack with your rooks. This pawn can go easily to c6, maintaining all the chain defended. So I don't know, guys. I don't see any concrete plan for white here. And for me, this looks like a pawn up for black. Of course, you have the bishop pair, so it's not a complete pawn up, but close to. So I'm wondering what Topalov has in mind. For sure, he has something in mind.
Yes, Pramod is saying in the chat that one slip and Levon can convert this game into a full point. So I agree, Pramod, that here Topalov really has to be precise and find something for the pawn. If not...
Yep. So
maybe a prediction... But wait, did you predict Aronya's victory in this game? Or Topalov's?
I think Topalov, but I always forget where I say it, so don't take me too serious.
Okay. But yes, now we'll see if Topalov can manage to do something in this position.
Okay.
Or it might be trouble for white.
Yeah. So, what's next? What's next, guys? By the way, how are you doing, guys, in this Sunday? You are following the games from a bar, from your house, from where? I have some friends they are following from a tennis court.
From a tennis court?
Yeah, they are playing tennis, and meanwhile they're following
that's
the candidates. Nice. Yeah, they are crazy. Okay, so should we go back to some of the other games? Or what should we do?
Definitely, I will see if there
Do we have any tweets?
Yeah, let me see. You can use the hashtag C24Live if you want to tell us something about the games. Svidler has played the Slav again. That's what I see from HH.
Yeah. Yeah, so no tweets yet. So maybe we can go back to Karjakin's game. The leader of the tournament with Bishi Anand, both of them. We have just little mob moves here. So 93 he played A5. A5. Let me just understand this move. I want to understand this move, Anita. Help me.
Well, we are gaining some space, but I think you might be worried about the b5 square. At some point, if we want to push c5, the b5 square will be a hole in black's position, so that's why you are worried about a5.
Yeah, that's why I worry about a5, because you cannot go c5 anymore, but maybe that's not the plan. So let's see how it developed again. Rook c1 and c6. So he wanna keeps the position like this, not opening any lines. It was a bad experience for Nakamura yesterday, opening the position with c5, as we saw this isolated pawn. So people are asking if, okay, then we'll solve this question, if Nakamura should play queen h7. Mike is asking that question. So after checking this game, we'll go to Nakamura's game and answer the question from Mike. So rook c1, c6, and knight to a4. Yeah, I'm wondering what's next move for next. What is the plan for white here in this position? Okay, I guess e3 is gonna come next, and then queen e2 maybe. But I don't see any progress for white here. I mean, if I were playing this game, how would I continue with white pieces? Just give me some ideas, Anita, because I don't have any.
My problem is that I don't know where I'm going with the d3 knight. I would love to have it somewhere. Maybe, well, it's okay. A prophylactic thinking is that if you cannot push c5, I'm okay, but I have to do something active, so I cannot be just standing and waiting to prevent your plans. I think I should do something with white as well. But maybe what I need to do for now is, as you said, to place the queen somewhere, bring the other rook. But what's the target?
Yeah, pretty solid position. This knight on a4 is not doing that much. Just, of course, just avoiding this kind of c5 breaks. But I don't see any good spot for the knights. I don't see a spot on e5. It's really difficult.
Nor f4, so where shall we go?
I always love this square on f5.
Yeah, but how do you get there?
I mean, some bishop to h3 at some point when some rook is played on c8 could be interesting. Yeah, I think just you have to play calm here. Just e3 and then rook c2 or something like this.
I think why Anish has a lot more rating than us is that he knows this position, he knows how to play it, and we are like, what to do here with white?
Yeah.
Why for Anish it might be like a very pleasant position and he will know what to do. I'm sure that he enjoys this position.
Yeah. Maybe it's a bit better for white. Yeah, slightly better for white. But I think, on the contrary, I see some plans for black here. I mean, for me, it would be easy to play this position with black.
So what do you play for
I mean,
black?
for example, knight e4. The next move.
And you bring the other knight to f6
I
later.
bring the other knight or f5 even. Maybe that f5 is, it's tricky. So knight e4, and then even some crazy idea that there are no knights on f3 anymore, and these knights are far away from the king side. So h5, h4, just they're trying to create some attack there.
h5, h4, wow.
Yeah, why not? I mean.
Well, there's no knight on f3, so that would be logical that you want to attack the king without the knight on f3. But still, I'm not sure that Karjakin will be that brave. Maybe if it's Nakamura playing with the black pieces, but Karjakin I don't expect going for h5, h4.
Yeah. I would love to see this kind of positions here. Some spice.
Spice up this position.
Yeah.
Not so easy.
No, he went for rook c8. Yeah, this is pretty normal. I guess now e3 or rook e1, even bishop h3 at some point should be interesting.
I like bishop h3 with the rook on c8 just to pin the knight on d7. So it's not like we are doing much with white, but at the same time, white is preventing every active plan by black. Yeah,
it's always a little bit unpleasant, right? To have this rook on c8 if you are playing with the black pieces.
And for instance, after bishop h3, you can never play knight e4 again because I might capture on d7 and the b6 pawn will fall, and you also lose an exchange. So there are somehow already some threats in the air. And even though it doesn't mean that, like, White cannot do anything immediately, but white restricts black's mobility and black's plans.
That's true. That's true. What about if I just want to go c5 here, now that your bishop is not on g2 anymore? So the critical line is to take, of course, and then what's going on here? What's going on here? Then, as you said, there are some tricks now related to this diagonal. Bishop take f6 is really annoying.
I like that.
Yeah, so...
Actually, were we threatening that before?
No, because the diagonal was not open,
true.
right? But if we open the diagonal, now the tricks are in the air. Like bishop f6, you cannot take here because, okay, you win an exchange.
And if g takes, then that's really, really
yeah, this
ugly.
is horrible, yeah? And if queen takes, of course, the knight is hanging on d7.
So what we see is that we could reach a position where white is very comfortable and prevents all kinds of c5s, knight e4, so all the active plans by black are prevented.
Yeah, I like this move by
And
Anita.
if you have
bishop
to
h3.
go rook c7, that's weird, I think.
Yeah, that's weird, but it's...
Maybe it's not bad, but it's just a bit weird.
Yeah, now the b6 pawn is more weak. Now the queen doesn't defend it. Yeah, I like both sides here in this position.
Both. I prefer white.
Knight e4 is possible here because now you
After
can
rook
take...
c7, yeah, but
Yeah, e3, I think it's normal. What about knight e4? Now it's possible because you take here, I just take with
take
the
with
rook,
the rook
and then the pawn is...
b6 pawn is protected.
Yeah, so yeah, but it's not so clear how to continue with black, right? You cannot move this knight because b6 is hanging. Of course, b5 is a terrible... sorry. For example, b5 here is just a terrible move.
Now you can't play that with the c5 hole.
I think there's a big hole there. Maybe it's possible, but yeah, this it's not gonna happen in the game.
It's ugly, but it's very ugly.
It's really ugly. So, what do you think if we make the first break or we keep going?
I think we should once again see Nakamura's game.
Yeah,
I see so many people talking about it.
Yeah, and we had a question from Mike, one of the users. He was asking, should Nakamura go for queen h7 here in this position? And we were saying that there are many ideas here, like knight e5, for example. And we were saying if you go too greedy, queen h8, king e7, and queen takes e7, there are so many ideas here with black. I think this is just a draw here. Knight, queen f6, and then you have to go back, queen h8, just a draw. So I think queen h7 is nothing special, but then what are you gonna play here if you don't go to h7 with your queen? Maybe black is threatening to play now rook takes d7, so maybe it's just you have to defend this guy here. Like let's say something like bishop f1, for example. I'm always worried about this kind of moves, knight a5, opening this diagonal. But yeah, maybe it's not that bad. Maybe you can go queen d4, and if queen c6, yeah, something like queen d6 is possible.
Yeah, you badly have to exchange queens if you don't want to get mated.
And this endgame could be unpleasant for black because
with
this
the
pawn...
b6 weak pawn,
yeah,
and the d7 pawn. Let's hope that the d7 pawn doesn't fall for white.
Yeah, there's always this knight d5 coming as well. So yeah, this could be interesting. So yeah, I think black has now to defend this pawn. I don't know what's the best move, because queen h7, I think after knight e5 or something like this, black should be okay.
That's the position we have seen, that perhaps there white has perpetual check, but if it's white who has to go for a perpetual, and actually he played queen h7 as far as I can see.
Okay, and now different ideas. I like knight e5. That's what I like. What else?
Do you think that Peter still knows this position, that is still his preparation?
I think could be, yeah. I don't know, we need to, we would need to know the times. I mean, how much time they spent, right?
Yeah, that's the disadvantage of not being able to receive properly the moves, which, guys, as we have said, it's not something that we would like this way, but unfortunately, this is what we have to live with now.
All right, I see here in the broadcast, I see there is some small advantage for black. Let's just ask for the help of the engine. All right, so the engine says h5 here in this position.
h5?
Okay, knight e5, yeah. Engine says this is a perpetual after queen h8 and queen takes g7 and queen f6. But h5,
Let me try to understand. Okay, you have to move the knight because now queen h8 doesn't make any sense. You are losing the piece on g4, so there's no perpetual anymore without the knight on g4.
Yeah.
So if you have to move the knight, I guess that means just that later you won't have perpetual either.
Yeah, knight to e5, for example. Yeah, now there are so many holes. For example, let's say
exactly,
here,
and the same position without the knight on g4. Now one queen on g7 will not win the game nor give perpetual.
Yeah, and rook g8 looks interesting, and yeah, this looks really dangerous for
I like
white.
a lot Peter's position.
Yeah, and here and you can take here, and then you can just go back, and then there are some h4 breaks followed by rook g8. Oh, so interesting position. So looks like Peter could have a really interesting position after h5, and also knight d5 is good enough to make a draw. Looks like. So we'll see. Actually, I don't understand anything here in this position really. Maybe you have to go bishop e2 here to prevent f3.
But if you go queen c6, what happens next?
Yeah, I don't know. This looks really, really dangerous for white, right?
Yeah, the queen is not on the d file anymore, so in other variations, white had the option of exchanging queens with queen d6 check, but with the queen on h7, you don't have this option anymore.
Yeah, anyway, this is a really double-edged position. I don't know what's going on here.
I would be very worried with white here.
Yeah, me too. I mean, there's just checkmating one. That's the first worry, right?
Yeah, that's quite
the first problem that you have to encounter, right? Checkmating one, guys. So
okay, you have to play f3.
Yeah, you have to play f3, but then I'm wondering just if I can take this guy here. Because if you take just queen f3, this looks terrible. You threaten this guy and then boom, 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 boom! I think
impossible. So after knight takes f3, do you have any other options instead of bishop takes?
Yeah, I think you have to go king f2, but then I don't know. What's going on here, guys? I can take this guy, or I can just remove the knight here and then threaten some kind of knight h3 or knight e4 checks on...
Wow, I'm surprised that Nakamura went for queen h7 because h5 is not such a difficult move, is it?
Well, I think it's not that difficult because if you think like for some minutes, because it's clear that now you have to move the knights, right? And then for us in this variation, it's clear that this knight now has this knight square knight to e5.
Exactly.
And if queen h8 doesn't work, because it doesn't work after h5, so I think h5 is quite natural. We didn't see here, but yeah, Peter will see it for sure.
Well, I'm happy. I was cheering for Peter from the very beginning. Yeah, we are all cheering for Peter, but this would be incredible if he manages to win this game with black against Nakamura.
And people are saying that Peter played this h5 move.
He played it. Wow.
Yeah.
Good.
He played it, and
I'm sorry for our Nakamura fans. I also like a lot Nakamura's games and his play, but in this game, I think it's Peter who deserves to win if he plays h5. I'm
a fan of both players. I really like the style of both. And Peter playing the Grunfeld and the Grunfeld, creating so much theory over there.
But now he plays the Slav and the Slav and the Slav.
Why we can take on h5? Yeah, if you take on h5, this ba-boom! Winning the queen on the spot. So it's not a good idea to take on h5. Who was asking some guy here? So...
Well, it happens. Sometimes we miss that it's protected. So let's just go back to h5 and not blunder our queen. I cannot move back, so
I will move back. So after h5, yeah, you just have to go back, right? There's no other option. Just knight e3. There's no other move. Just queen h8 is the only move that I would consider.
There's no square for the knight. You have to go knight e3.
Knight e3, only move, and then what the most natural move for me is knight e5. Yeah, because there are so many tricks here. You have to maybe he means in this position, queen takes h5, but then the same baboom, right? The same baboom.
Careful, because there's this discover check.
Yeah. So Naka could be baboomed in this game. You know, you never know. So.
Wow, that would mean something really bad for Nakamura, because this would be his second loss.
I mean, actually, I don't know, really. I really don't know what's going on here. I don't see it that clear. For example...
No, it's not clear at all. And of course, we can analyze here peacefully without being worried, and we can move and then take back our moves. Playing this position is much tougher. So It's not, we don't say that we don't appreciate these players at all. No, this is really a very strong tournament. Also psychologically, there's a lot of pressure, so it's not easy for them at all.
Yeah. So here, what's going on after takes, and then now it's clear that I think after Son Rook A7, for example, this guy is gonna fall, and then just a pawn up, maybe some lines. This king is so safe now here, and there are some holes here, interesting holes to occupy with this little corcel. And Spilder has not played h5, people are saying, so we have to wait.
Oh,
So
he hasn't played it. Okay.
I mean, some people were saying Peter played it, and some other people are saying Peter didn't play it.
Yeah, well, guys, for instance, Matthias, we never claimed that h5 is an easy move, and we said that we checked what the engine says here, so we are not saying that h5 is so easy and we saw it. No, what we are saying is that Peter will see it, not us.
Yeah, of course, I cannot see anything. I cannot see even you here. Really?
Are you that blind? Okay, let's hope that he will play h5. We think that he will see it, not us. That's
and
what
of course,
we said.
Just because knight e5 looks like a perpetual in some lines, so we don't want a perpetual here. We want to see some action. And some people are saying that Giri played h5. It's quite difficult to play here h5 in this position, right? With white pieces.
Maybe Karyakin played h5.
So maybe Karyakin played h5, yeah?
I was saying if there are any tweets about this, if who played h5?
Who played h5, guys? So we're still action, a lot of action going on between Nakamura and Peter Spilder. This wild game. The king is on f8. We have a queen here on h7. This diagonal open. So many things here going on.
And this pawn is still on d7. That's what also Chess24 tweeted, that it's incredible, the position. Pawn on d7, we have just entered with the white queen on h7, but the black king is safer here than the white king.
Yeah, that's really true, because this diagonal, this guy has so much power, this b7 bishop.
Exactly, it's a fianchetto position without the white bishop on g2, and that can mean trouble. That's why all these lines with h5 and knight e5 are so strong, because the light squares around white's king are all weak because of the g3 push, and there's no bishop on g2.
Let's say that Peter plays another move. Let's say king to e7, just to, for example, I mean, if you go queen to g7 here, I was thinking that you could go rook g8, but this of course loses, just checkmate soon. So yeah, I think he's gonna play either knight e5 or h5, yeah? So I don't see any other reasonable move. Let's try something else. For example, knight to somewhere, knight to a5. But again, you can just take now, and there is always this queen f6. No, he's gonna go for h5, I'm pretty sure, or knight to e5.
Knight e5 from Swidler. That's what some of you are saying in the chat. Yeah, he played knight e5.
Knight e5 instead of h5 or
yeah, that's the instead of h5.
Yeah? Are you sure, Anita? You're tricking me?
Well, I'm afraid it's true. Of course it's a good move, but we were just hoping that he would play h5 if it's even better than knight e5. The knight e5, maybe that's
people are saying h5 already played.
Yes?
Yeah.
h5 first and then knight e5.
Yeah,
Thank
h5.
you.
Yeah, guys, we have a really this double-edged position.
Peter is going for it.
Peter is going for it. He says, okay, Naka, you lost yesterday. I want to crush you today as well. So.
Well, he's a counter-attacker, Peter, so he always takes his chance whenever he can. And after queen h7, somehow it seemed that, even though it's a bit scary to have the white queen so close to your king, but that's only a check on h8.
Okay. And now so many crazy stuff to calculate here. I mean, so much crazy stuff. I mean, what do I do here with white? First move I would think is I want to stop this knight f3 coming. So I will play just maybe bishop e2 or bishop e4. This, I think, is just too dangerous to queen h8, king e7, takes on g7. There are so many moves here. Rook g8 or knight f3 followed by knight takes h2 and then going back, just taking one pawn and then thinking on playing rook g8. Yeah, I think this is too dangerous. For example, let's say rook g8, queen h6, only move for queen h7, and then something like queen c6, right?
Yeah, after queen c6, what do you do? How do you prevent mate?
Yeah, after queen c6, there is this trick here.
Not here, not here.
Yeah. No, I mean rook g8.
Yes, I meant this position that...
Yeah, I think there's no way to prevent. Of course, you can try king f1,
You
right?
can try to run. You can try to do the same as black did, king f8, and then so you go king e2.
But at least you have here queen h1 followed by bishop f3. Yeah.
Yeah, you at least win an exchange.
At least you have this variation.
That's the difference. Can you just stop for a moment with the kings on e2 and
I will
e7?
stop. Yeah.
I just wanted to say that if you look at the position, like both kings are equally placed, one on e7 and the other on e2, but the big difference here is that black has this beautiful long diagonal bishop, bishop f3, while the d3 bishop is not attacking and cannot attack the e7 king. So that's why black's king is safe here and white's king isn't.
Yeah.
Bishop f3 wins at least an exchange.
Bishop f3, give me your rooks, baby. King to d2, takes, and just go back. I don't know, to f3 or to b7 even, whatever. Just an exchange up, and then rook d8. I take this guy. Your king is so weak there.
Your king is still not safe, so it's not only the material, but the king.
Yeah.
The white king is a lot weaker.
Yeah, and you don't have any check with white now, so no queen to g5 or something. So the king is quite safe there on e7, right? So let's calculate other variations, like for example bishop e2 here. 95 and bishop e2 looks quite natural as well. And yeah, what's going on here? I mean, now you can take as well on d7, but I think it's not my feeling. You have to go for something else, right? Like let's say queen to c6, for
Queen
example.
c6 looks very
Yeah,
tempting.
looks like the move that we all would do in a rapid game, for example. Even if it's not good, we just want to get checkmate in one move, right? And then go to it something.
Exactly, and if f3 is the only move,
Yeah.
that's...
Yeah, Pramod is asking, just analyze bishop e4. We'll analyze bishop e4, but first, the worst lines. So, f3.
Will capture, that's a check.
Yeah,
and
that's
you can't
check.
go for bishop f3, that's
Yeah,
too much.
and then you cannot go to g2 or h1. There's just a nice discover check, right? So, and bishop f1, just you win this pawn with a check.
Yeah, the king cannot go to f1 either, so king f2 is the only move. And
Yeah.
now, either knight takes h2 or
Yeah.
knight g5.
Yeah, knight g5 followed by knight e4. For example, this looks really interesting. Let's say you take here and then knight e4. Again, you should not go to g2 or f3. But
Yeah, but but after knight e4, like we will go knight c3 anyway, and
Yeah.
that's a double attack. So
yeah, so looks really bad for white. Yeah, and of course you cannot play here, as we said, king g2. There's a baboom here on g5, ratatata, winning the queen on the spot. So
actually, Killer Mind is saying that Naka is baboomed.
yeah, Naka could be baboomed, but I mean bishop e4 I think is the safest choice for.
Yeah, you need to exchange this bishop, so that was a
Yeah.
good suggestion, guys.
Yeah. So now let's see what's going on. I think you have to take here, and then after takes, this not so exciting position anymore.
There's no mate, unfortunately.
There's no mate anymore, guys. But maybe we have to be greedy and take the free food.
Yeah, just not take on the d7 if your rook on a8 is
No.
hanging. So careful about that. But the c3 pawn is hanging too, and you should see if there's any other option.
Yeah. Maybe this I would
B6,
consider this
yeah, just what happens with our b6,
b6 and
pawn.
rook c1 and yeah.
This is not clear.
But I mean I will rook a7 and then I just want to take here this guy on d7, right? And
Perhaps
then
that's the best.
how are you gonna defend this? I mean,
Yeah, with the queen on c5, everything is protected. The e5 knight, the b6 pawn, so it's not easy for white to actually do something here in
Yeah.
this position. I love the queen on c5.
Yeah.
Just such a useful piece.
let's say you play something stupid like h3. So I just take here. Yeah, this is just a position with a healthy pawn up, right? Yeah, something like this, or even knight takes d7, whatever. Both work, I think. So
Rook a7 is a nice move to attack the pawn from the 7th rank and
Yeah.
then take it the next move. You are not in a rush as long as you can take the pawn. It's
yeah. My question is, can I play something like queen to b4? And then
yeah,
try...
because that's the piece that protects everything, the black queen. So if you could eliminate it at least.
Yeah, and just trying to collect. But I think you can just take on d7 because now you have to pay attention to this. Let's say rook takes, and now, for example, yeah, knight takes d7. And
Protects the pawn.
then protects the pawn, yeah? So, for example, after takes, you could consider even taking with the knight, even sacrificing this pawn here, because then you can collect this guy and this guy. And even though this ends in a 4 versus 3, this is so unpleasant to defend with white. Maybe it's a draw, but maybe it's not. I'm not sure.
Yeah, but it's already sad if you have to defend this position with white. So queen h7 must have been a mistake. Unfortunately, Naka is not in his best because already his yesterday's game was not, he was very disappointed about it.
Yeah.
And today he will not be happy either if he has a worse position with white.
Yeah, yeah. Difficult moment for Nakamura. Difficult moment for Nakamura. He another loss, another lose would be just terrible for his hopes.
Yeah.
Will be just almost impossible to come back. I mean, there are 14 rounds, but still.
No, I hope for him that he's not losing, but at the same time I would like Peter to win, so it's difficult. Difficult situation.
Yeah, yeah. So, where should we go?
Do we have any new moves in Anand's game against Caruana?
Where is the tiger? We have some moves here. Let's analyze this a little bit. We were in this position, I guess, after queen c2. He took on d4. This is something
I should check if there are games with this.
This is something I will always consider twice. I mean, mostly because I don't know the position. But just giving up the center, I mean, and with this knight still on b1, then you can develop directly to c3, and then this just looks good for me to work for white.
What you mean is that after queen c2 he took.
Yeah, he took on d4.
This is the position where we said that after queen c2, Anand himself played this position with the black pieces, and he played c6.
Yeah.
So instead, Caruana went for e takes. There are no games in this position.
Okay,
this
so novelty from Fabi.
Novelty, we will see if it's a good novelty. The problem with it, and that's why you are surprised, I think, Pepe, is that the knight will jump to c3. You already drew it, so that's why normally black doesn't want to capture on d4 too soon. Okay,
he played with a very direct idea of c5, that maybe this justifies this exchange on d4. But, what's going on? Yeah, maybe this justifies a little bit this takes on d4, but still I'm not a fan of this idea. Because I don't know the position, so I will try to keep the tension with c6 or knight h5. That was another idea. But of course, c5 is really direct attempt, and we need to see what's going on here.
And Caruana is very good at being precise and accurate, so this c5 move, I'm sure that he either knows it or he calculated it very well. So we trust that he took on d4 and played c5 because he knows that this position is okay for black.
Yeah, so probably still in his... I don't know, we need to check the times to be sure that they're in the book, but we don't know. So he took on c5. Yeah. I mean, the other option is just to go d5, for example. And...
maybe it was an interesting option because then the c5 pawn is blocking the b6 bishop.
Yeah, maybe something like bishop a5, asking this rook. And then there is some nice spots for the knight on e5, some lines. Yeah, this is like an interesting position. The other option is e5 here. What's going on if I just go e5 here?
Oh, so if I capture, even a capture on c5, that's the idea.
Yeah, or even capturing on e5.
I don't know which capture is better after d takes c5.
I will take this guy.
Maybe that's better because the
it's a
bishop
central
is
pawn,
still blocked. Yeah.
So if I take here, I just can go maybe here to a7, to c7.
The problem is that we are not winning the e5 pawn too. If we can win both, that would be the best, of course.
Yeah, and there is also this e4 trick.
Definitely.
So.
You're right that we have to capture on e5.
Yeah, but the question is, maybe you can go directly to d5 and then this kind of moves are in the air, and then knight f4. Yeah, I understand if you don't know this position, e5 is not so easy to play because now knight b4 is coming, knight f4 is coming in some lines. Yeah. So...
that's why he took on c5.
Yes, he took on c5 and then bishop takes, of course. Now something like d takes e5 will be terrible. Now e5 looks quite good after knight to d5, for example, rook d1, or bishop e4, this kind of moves, a3. So yeah, he took with the bishop and knight to c3, bishop e6 and bishop e3. So tell me, what do you think here, Anita?
I like white's position because this d6 pawn is weak. That's a backward pawn, and I have the d file, the semi-open file, also the c file. But I would just focus on this weak pawn on d6 and also more space for white. So it's a slightly better position, I would say. I don't think it's a big deal. I don't think it's much, but it's a pleasant position for white.
Yeah, the question is if black can, play some time at some point
To
this
get rid of
d5,
this
to
pawn.
free this, to get free of this pawn. Yeah, I think it should be around equal, but the question is, could white avoid this and then try to put some pressure on the d6? Black, on the other hand, has this nice square f4 some lines when this bishop is exchanged. So,
yeah, you could try right now whether to see if bishop takes e3 is good or bring the rook to c8.
then what about knight f4 here? Bishop f1 or something? And then I wanted to go d5. It's in this kind of position.
If it works, then black
If
is
it-
fine.
Yeah, but maybe e5 and then followed by some knight d4.
That would be a nice post for the outpost for the knight.
Yeah. Yeah, so interesting position as well between Anand, and they already played something. They played queen c8, bishop takes c5, and queen takes c5. Yeah, so
Do you think that after queen c8 there was any danger against white's king? Because I just thought that with the queen on c8 and the bishop on e6, sometimes you would wonder if this pawn can be captured on a3 and the knight on f4 appearing.
you mean h3 pawn?
I don't
yeah?
know if it works, but I'm dreaming of a position where
Yeah,
I
for
can
example, let's
sacrifice
say
on a3. Yeah,
something like this, yeah?
something and take a
Boom!
Yes. I don't know if it works. I was just thinking.
It's really dangerous. I mean, you have these two little monsters here just coming to h4 and g4. The bishop is on c5. Yeah, looks really dangerous for white.
I think that's the reason why Vichy took on c5, so to
Yeah.
avoid any kind of bishop takes h3 threats.
Yeah.
If you capture c5 and, well, d takes now.
Yeah, now there is always this
E5.
e5 break, yeah? And now the knight comes to a4 and d6. To e4 and d6.
So this is just good for white. That's why queen takes c5. But after queen c5, at least there's no bishop h3 anymore.
Yeah. So, he played bishop takes, queen takes. Yeah, now it's a question. I want to go rook a1. The question is, this d5 break works? I don't think so. I think you can play also always this e5. And then there's a nice spot here for one of your pieces, like something like queen d2, knight d2, knight d4 or something. I don't know. Or even taking on g6, followed by taking on d5 some lines. Yeah. So still, I think it's not possible. But you can just play rook a8, a6, b5, some stuff like that. Yeah, you have a nice spot for your knight on e5. I think the position is quite safe for black.
I still prefer white.
Yeah.
But I agree that this is not much.
Yeah, this is not much, but yeah, interesting anyway.
Anyway, it's a game and all the players are human beings. We expect mistakes. There have been quite big mistakes before in the two decisive games, so anything can happen.
Yeah.
Do we have new moves in Nakamura's game against Peter
Yeah,
Swidler?
yeah. Naka played bishop e4 here as the safest choice.
Not to get mated.
Yeah, and now we are expecting bishop takes, queen takes, and rook a7 probably. And I think could be a pawn up for black in this position.
So we expect that it will be a pawn up for black.
Yeah, some
that
compensation.
Will white try to compensate, but it's not so easy to make up for the pawn.
So Peter Swilder with some options to win this game.
And to join the leaders if Karyakin and Anand cannot win today.
Yeah.
He did a very good candidates tournament in 2013, so he might repeat it this year.
Yeah, Peter is a very experienced player and
The runner-up in the FIDE World Cup, so you cannot. He almost became world champion in the FIDE World Cup.
yeah, that's true. Oh, you see? Karyakin went from this for these ideas with h5. Yeah.
Everybody plays h5 today. Do you think they have it in their contract that in round 3 you have to go h5?
Maybe that's one of the maybe it's on the terms.
h5 I did not expect from Karyakin. I thought he was a solid player, but here he goes for it.
Yeah,
he
he
wants
goes.
to go for h4 and attack white's king, or at least weaken it.
Yeah. So h5, now h4, and you see the lack of pieces now on the king side. That's why it makes a lot of sense to go h5. Yeah, we used to like this idea with bishop h3 in this position, maybe, and what's going on if, for example, h4 here? Actually, I have no idea what's going on here. Some nice ideas for black, like h takes, knight e4, and then bring the queen to g5, trying to create some attack. Of course, you have some weaknesses here on b6 and c6 that you have to take care of. But yeah, sorry guys, my pronunciation about Spilder. How do you pronounce Spilder in the correct way?
Svidler?
Spilder.
Svidler.
What am I saying? Spilder. And I said, yeah, I say Spilder all the time. How it is?
Svidler.
Spidler. All right. Yeah, guys, sorry about my pronunciation. I'm Spanish guy. I shouldn't even be speaking English, you know.
Your English is fine. Don't worry about it.
All right.
To all of you who are asking once again, where is Jan? Jan is commentating today in German. So
It's
if you
just
speak
there.
German, go to the German broadcast. Today he's commentating with Fiona. You can join their commentary right now.
Yeah. So,
What else? We haven't seen the other game yet.
which game?
I mean, we have seen it, but not lately. Topalov Aronian.
Topalov Aronian. That's true. We were saying, how is Topalov gonna deal with this pawn that, yeah, it was a pawn up for 11. So he played e4 immediately. Yeah, this makes sense because after bishop g5, what's going on? Spilder and carjacking, yeah?
I'm sorry, guys. You are too funny in the chat.
All right, so yeah, after bishop g5, we were saying that maybe knight b6, and then you don't have this break e4 anymore. So maybe you have to be quick.
Yeah, we thought that in that variation, black could be just fine with a pawn up.
Yeah, so you need to open the position up if you want to create something with the bishop pair.
And now what's going to happen with this d5 pawn? You have to protect it.
Yeah, he played bishop e6.
Logical, you develop and defend at the same time. c6.
C6 allows, yeah, c6 is also interesting. But maybe you allow now takes and bishop g5. And now rook comes and rook comes.
Yeah, and if you can protect the d5 pawn with a developing move like bishop e6, then of course that's the best.
Yeah.
So what about this position after bishop e6? There are some new moves. b3.
Bishop e6, and he went for b3. Yeah, this looks natural. You want to occupy this
the
diagonal.
knight was fine on c4, so you chase it away and you play bishop b2 next move, perhaps. But after knight a5, you better do something about the b3 pawn.
What's going on here, guys? Yeah, this knight comes, and then yeah, there are just some ways to defend it. One is rook b1, but of course this allows just to take on e4. And yeah, if you can take on e4, yeah, well, this is nothing for white. So one idea could be to play queen c3, so to win a tempo. And at least now this knight is targeted, so you have to do something about it. Let's say knight c6. Yeah, I think the position is better for white, but the position is opened. So you have now two nice diagonals from h1 to a8 or from a1 to h8.
Yeah, the pair of bishops enjoy this position a lot.
Yeah.
But it's still a pawn down, so it could mean some compensation, but we don't know if it's enough.
Yeah, for example, let's say, okay, I will play bishop d5, but yeah, rook d1 is really annoying here in this position, yeah? Rook d1 is really annoying. So now bishop g5 comes, and then, yeah. So maybe knight to d5, and then the idea is, of course, you threat the white queen. Let's say queen to b2, for example. And then something like knight to e7, c6, yeah. You create a stable center, but on the other hand, this bishop, if ends up in this diagonal, yeah, it could be really dangerous with the open files for the rook. So yeah, some compensation for Topalov. Interesting game.
We'll see what happens later.
Yeah.
Let's see. Some of you are saying that Armenia will go crazy today if Aronian wins. Well, I think they might expect his point today because he's such a strong player, but you cannot underestimate Topalov either.
And in Armenia, chess is national sport. You know, there are a lot of...
It is. He's like a pop star, superstar in Armenia.
Yeah. It's like Cristiano Ronaldo in Spain, yeah? So, you've been to Armenia before?
Yes, I played the World Junior Championship
and
in
you
Yerevan.
feel the atmosphere, like all the people there?
It was really nice. We played in the Petrosian Chess Palace, and it's just a building for chess, several story building, so it's pretty impressive.
Okay, cool. So, people are getting crazy here. What are they saying? That some +4 for Kajakin? No.
What happened?
No, that cannot be true. Yeah. Oh, there's a lot of moves here in this position. What
We
happened?
have missed something here.
Yeah.
h5,
Bishop
bishop h3, knight g4. Ooh, what's going on? Okay, you cannot take it because the d3 knight will be hanging, so
Yes.
we cannot win a pawn.
So this is not possible because this knight is hanging.
And if we cannot take it, then this knight is blocking the bishop's way. Knight f4 attacking the pawn on h5, but after g6, everything seems to be protected.
Yeah. What about bishop
Although,
takes?
yeah, that's the question.
Maybe you can take here, and yeah, you have the bishop pair, and there's no attack anymore here on this king side, right? Yeah, this looks good for white.
And
So
after g6, because now you could capture on g4 to win the pawn,
yeah, this.
but you might just not want to give up this light squared bishop.
Yeah.
So we are winning a pawn, but yeah.
Whoa.
Now we have two games with a pawn up and some compensation for the pawn. We will see if the compensation is enough here.
Really interesting.
White had to give up the light squared bishop for winning the pawn. And in a fianchetto position, as we said, it might be dangerous. But here the good thing for white is that the bishop was on a6. So this a6 bishop doesn't seem to attack.
Yeah, I
the
would
king
love to
on
have this
g1.
guy here on e4, for example.
In
Yeah.
that
Or
case,
f3.
In that case, it could be very, very dangerous and maybe winning for black. But with the bishop on a6, I'm pretty sure that this position is quite safe for white, and that means a pawn up.
Yeah, now I'm wondering if white can attack with h4 and h5. h4 and h5, what's going on here? I don't know.
Yeah, king g2, rook h1.
Yeah, for example, king g7, h4. What's going on here, guys? Maybe you have to go rook h8 at some point. Or because h5 is coming. And h6, maybe. Or h takes.
Well, if this is true, that means good news for Anish Giri if this pawn up is like this, and maybe it's white who can attack here and not black. And then Karyaki will regret playing h5.
Yeah, I mean...
Told you that it was too surprising for his style.
Yeah, I mean... This is too complicated to judge from my point of view. I mean...
It is. We don't know what's happening here.
Yeah, maybe it's also interesting to give this bishop and then... Sorry, not this arrow, but this bishop here and then just to go bishop d3 and bishop e4. Some... I don't know, this...
Yeah, with black you should try to do something on the light squares. That's what you have for the pawn down. You have this light squared bishop and weaknesses on the light squares. So if you see white's pawn chain, almost all the pawns on the king side, well, all the pawns on the king side are on dark squares and there are holes on light squares.
Yeah. Wow. Let's see what's going on here in the future. So we have some development in Nakamura versus Peter Spilder game. You see, they went for rook a7 and knight to d5. Really interesting move. The idea is pretty simple. Now you cannot take here because rook takes d5, followed by taking on e5. At least white cannot be worse, right? The question is what to do here with black. I mean, you can take on... Can you take here on d7?
Ah, so that in case of queen takes e5, rook d5, and we have won a pawn.
This is just a pawn for free. This is just a pawn for free. Okay, maybe you have queen b8. Maybe there's just one move now, king to e7.
And
now
if he captures on b6,
with
then...
the queen, for example, oh, there is a
Rook
nice
d1.
trick. Boom! Rook b1 followed by queen d5, checkmate. King d2, queen d5, f3, rook d2, and this is just terrible position. It's gonna be checkmate soon. Queen e2 is coming. This king has an escape here.
Yeah, can we go back to the moment of rook d1 just because it
can.
was very quick and
Yeah.
some of you maybe missed the idea is that the queen on b6 will be hanging, so the rook cannot be captured on d1. Rook
Yeah.
d1 check is a beautiful move.
Yeah. So, but can you take this looks extremely dangerous.
If you move the rook, yeah.
Rook d1.
And then queen
Queen
d5.
d5. I wouldn't... I mean, this is... Even though if he's not completely lost, it's really difficult to enter in this position with white.
Exactly, yeah. Position. This is almost it's a queen and rook endgame, we could
Yeah.
say it. But with heavy pieces on the board, you have to be so careful about your king. And if you have your queen on b8, the rook on b6, that means that those pieces are not protecting your king.
Yeah, this is so sad here. This guy is so sad. So, I mean, what else can you do here? What else can you do? Queen b7, and then after king f6, maybe you can try to take this guy here. Queen to a6, but there are some moves like rook d2,
D2 is
this forces
unpleasant.
rook f1, And yeah, this is unpleasant for white. Just g6, just go back there and just try to win some of these pawns. Probably you will win these 2 pawns, you will lose this guy here.
Or you keep the queen on c5 and you play rook c2 and then capture on c3 with the rook.
Yeah.
But as you said, black has time for g6, king g7, and the rook on f1 is too passive. If you have to protect the pawn on f2 with this rook, then that's no good news.
Yeah, so there's another option for Peter here, just maybe moving the knight here or something, knight to g6, or this is just too stupid? Okay, you can just take here, right?
No, it's more or less forced
maybe
to
this
capture.
is active, yeah? Maybe this is more interesting, just to go knight g4 and then to threat taking on e3. And now you are threatening to take this guy on d5, so maybe only move is knight e3.
But then this is also an interesting option because...
Knight f6 followed by rook takes e7, yeah?
Yeah. So if he doesn't want to exchange knights, then this is the way to follow. Knight g4.
Knight g4 followed by knight f6, and then you win this pawn on d7. Just a healthy pawn up, I guess.
I guess what he has to decide is whether he prefers this position with or without knights on the board.
Yeah. So, yeah, Peter has to think this in this moment. If he prefers, I mean, this is more safe. I mean, you just win a pawn, and then you are not gonna lose this in
But I think here he's already thinking in which position he has more winning chances, because it's obvious that he knows that he will win the pawn. He has to see where he has better chances to win the game, to have the full point.
That's true, yeah. Yeah, this is an important moment for Peter. Spidler?
Spidler.
Spidler?
I'm trying to see if there are any new comments in the chat. I'm trying to keep up with you guys, but there are so many comments. Thank you guys for being so active.
Yeah, I know, guys, this is not the perfect situation because you know that we have in a difficult situation. We don't receive the moves, so yeah, we are sorry for this, guys, but we don't have other option.
We try to do our best in the situation we have.
Yeah. So, what to do now?
Any new moves in the other games? Because we had...
No, here, not here. Not here.
Yeah, we don't have any new moves.
No, we don't have any new moves.
Then I think it's a moment for a quick break, and then we will be back with these exciting games. Today there are so many unbalanced games, pawn up, pawn down. Then what happens in Nakamura's position? Can Peter Swidler win? So many things happening today.
Yeah.
Stay here because we will be here to cover all the excitement.
So it's not a good time to go out and to go for some party, so just stay there with us.
We'll be back shortly in a few minutes.
Okay, see you.
Bye-bye.
2, 3.
We are back with round 3 and so many exciting games. We have to jump right onto Anish Girisagayakin match because what's happening with this knight takes g6?
Yeah. So in this position, instead of queen g7, we were thinking about king g7. Sorry. So here Karjakin played bishop e7, and this is like kind of invitation to for this sacrifice on g6.
Provoking white to capture on g6, and let's see if it's good.
Yeah.
It seems to be tempting to capture on g6. It's a check.
Yeah.
And now the black king is naked, as many of you said in the chat.
Yeah. So actually, yeah, minimum I think Giri has a perpetual here because, for example, king f8. This is the first move we have to analyze, but there is some strong e4 move here, like for example, knight takes e4, rook takes b4, baboom, and after e takes ratatat d5, winning immediately after queen g7 mate.
Okay, so white is a rook down. Let me try to understand everything. Queen g7 would be a mate. There's no defense against queen g7?
Here, I think there's no defense, just bishop f6.
Wow.
And for example, after bishop f6, you can just take, let's say, queen to d7, and this is just terrible, right? I mean, queen h6, king g8, queen h8, and queen g7 checkmate.
That's beautiful.
Mate in 3. That's why he had to go for king to h8 here in this position. And after queen h6, for example, it's not possible, I think, to go knight to h7. So because rook takes c6, now he has too many pawns.
4 pawns for the piece, and the king is still weak.
Yeah, 20 pawns for the piece and the king naked. So what else do you want in life? So
he has to go back with the king. He has to go king g8.
So I think this is a very good practical decision from Anish Giri because at least he has a draw, and there is some really interesting move here like e4 again. And
e4, and your idea is that if I capture with, let's say, the knight
again, boom,
you show it,
rook to takes e4,
and this bishop on b2.
Finally.
Oof. That would be so painful for black. So there's no knight takes e4 after e4. What about d6? Once again, the same idea that the bishop's diagonal will be open.
D takes and then d5, and there now I'm threatening to go rook takes and rook h4 checkmate. And if you do nothing, I'm gonna open up the position, and then I wanna go rook e5 or something like this, and then rook g5 maybe, I don't know. And this is so complicated, so double-edged.
Well, I would not like to be black here because you are a piece up, but at the same time, as Pepper said, white can always give perpetual if he wants, and in the meantime, he can try to attack with moves like e4, which seems to be so dangerous.
Yeah, and the big question is, will go Anish Giri for the win, or he will say, okay, I want to draw, it's fine for me with the draw? Because
he will go for the win. He will go for the win.
Okay, Anita says he will go for the win. What do you guys think in the chat? I'm not so sure. Yeah, e4 looks like a really interesting move. And let's say, I mean, something like rook g8. You can just give a perpetual, and then it's not possible because you force knight h7, and then this pawn is hanging, as we said. So it's not so easy to defend. I would be completely scared with black in this position.
Me too. Some of you are saying that Giri will lose. I don't think he can lose this position. I mean, worst case perpetual. Okay, if you make a mistake.
Yeah, I mean, if you keep playing, you can lose, of course.
But objectively, this is either a draw or a win for white. Others are saying that yes, Giri will be on +1. Some of you are saying that no, that it will be a draw, that Giri sacrificed because he wants a draw. I think he sacrificed because he wants to win. He has at least a draw, but he doesn't have to give perpetual here. There's no reason for perpetual.
I mean, there is a reason.
I believe in Anish, and Anish will play e4.
Yeah, or people are saying knight c5 here. Wow.
Also
knight
possible.
c5.
Well,
this
the
is
same
possible?
idea because you want to open the bishop's diagonal. So
yeah, but
very interesting move.
This actually works. What's going on here?
I don't know. Let's see.
Wow. Wow, there's a plan this with rook d1 and rook d4 and rook h4.
So there's 2 pieces down, but
and you can never now play rook g8 because queen h6 is just mate. It's just mate.
Incredible position where white would be 2 pieces down, but black is just paralyzed. Black cannot move his pieces.
Yeah, and we have a question from Panurch. He's saying, what about after e4? Can black play Bishop d3. Yeah, this looks quite interesting, but I guess something like f3 or queen h6 followed by e takes d5, it's really unclear. Queen h6 and then e takes d5, rook e5, it's really unclear. I don't know what's going on, but people are saying that Anish played queen to c5 here. Sorry, queen to c5, it's really
Knight
difficult
c5,
move, yeah?
knight
Knight
c5,
c5.
Yeah, Danger Mao is saying that we would all be scared, but Karyakin has nerves of steel. That's true. Actually, he can. If somebody, he and Fabiano Caruana, I think they are the two players who can many times play like engines with no feelings and no fear.
Yeah. Wow, knight c5. Only move I think is b takes c5 because this bishop has no room. So for example, at the bishop b5, a4 is coming. And of course, rook a8 is just a terrible move. Knight e6 would win the game just immediately. Knight e6 and then queen to g7, checkmate.
Very interesting move, knight c5.
Yeah, I mean, this forces b takes c5, and now we have this monster here on b2. And I don't know.
Wow.
Let's say you do something like queen to d7. No, this actually
But
no.
the knight is always hanging. What
so
can you do here?
Maybe rook f8, just to try to go queen e8 because
That's logical, yes.
yeah, because rook e8 is just checkmate.
You have to go rook f8,
For example.
maybe, and queen e8 next move.
Wow. Of course you have always perpetual, so you can even sacrifice a rook here. So
Yeah, and next move perpetual.
and then yeah, perpetual, that's fine. But there is any plan with something like rook d1, but the thing is just queen e8 is coming.
The problem is that after queen a there's no more perpetual, so
Yeah.
you either give perpetual here
So
or you might lose.
I think this is gonna be a perpetual. I think this is gonna end up in a draw because after rook f8 you have no way. You have no time to go to d4 with the rook.
Well, it lacks one tempo. If the rook was on d1, now rook d4 and next move is mate.
Yeah, but there is no time. Rook d1, queen a8, and then you have to give the perpetual. Otherwise, no. Now there's not even perpetual, right?
No, after queen a there's no perpetual
There's no
anymore.
perpetual, yeah.
So if queen h6, the king moves, and queen g5, and there's no more perpetual anymore.
Yeah. So this, yeah. So I think this is gonna be a perpetual. Anis will have to give perpetual on h6 and g6. Much more interesting was e4. This is so unclear.
That would have been an amazing move, and it's a pity that Anish didn't play it. It would have just reached to a position that we don't know what's going on after e4. Maybe white is winning. Is white winning here?
I have no clue. I mean, there are many moves like bishop d3 that some guy in the chat was saying that avoiding. But you can give the check first. You can never play knight h7. I mean, you can, but then you lose so many pawns. At the king g8, now you are on time to take or to play e5. And who knows what's going on in this position, guys. We have 4 post pawns. When do you have 4 post pawns in a game? I don't remember. 4 post pawns, a naked king. So
It
really
would have
unclear.
been very promising. Maybe e4 is now winning objectively, but for human beings, who the players are human beings, to defend this position after e4, it could have been really tough.
Yeah, it's really tough. I don't know what Anish saw here. He probably saw something that we are not seeing.
I'm sure that he saw something that we don't see.
Yeah. So, Jose and Anna, please update. So, if we have to update, for sure, yeah, he played d takes c5.
Yeah, this is the position.
this
We're
is the
talking about
position.
now rook f8.
Rook f8 is gonna be played probably. Could black think on trying something like d4 in order to avoid the perpetual? But you just take with the bishop,
takes,
yeah?
and now what
And
can you do?
yeah, now perpetual anyway, yeah?
No, the perpetual you cannot avoid unless you got 2 moves, rook f8, queen e8. But after rook f8, I think Anish will go for the perpetual. Let's just show why there's no perpetual if you insist too much. So d takes c5,
Yeah.
and then rook f8. This is what we consider the main line here. Rook d1, the idea is rook d4, rook h4, mate. So black has to do something immediately, queen e8, and here there's no more perpetual anymore. You can give a few checks, but then the king can hide.
Yeah. Or to h7, yeah?
Oh, so, because after queen h4,
You have
can.
queen h5 or knight h5.
but careful with that, because bishop f6,
Yeah.
queen, bishop takes, what's going on here? Well, we have a lot of pawns, but this is not.
Yeah, this is not
This is
enough.
not
yeah.
enough.
Yeah.
No, once you can exchange the queens, there's no mate and no perpetua anymore.
So, yeah.
Then it means that it will lead to a draw.
Yeah, probably it's gonna lead to a draw. After rook f8, there's no other choice for Anish in this position. There's nothing crazy that you can try. I think something like e4. You can always play d4. And there are just too many pieces for just 4 pawns. Or 5 pawns here, no. Yeah, 4 pawns, 4 pawns.
You have a PhD in civil engineering, Pepe. I expect that you can count the pawns, so...
I'm not sure. They gave me this degree. I bought it in the black market, you know. So I cannot even count the pawns, yeah.
What happened in Nakamura's game? Because that's the other hot topic of the day.
Yeah, where is Naka? We don't have this updated yet, guys, so sorry.
We hope to get the move soon,
Yeah.
because we would like to know what happened in this game. Nakamura against Peter Swidler.
Yes, but we do have an update in Fabiano against Vichy against Fabiano game. So after queen takes e5, they played queen d2, knight e5, yeah, making use of this knight square.
Of course, if knight takes e5, then black is just fine.
Yeah, for example, d takes e5, even queen takes e5.
Even black can be better here,
Yeah.
because the bishop is better, the e6 bishop is better than the d3 bishop, and the c file and the d file, so there's no problem here for black.
Yeah. So he played bishop e2. This tiny advantage for white because this pawn is a little bit weak, but black has a really great control of the dark squares, for example. This reminds me to these kind of positions in the Sicilian.
Yeah, very
Yeah.
typical structure actually. And the knight on e5 compensates usually, and active pieces. So the c5, the queen on c5, this bishop on e6 is also a very good piece.
Yeah, for those who are saying in the chat that Giri, I mean, the position was not won at all. I mean, after this e4, it's completely unclear. I mean,
Exactly, he found the most interesting move in the position, which was knight takes g6, and after
but-
that, if he had played e4, it could have been perhaps the game of the day.
yeah, I mean, a complete mess. So actually, I don't know what's going on there.
Yeah, we don't know, of course. if
But
he
but for
would
sure,
have
it's
won.
easier to play with the white pieces because you have
Exactly.
always this option with the perpetual, and then yeah. Okay, so rook ad8, rook ed1. Yeah, I would normally bring the other rook. This is some question that you never know while you are playing. Should I bring this rook to c1 and
to
the other to
d1?
d1, or this to d1 and this on e1? Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes you wish you had 3 rooks so you could control all the files you want, like c1, d1, e1.
Yeah. So there is always this rule. So the rook that you think that should come, don't play that rook. Okay?
It should be the other
It
one.
should be the other one, yeah?
That's a useful tip.
Yeah, and this is not something I'm saying. I think it's some ex-world champion who was saying this. I don't remember if it was Capablanca or somebody, so just some people in the chat will know for sure.
So you think a move, which rook to bring, and you should make the
Yeah,
other move,
the other
because
one.
that's the correct
Yeah,
one.
yeah. Okay, so yeah, rook ed1, just okay, it makes sense. You want to bring the other rook to c1 as well. h5. Wow. Okay.
Well, whoa,
This is
wait a
something-
second, I'm not understanding the move.
This is something I will I will think twice before playing it.
Maybe it's okay, I'm just surprised. What's the idea behind h5?
Yeah, some endgames, maybe you would like to fix the pawn structure here, just to fix all these
On
pawns
light
in
squares.
light square, because then you can attack them later. But yeah, of course, it's risky when the queens are still on the board. Yeah, this is something that you have to consider twice, yeah?
Yeah, no way back.
And actually, queen to d4, now that the pawn is on h5, maybe it's interesting to keep the queens on the board. Because, okay, he played queen to g5. Yeah, I see some ideas now. Maybe he's trying to create some problems on the king side.
Attacking the king.
And now
Wow.
queen to d2. Maybe this could lead to a perpetual, yeah? So,
Yeah, you mean repetition of moves. With queen
yeah,
c5.
perpetual, yeah. It's
Perpetual
difficult
to
to
the
give a check.
queen.
Yeah, perpetual to the position, yeah?
Queen c5, queen d4, it could lead to a draw if they both repeat moves.
Yeah, the thing here is actually...
Who should deviate here? Who should play something else?
I think white is a little bit better. I mean, something like rook ac1 cannot be bad.
Looks very
right?
natural. Maybe Wishy only wants to win some time because, as you know, after move 40 they get an extra 50 minutes. So the closer you are to move 40, the better. Sometimes players repeat a few times, not 3 times, 2 times maybe, just to gain time, just to make more moves on the score sheet, and then he will play something else. So I think Wishy will play on because this is a position that's not very dangerous. He can try to win it. It's an advantage for white, slight edge. Yeah,
I agree. You have to try at least a little bit. I think this queen e5 is the most natural move. It's a nice spot for the queen. But and now what? Now how to proceed? You could try again this queen to d4, but queen to g5 always comes, yeah? Maybe some king h1, but this is a little bit scary. Maybe queen to e3, and then you wanna force some move from the pawn, so let's say a6, and then maybe something like rook d4, rook cd1, something like this. Put some more pressure, maybe just put 3 pieces on the d file, just increasing the pressure on this d6 pawn. That's normally the strategy, just when there is this weak pawn on d6.
The backward pawn that we were saying, that if you can push d5, then it's normally fine, but once this pawn is fixed on d6 and white starts to attack it, then that could be a problem.
Yeah, and I would love to see Vichy continuing this game in his style. I mean, he's a very fighting player.
I think he did, because I'm not sure what happened exactly, but I've seen some comments about rook d4, so that would mean that he did not repeat moves.
And the user, and I am the best, he's saying that we should take a look on Topalov game. And looks like he blunders on other pawn.
Whoa, what happened?
So you remember we were in this position.
Exactly.
We were saying, for example, queen c3 was interesting. He played queen a4, it's as well interesting. And he went back with knight. And here, this is the position where we were saying that actually taking here would be extremely interesting to open the position up.
You're a pawn down, but at least you have the pair of bishops in an open position.
Yeah, and then you can bring the rooks to d1 and d1. Yeah, and you have a lot of compensation. But instead, he played rook d1. And there is a nice trick here by Leon Aronian. He took on e4.
So the idea is if your bishop takes e4...
the queen comes to f6, I guess. And then, the rook on a1 is hanging. And then in the next move you take.
On e4.
Wow, so Topalov in a lot of troubles in this game.
Ooh, what a day today. All the games are super exciting.
People are saying, people are asking, why cannot Topalov take on e4? Precisely because of this queen f6, a double attack, the rook and the bishop. And let's say you move up the bishop here.
Back the piece.
And then you take this pawn here.
Queen takes e4, but then the b3 pawn is hanging.
That's true, Anita. And then you are 2 pawns up. Terrible news for Topalov, who can lose another game.
Yeah, that would be horrible for Topalov, -2. And if he starts losing, that is so difficult already. Your confidence is down and you have to keep playing. There will be 12 other rounds, so he could lose a few more games.
Yeah. Really difficult situation for Topalov. Let's see he can manage to survive in this position. It's really difficult. Bishop takes e4 it's a terrible move, I think. So at least you have to keep the bishop pair, but how? I mean, now knight c3 is coming. Maybe just bishop b2. Now, of course, bishop e4 is threatened. Many interesting moves. Like, for example, f5 here. Something like this, or I don't know. Yes, f5, for example, right? Just 2 pawns up, then queen to d7, for example, just bring the rooks to the center. Just much better for white. This queen on a4 is also
misplaced. Much better for black. Yeah, we are 2 pawns up, and there's not much compensation. Only the pair of bishops, but for 2 pawns, and there are no targets in black's camp.
Yeah, everything is defended, right? There are no weaknesses. The queen cannot come to d4, would be interesting.
No, but then this knight on e4 is a beast.
Yeah, it's so beast.
Compare it to white's knight on h4.
Yeah, look at this guy here. What is this knight doing? Nothing.
Something has really gone bad for Topalov. A few moves back, like when he gave the first pawn up, maybe that was interesting, but perhaps not the best way to play. But just blundering the second pawn, that was... so he had to play, instead of rook d1, e takes, and then bishop b2. And maybe this compensates for the pawn. It's just one pawn at least. Pair of bishops, open position, but giving up a second pawn, I think he just missed queen f6, unfortunately.
I think there is a lot of compensation here for white.
Probably this would have been enough.
Yeah. I don't know, but it looks much better than, of course, blundering a second pawn, yeah? So, what else do we have? Do you have any development? I don't think so. Here, yeah, we have
What about, Nakamura's fiddler?
Nakamura's builder. So Peter played knight to
for
g4.
knight g4. We were discussing this position after knight d5 that either with the rook takes d7 or with knight g4, he will win the d7 pawn. All he had to decide is whether he wants this position with the knights on the board or a queen and rook endgame. So he decided to keep material, play knight g4, after which knight e3 is more or less forced. The knight was hanging and the f2 pawn is hanging too. You have to go knight e3. And after knight e3, knight f6, for instance, and then capturing on d7, so that's a pawn up. And we hope that Peter can convert it. It's a very promising position.
Okay, the thing is like, okay, you take here, and I think you have to take with the knight, right? Because
Just
you take
not
it to
to
the
let
rook.
queen a8 check.
Yeah, queen a8 and queen takes a6. And also with this pawn is weak. So knight takes d7, and this is just a healthy pawn up, I think.
Yeah.
You can just, I mean, h5 is protected, b6, a6 are okay.
The queen on c5, I think, is still the key to this position because it just holds everything together. Before the knight was not hanging because of the queen on c5, the b6 pawn is always protected. The h5 pawn is just such a good square for the black queen.
Yeah, that's true. And also there are some ideas bringing the knight to e5, looking for some more active squares at some point. So yeah, Peter could win this game actually.
And then he will also be on +1.
Yeah.
Joining the lead, perhaps, if Vichy cannot win, and Karyakan doesn't seem to be winning unless Anish doesn't want to give perpetual.
Yeah, no, I think, Anish has to give a perpetual
I think, as far as I can see from the chat, Karyakin already played rook f8.
Okay.
And then Anish will have to go for queen h6.
Yeah,
queen
e4
g6.
doesn't work because of d4. And then now you have to think on equalizing. No, you are losing. Because now there's no perpetual anymore. Yeah, some other moves don't work. Queen e8 is coming in the next move, so end of the story. Draw agreed. People are saying in the chat
Anish's game.
Yeah, in Anish's game versus Karyakin. Okay, Karyakin is a good result for him.
Yeah,
with the black
it
pieces.
was actually a tough moment.
Yeah.
If Anish had played e4, let's just go back to that moment. That was perhaps the critical moment.
Yeah.
Because this sacrifice, knight takes g6, is very interesting. Not because of the perpetual only, but because here e4 could have been just such a crazy position. You cannot capture the pawn on e4, neither with the knight nor with the d-pawn, because this b2 bishop will be just extremely strong. So if knight takes, we show that rook takes e4.
Yeah.
And the bishop will kill the black king, this b2 bishop.
d5, wow. What am I gonna do? The black king is saying.
There are no moves, so you cannot capture the pawn e4. But that means that after e4, white can go later, either e takes d5 and then rook e5 or e5.
Yeah.
So many options, so it would have been very promising. I don't know what's the best move here for black.
I have no clue. And always if you play rook g8, queen h6, knight to h7, this pawn on c6 is hanging all the time. There's too many pawns.
It's a pity that Anish didn't go for e4, but perhaps he saw something that we don't see in this position for black. Anyway, if this is official that they have drawn, that means that he gave perpetual after rook f8. So the final moves would have been rook, queen h6, queen g6, and this.
Yeah. And
not this. No, not with the pawn on e4. This position is the winning position, maybe.
Just here directly, yeah.
He
no,
went
knight c5.
B takes, D takes, rook f8, and here white has to give perpetual because queen e8 is a threat and black is 2 pieces up, so there are no more winning chances here.
Yeah, so queen h6, and then
queen
you have
g6.
to go. So, draw agreed, Anish Giri belly solid, 3 draws, I guess, and Karjakin +1, so it's a good result for him.
Yeah, for both players, and Anish had very exciting games too. It's not, I think none of his games were boring. Today's game, look at this. He first of all went for giving up the light squared bishop to win the pawn on g4 by capturing on g4.
Yeah.
And then this knight takes g6. It was a very interesting idea. It's a pity that he didn't push e4. Maybe it would have changed the result.
Yeah. Yeah. So we should move to another game. This game is concluded. So
everybody's talking about Svidler Nakamura. I mean Nakamura Svidler, taking into account the colors, but I don't think we have new moves here. So we should wait for the updates on this game.
yeah. So Topalov versus Aronian, bishop b2. Let's go there. Bishop b2. You have the chapter, right? Bishop b2, queen e7.
Yeah. Just a moment.
b4, a6.
And queen c2, f6.
f6, rook ac1.
And rook a d8.
Rook a d8.
Bishop f1.
Bishop f1.
These are the last moves, it seems, but this is what we have said. 2 pawns down for white. Pair of bishops, but there's not really a clear target to attack, so this is just quite sad that he missed knight takes e4.
Yeah. So let's go, let's just analyze a little bit. Still, bishop takes e4, takes. Now, for example, bishop b3, right? It should be okay, or this is just a healthy pawn up. And so he went for b4, a6, and queen c2. And f6 or f5, both were looking quite okay. Yeah, the thing is, like, he doesn't want to take here, because this is just...
Then you give up the only thing you have, the pair of bishops.
Yeah, the only thing you have. Okay, you are a pawn down, not two. But I think, yeah, this is a clear pawn up. And more or less easy position for Aronian. So he went for rook ac1, rook a8, and bishop f1. Yeah, this looks terrible for white, right? I mean, just something like rook f8. There are some ideas with knight g5 as well, and bishop a3 or knight a3 or something like this.
Diego Oliveira on Twitter has solved your question. Who was the famous player who said the quote about the rooks? So it was Oscar Pano. Who said that when you've made up your mind on which rook to move, you should move the other one.
Yeah.
Thank you, Diego.
Really nice sentence by Pano, by the way. And actually, I try to follow his idea, this recommendation from him. So, what was about? Yeah. That should be interesting to see what Anish says in the press conference.
Exactly.
What did he see, or why didn't he like to go for e4? Of course, it was quite risky.
It's a pity that we will not see it. So, if you guys see it, you can later tell us.
Yeah.
In the other game, in Anand's game, on move 24, it was rook d4.
Rook d4. So Anand is trying to put some pressure, and actually this looks a really natural way to play. Bring the other rook, queen to d2, and how are you gonna defend this d6 pawn?
Exactly, and there are a few moves that happened afterwards. Bishop d7.
Okay.
Rook a d1.
Yeah.
And after bishop c6, g3.
G3. Okay, so G3, I like this move. So you want to avoid precisely in this kind of endgames that your pawn structure is fixed. So for example, something like H4, I think you can just take now, and then Queen G5 is coming, so no problem.
If you exchange queens, there's nothing wrong against the white king.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, this maneuver, bringing the bishop to a more active square, I think it's quite nice as well.
Also opens the e5 for the rook.
Yeah, so you put as well a lot of pressure in the e4 pawn, but I think it's easier to put pressure on this pawn. Now queen d2 is coming, so let's say you do something like b5. What about queen to d2? Now maybe you have to go rook e6.
Starts to be...
Yeah, but then there are some ideas with bishop g2, and then maybe try to push Facundo at the end of the day.
Fiona
4, yeah?
We still need a few more names. We have... According to you guys, the F pawn is Fiona pawn, the G pawn is Gusti pawn, C was Carsten, according to the chat recommendations, and A was Anna. Thank you guys.
Okay.
We can also call it Anish, as some of the other users said.
Mantovani is saying that Giri is strong on defense, but he's a very weak positional player. How can you say he's a weak player? He's the number 4 or 5 of the world, man.
And he is the one who makes the least number of mistakes among all the players, perhaps including Magnus Carlsen. So I think we should all respect Anish's play a lot more.
And somebody's saying that I look like a twin brother of Russell Peters. You know who is Russell Peters? I have no
I
idea.
can Google it.
I have no idea.
Later in the break we will Google
The other day
it.
people were saying I am the actor of the Mummy. Today some guy. Okay.
Have some fans out there.
No. Probably this Russell Peters is. Okay.
Let's get back to chess.
Yeah, let's get back to chess. So
So you like G3?
I like G3. There's some nice ideas with Bishop G2, and then maybe, just maybe, push Fiona to the 4 row. Yeah. Rook E6. This looks so artificial, right? So Bishi putting some pressure here in this position. G3. I like this move. But
What to do with black? Because this position, like, if you don't do anything, then white will just improve the position with what you said. Bishop G2, threatening F4 at some point. Queen to D2 can also come. So
Yeah.
it's easier for white, for sure.
it's much easier for white. And for example, D5, this is just not possible. You just take, for example, with the pawn, I guess. And queen takes C3, just take with the pawn back, and then you are not on time to recapture E3 because you just take here. So
Yeah, if you cannot play that, then
they play. Fabiano played Rook E6, and now there is Bishop G2. It's really natural, and now you have a fianchetto bishop at the end of the day. F4 is coming. F4 and maybe F5 in some lines, or E5. Wow, looks really difficult position for Fabiano Caruana. Bishi Anand putting some pressure.
he could get +2 after 3 rounds. That's a really good result. If Vishy wins today, sole leader +2.
Yeah, imagine. So
Yeah.
Bishi with 2.5 out of
Vishy's
3.
on fire.
Bishi's on fire, yeah. For those who say, no, Bishi is done, is too old, you see?
He's the oldest player and the most experienced, so sometimes age doesn't mean anything bad, but the other way. He's got so much experience preparing for matches that he has the best preparation among all the players probably. And he might challenge Magnus Carlsen again.
Again and again and again.
Yes, until he wins.
Yeah, and the last time was not easy task for Magnus, so
Yeah,
Bishi,
exactly. What
always
could
dangerous
happen
player.
this time?
Bishi the king.
Yeah, it will be already this year in November in New York, the World Championship match. So let's see if it will be Vishy who will be there.
Of course, it's not over yet, this game. I mean, just a little plus for Bishi in this game. But what we mean is that Bishi is playing well and he's putting some pressure on his opponents. And yeah, just the first game there were some ups and downs between Bishi and Topalov. But yesterday, no troubles, no suffer against Levon with black. Yeah, Bishop G2, and now there is a direct threat. You want to go F4 and E5, for example.
That's very direct, so you
Yeah.
have to do something about it. Maybe move the queen first, and after F4 you can think.
Okay,
But
let's move the queen.
I don't know if F4 here, or you still prepare it with some other
Yeah,
moves. You can do actually whatever you want with white.
Yeah, F4 is natural. I don't know, it's not easy to play. Not easy. E5 can come, F5 can come, and then this pawn is hanging. I find this position extremely uncomfortable for black. I mean, if none of these tricks works, I don't think so. No, it's just no time. Now you can take back with the rook at the end of the day.
Yeah. Actually, it reminds me of a game that Vishy played against Magnus Carlsen in the World Championship match. But in that game, Magnus only needed a draw with white, and that was this D6 weak pawn. So he could have won that game, but since the draw was enough, maybe he was not that. He wanted to win, he was trying, but he did not play the best moves. And the game ended in a draw. Magnus Carlsen became a champion. But anyway, it's just the structure reminds me of that. And now it's Vishy playing with the white pieces against this backward D6 pawn. And the same motive, E5.
Yeah, and he already played Bishop G2. So he wants to push the F pawn. I think it's gonna do it. For example, Queen A5, there's also this A3. You can be patient in this position. You play A3, for example, so no weaknesses at all. Then you think, maybe King H2 first, and then F4 or Queen to D2 even. No, I think this is really uncomfortable for Fabiano. And Lawrence won't be happy. right now. He's
Where's
playing in the
Lawrence?
Bundesliga.
That's what I wanted to ask. Why
Yeah.
is he not here with us?
Yeah, he will be here at some point, but he's playing Bundesliga. And yesterday he managed to draw against Maxine Rothstein at 2,700 players. So
Good result for Lawrence. He learns from Fabi, it seems like.
yeah.
What is Fabi learning from him?
Yeah, would be. I think for Fabi would be great if Lawrence stays away from the board. Yeah. Okay.
I'm trying to see if there are any new questions from you guys in the chat. There's so many comments. There's so many of you here today with us. Thank you.
And there's
Thank you for
another
being here.
Indian user making a remark like it's not Vichy, it's Vichy. This is another Spanish, tradition, let's say. So we cannot differentiate between B and V, right? So
Yeah, for you it's the same.
For
In
us
Spanish language, it's when I moved to Spain, it was very difficult for me to understand why B and V are the same. But
it's just the same. So
and in
we are
Russian, it's
lazy.
the other way around because in Cyrillic, when you write a B, that's a V. I mean,
Yeah.
it looks like a B, but for them it's a V. So it's interesting what happens with B's and V's in the world. But today we are more focused on chess moves and not the linguistics. So
Yeah.
after A3, this position is very pleasant for Wishy. He might manage to win once again.
Yeah.
That would be incredible. Wishy on fire.
Vichy on fire, yeah. He's
And
playing
also
so well.
Swidler on fire.
Swidler?
At least maybe Swidler is not that much on fire, but Naka is making mistakes. And the Swidler takes advantage of it.
And Topalov helping a little bit.
Also, Topalov is not on
11.
fire. So we have two players now in the candidates, Veselin Topalov and Hikaru Nakamura, who are not in their best. And if they keep on making mistakes, all the other players will want to take advantage of those games. All the other players will want to beat them.
Yeah.
That's a bad feeling when you are an underdog, when you are doing a bad tournament and everybody wants to go and kill you.
It happened to me so many times, you know. So
I know that feeling too. I think the worst ever round robin tournament of my life was first I castled, 2 zeros, and then I long castle, so I had 0 points out of 5 rounds. Imagine that feeling, like everybody's beating you and everybody wants to play against you.
You just wanna go and cry, you know.
Yeah,
go home and cry.
I think I
Please.
cried. I don't remember.
It's really tough chess because you are the only guilty. If you lose, there you
Yes.
don't have a team to blame. You don't have a situation,
one
the
to
referee to blame. It's just you. You're just playing really terrible, and then you lose.
Exactly.
So who played H4? There's fire on the board. People are saying who played H4, and for me, taking a look on the boards, looks like the only one that can play. Oh, whoa, what's going on?
Which board? What's happening?
Okay,
Tell me.
I guess it should be in Vichy's board. So maybe
What
Fabiano
moves?
play H4.
H4. That's possible.
That's possible.
And that's why you said that you would capture on H4
Yeah,
and play G5.
I would take this guy because maybe it's G4, you can play G5. This is a kind of structure that Black is aiming for because there are a lot of weaknesses in the dark square.
And no more F4, so you prevent F4.
Yeah, so basically I would take, because this is just a pawn for free and I love pawns for free, and you have always this knight queen to
Exactly.
G5. You know, in case like for example, Black wants to go queen H5, then you can just go queen G5 and there's no problem.
Yeah, that's a pawn up and the D6 pawn is still weak. But I think it's very important what you said, that after H4 you don't want to go G4. So
Yeah.
strategically that's a move you don't want to play because of the F4 square and G5. Even though normally you don't want to push the pawns in front of your king, here it's so important to prevent F4, and even if white prepares it with, let's say, knight, I don't know, not knight E2, rook F1, some move to go F4, it doesn't help anymore because you will capture it and there will be no pawn attacking the queen on E5. So suddenly the queen on E5 is a very good piece.
Yeah, it's a really strong piece and the dark squares are really weak.
Exactly, so you cannot let this happen. That's why after H4 it's important to capture the pawn.
Yeah, so you have to capture the pawn, or you can think as well on going F4 directly. That's another possibility, and then G4. This is also really interesting, just to push your pawn storm here. Like, let's say, for example, queen C5 and G4. What's going on here? I also love this 3 pawns on the 4th row, all attacking each other. And then there are so many moves, like queen F2, taking on H4, F5, E5. Everything's coming, but maybe there is a trick here now.
Let's see, wow, bishop
Yeah.
takes. So if I take, then you wanna... What's your trick? Show me. Knight takes?
Knight takes, and now I'll just take.
Yeah.
And then what are you gonna do about it?
The queen is hanging. I cannot go rook takes e4.
Yeah, you're gonna
and
go
if,
because
if bishop takes,
d5, I guess.
then you go d5.
Or rook
No,
d8
but
first.
d5 not, because the rook would have been hanging on d8. Yeah, rook d8.
Yeah.
Is this working? Yeah.
For example, let's say now you want to take on
Yeah,
e4.
you threaten rook takes.
So for example, if king g2, I can take on e4, yeah?
The idea is rook takes, and queen takes e3.
Maybe you can take here with the queen, but yeah, rook takes e4, and then there's
queen
c2 bubble,
wins
yeah?
the rook.
So
wow, that's an interesting idea, this sacrifice on e4.
yeah, so we still don't know if, yeah, h4 is official, and bishop took on h4.
Okay, that's perhaps the best response. So there's no f4 and blundering knight takes e4.
Yeah, pawn for free, so you just take it, and then queen to g5. So Vichy, a pawn up, putting a lot of pressure to Fabiano. It would be interesting to know what is the time for both players, because we're still on move 28 and the time control is on move 40.
Can we just go and see Nakamura's Swidler, because
Yeah.
where is the pawn
Yeah.
up? I
Yeah.
think Peter is not a pawn up.
Okay, I have an idea here. What about knight h5? Just queen to... rook d5, yeah?
Woo! Bishop takes, rook takes, and then you win the knight. So there's two minor pieces for the rook.
Okay, so
Nice
knight
move,
h5
rook
is
d5.
not possible, yeah? So what's going on in Peter
I
game?
thought that Peter was a pawn up. Where is his pawn up?
He's not a pawn up.
Okay, his position is still good, but
Yeah.
why not pawn up?
Yeah, let's go with the moves. So he took, and then rook a7,
Knight e4, we saw this, and knight f6.
queen to b4, and then he took on b4. Yeah, that's reasonable. And knight to d7.
Yeah,
Okay.
but now the rook takes b6 wins back the pawn.
Rook takes b6. But still, I think this is a good position for black, because this pawn on a4 is too weak. And it's really easy to push this rook away. For example, let's say f4, yeah? But then
Avoid d5.
rook c7, it's really unpleasant for white. What are you gonna do? I mean, c4, you just lose the a4 pawn. And yeah, after rook c7, rook d3, you cannot play it because knight takes e4, and knight d1, you can play it, you keep the pawn, but it's too passive. So maybe you can play knight c4, f6, e5, bring your king to the center.
So you're saying that this is still a good way to cancel
Yeah,
black.
this is still, yeah, I think
And there
so.
was no way to keep the pawn.
Yeah, there was a way. For example, rook takes, and okay, this position.
But he didn't want the Naka's rook to be so active.
Yeah.
Now rook b6, for instance.
Yeah, or rook b8, rook b6.
So it's
Yeah.
a pawn up, but if you have to go rook a7, that's too passive. That's why Peter prefers to be more active and have material equality than have a pawn up with passive pieces.
Yeah, which is a reasonable decision.
Yeah, actually, it might be the best decision then.
Yeah. So actually, this means I think that Peter is winning a pawn anyway.
Knight c4, was that obligatory? I mean, no, I'm sure there are other moves, but
no.
maybe it's difficult for
Yeah,
white.
maybe it's
And-
difficult because rook c7 is coming.
Yeah, and if f4, rook c7, anyway, it's what you showed us.
Yeah, but after knight c4, knight d5, now this pawn is hanging, so there is a way to defend it, but after rook c7, still it's gonna fall. No, rook c7, knight takes c5, yeah? But knight c3, and then this pawn, there's no way to defend it, because rook d4 is not possible, because of knight d2, and you're losing.
So now this means once again trouble for Nakamura.
Yeah, this
But
means...
the position was unpleasant. We have to say once again that this is no blunder. It's just that the position after knight d5 was really unpleasant already.
I mean,
instead of knight c4, if he had played f4, as Peppa said, rook c7, and this is so difficult to hold.
yeah. No, the most probable situation is that you're gonna win these 2 pawns. White is gonna win this pawn, so you will have 4 against 3 in the same flank.
And you should try to hold that.
Yeah, and you can try to hold that, but Peter will play this for hours, for days if needed, for months. He'll try to win this position.
Well, tomorrow is a free day for them, so
Tomorrow,
he could have.
he can play for 25 hours, no problem. Okay.
Yeah, a5 is a very good move here, very important move. You fix the weakness, you fix this pawn on a4 so they cannot escape. You have to have the rook on d4, protecting this pawn all the time. Yeah, that's why this endgame is so annoying. And people are saying that they cannot see Vishy's game, and also they cannot see Topalov's game. What happened? Let's show
Vishy's
everyone
game?
the games.
Yeah, you can
Or
see.
maybe it's set on our website. You
On
cannot
our
see.
website, let's see. We have the games in our website, yeah. What's going on?
Maybe the updated moves are not there, or what do you refer to? Like you cannot see the games.
Yeah, okay. Anyway, people are asking if this is winnable for Peter's Builder. I think it's possible, but I think it's also possible that it will end up in a draw. This 4 versus 3 in the same flank with rooks. Of course, without knights, it's a draw. It's a draw, 4 versus 3. But with knights, there are many more tricks, and you can try. I mean, it's really difficult from the psychological point of view to defend this for hours or
Exactly.
all the time. So you have to be very precise. But yeah, Nakamura is able to do this in many cases. Yeah, we'll see.
But it's a pity for him that he has to try to hold with the white pieces too, because in the opening he was just fine, and then maybe he was too optimistic to go for this Queen H7 move, or which one was the mistake?
Yeah, let me just see, Pepe, what is not going on?
Well, what is not going on?
What is not going on, Anita?
I don't know what is not going on.
So it's a new way to say hello to somebody. Hey, what's not going on, right? So we have new moves. You were asking me something. Sorry, I always change the topic.
Yeah, I was just wondering what was the mistake
The
in Nakamura's position. When was the moment where he got this inferior position? Is it Queen H7?
Maybe it's Queen H7, yeah. Maybe it's Queen H7 after H5. This is really difficult.
Yeah, so what did he have to play instead?
I mean, it's a difficult position because this looks so scary. But maybe something like Bishop F1 or Bishop E2, defending just the D7 pawn, keeping the attention. Or even some move like Queen to E3. No, this just loses a pawn. But maybe Bishop E2, and then this should be around equal. Or Bishop F1, yeah? Bishop F1, for example. You can always play Queen E3 in case that you need it. Yeah, this should be more or less okay. So, yeah, maybe Queen H7. Let's go to Topalov game. Because it actually, they played a lot of moves. Okay, Bishop F1, we saw this. Rook D7 and F3. Only possible square, 2 possible squares, G5 and D6. He decided to go for D6, natural enough. Rook E1, yeah, this pin. But Queen F7, no trouble at all, yeah?
Well, there's this, if you want to take back one pawn, you have bishop takes a6, but what we were saying, if you give up the pair of bishops, then you don't even have, it's a pawn up still.
You mean here, yeah?
Yeah, maybe, but I don't really...
You have this
no, it's not
move.
even working, no,
Yeah,
sorry.
it's working, but...
I was trying to make it work, but...
Yeah.
No point. You should keep the bishops at least to
Yeah.
compensate for somehow for the material disadvantage.
So G5. G5 and Knight G2, I guess, only move. How you continue? You can play D4 at some point and then some knight to E5. Yeah, it's just terrible, the position. Yeah, Topalov probably is gonna lose this game. Aronian has, big advantage. Just doesn't have anything for the 2 pawns now. Just a bishop pair, but...
And I think some of you might wonder why G5 is a good move, because you are pushing a pawn in front of your king, but here there's no way to exploit this weakness of pushing G5. The knight is not very well placed on G2, and also if the knight goes to E5, pawn to D4, then we will block this diagonal, the long diagonal. So there's nothing going on against the F6 pawn or the king on G8.
Yeah. So, what else do we have? Vichy, what did you play? Yeah, G takes H4, no more development here.
Yeah, so we think that Vichy is probably winning. Then Aronian is also winning. And
okay, I would say that Vichy, I mean, the advantage of Aronian is much bigger.
Of course.
Than the advantage of
Vichy. But I think that Vichy can increase his advantage. So he has good chances of winning this game.
Yeah.
We are not saying that it's a decisive advantage, of course.
Yeah.
And Peter also has good chances. So Today there could be 3 decisive results.
Yeah.
Almost 4, because Anish also had a good chance with
This is
e4.
always nice, and to have decisive games and interesting games.
Exactly. This is such an exciting day today.
Yeah, so many crazy positions, ideas.
All the games were crazy.
Yeah. So, any development? No, no here, no here. Yeah, still waiting for some moves.
I will see if there are any new questions to us, opinions.
So, yeah, do we have any questions or Twitters?
No more tweets, no new tweets as far as I can see. But I will go through the chat and see if there are any questions by you guys.
And people are saying that engine is showing equal position in Peter's builder game. I don't think so. I think that you are gonna win these 2 pawns, and gonna be 4 versus 3. That maybe with really precise play it can end in a draw. But yeah, you have to suffer a lot in order to do this from the practical point of view. And who's your favorite player? People are asking who are our favorite players. Mine is Magnus. Yeah.
I think he's not playing.
I mean, they ask in general. I mean, from the candidates, I would say I like Fabiano and Vichy, both of them. Yeah, I love their styles. But my favorite player is Magnus. I like his capacity of playing for hours and hours, always trying to
Yeah,
to
no matter what's the position, no matter how drawish it is, he can just squeeze water out of stone. So that's really something that we appreciate in Magnus Carlsen's play. But in the candidates, I think we support many players. We support Peter Swidler because he's our colleague. I'm supporting Anish Gir because he's the husband of my best friend. And there are so many reasons we are supporting players. Who do you support?
Yeah. So where is Anand's advantage? I think this is a clear advantage. It's just a pawn out, even though it's a double pawn. It's just an advantage, of course, at the end of the day. And of course, this quick pawn on d6. Now there are some ideas with queen g5 and then just take this queen and take this pawn on d6. So it's, for me, it's more or less clear, but it's not that easy, of course. So there are some ideas, maybe queen e5 or something like this. Yeah. Who do you think can be a strong opponent in the few years? Wei Yi or Ding?
That's a good question.
All the Chinese players, yeah?
Yeah, I think Wei Yi, but yeah, Ding Liren is also incredibly strong. We will see how they do in the elite tournaments. Of course, they are already there. They both play, for instance, in Waikanze. But they have to get used to playing all these super tournaments, because if you want to be the number one, you have to play so often against the same players, and you have to be ready to constantly improve your repertoire and to put up with that pressure also. To face the same faces all the time.
I mean, this guy's just 16 years old, right? This Wei Ji.
Yeah.
I couldn't even talk at that time. Really?
Yeah, he's very young and very talented, already plays such a good chess. So he might be one of the biggest candidates for the World Champion's throne. In a few years, maybe we will see a World Championship match between Wei Yi and Magnus Carlsen, or who knows, if it's not Magnus Carlsen, who else can it be? Who will challenge Magnus Carlsen this November in New York?
Yep. It's in November, right?
Yes.
November,
We
New
will
York.
see what happens in this tournament. That will determine who is the challenger.
Yeah. So, no more moves. Let's go to Topalov. Yeah, Aronian. Yeah, this is just terrible. He played knight c4. He played knight c4 in this position, improving.
I like that move, because you are like, okay, give me one of your bishops.
Yeah, give me one of your bishops, and also you avoid this knight coming to some more active squares like e3 and f5 or something like this. There's just no weaknesses for Levon Aronian active pieces now. You can bring your other knight to c5. Yeah.
Some of you are saying that Anand is the Federer of chess. That could be, because Federer, I love watching Federer's matches. So, and Rishi, yeah, he's the oldest participant, but probably he's the best prepared, and he is just on fire. He might win his second game today. So that's a That's a good synonym for Anna.
Yeah, I mean, I'm more a fan of Rafa Nadal, you know?
I'm not. I'm a fan of
Rafa would
Djokovic.
be Rafa would be Magnus, yeah, always fighting.
No, Djokovic is Magnus.
Djokovic is Magnus. Okay,
Djokovic
yeah,
is the best.
okay. Yeah, Djokovic is number one actually now. So
And I just love his personality. He's so funny. He's such an entertaining person. He's always joking.
Yeah, that's true.
He's such a great tennis player, the best for me. And he, at the same time, he is hilarious. Like you cannot get bored seeing Djokovic.
yeah, that's completely true. Yeah, so matter of.
Some of you are saying that I could be the challenger of Magnus. I'm not sure I had a lot of chances against Magnus.
You can try next year. Try to qualify for the candidates. Yeah.
I played backhouse chess against Magnus and hand and brain. We played with Fiona.
Okay.
I was with Shakma Medjarov and Fiona teamed up with Magnus Carlsen and we won. So I can claim that in a team with Medjarov I managed to beat Magnus Carlsen, but I don't think that on a one-to-one game I would have any chances.
Yeah, it looks difficult. at least,
Unfortunately,
yeah.
but the hand and brain is fun. You should definitely try playing it one day with your friends. The rules are that one of the players is telling which piece to move, but just saying bishop, pawn, king, and the other has to move. So many times you don't think about the same moves at all, and that's when it gets funny.
Yeah. Okay, so there's some development in this game. So they played f4 and then give me your bishop. I don't want your bishop pair anymore. And of course, this is just 2 pawns up. No, I mean, of course, there's a little trick. Now you have to avoid f5. This would be losing a piece at this moment. But yeah, for example, I don't know, d4, for example, now f5 just doesn't make any sense because bishop d5. So for example, d4 it's good enough, or even g takes f4. Yeah. Or
Topalov won't be very happy after this game, and it will be so tough for him to come back after 2 losses. So tomorrow is a free day. It might help the players who lose today to recover, but it's not easy to forget these losses. Not at all. Sometimes you can't even sleep. You just think so much about how could I be so... And then you cannot sleep. You just can't think about the game. You can't stop thinking about the game.
yeah. And then next day you come, then you have to face another game with black pieces. To just, for example, for the case of Topalov.
Yes, it's
Not
tough.
easy.
Chess is really tough.
So he played bishop a3 in this position. Now maybe bishop a6. Maybe you have this intermediate move anyway. And then if you take here, I just take here, just 2 pawns up anyway. Bishop a3 was played. Aiming to, of course, if you do nothing, for example, just you can even take this guy here on g2. Yeah, so simplifying making the position without less pieces is always a good idea when you are up in material. So
Yeah, unfortunately for Topalov, this position doesn't have much to compensate for the 2 pawns down. Are there any new moves in the other games? In Vichy's game after g takes h4.
Vichy game, we don't have any updates, sadly.
G takes h4 and Peter's game?
Peter's game, we don't have any developments as well.
We have to wait for the new moves. So in the meantime, I will see if there are any comments, if you guys want to ask any other questions to us.
I like this question for you. Are you a professional player? Because actually I also don't know.
Me, I'm a semi-professional player because I play for the Hungarian Olympic team, and this year there is an Olympiad in Baku. So we have many training sessions. Actually, I won't be here in the second half of the candidates tournament commentating because I have a training camp with my teammates.
Okay, cool.
So we do take it very seriously, but of course I cannot train as much as these guys do. And also I'm here commentating. I'm recording video series 2 for Chess24. We have a Carlsen trilogy with Sopiko. We are working on that right now. And I also work for the Hungarian TV, so I'm quite busy.
Okay.
What about you, Pepe?
I was never a professional.
Never?
Never.
So you just become a grandmaster because it's your hobby to be a
No,
grandmaster?
it's not my hobby. I played many tournaments in my life, but I always had my main focus in the university and my job now. So, but yeah, I do many stuff. Yeah, so that's why I don't do any of them properly. You know?
Come on, being a grandmaster and not having that much time for chess, I think that's really something.
Nothing. All right, so What was another question I saw there? Yeah, would be boring for you guys to see another Magnus Vichy match.
That's a good question.
I mean, I would say I mean, if he wins the candidates, he deserves to go for this match. And Anand is always a tough opponent, even if he plays against Magnus Carlsen.
Exactly.
I would never think it's gonna be easy for Magnus.
And this time, psychologically, it should be a lot easier because when Vichy was the world champion, challenged by Magnus Carlsen, that was the worst match for Vichy. Then in the next one, when Vichy was the challenger, he was already doing better. Maybe a third chance. The third match would turn the tables.
Yeah, we never
Who
know.
knows? Who knows?
Oh, Anna, and we have a development in Spilder and Nakamura's game. You see, as we were predicting, like these pawns have disappeared. So rook takes, knight takes, and now this pawn is not possible to defend it because rook d4 runs into knight e2 check. So king g2 and knight takes e4, and this is the kind of position that
This
Peter,
is what you were saying, 4
Yeah.
against 3, but there are knights on the board, so it's not just this drawish rook endgame, but we'll see if it can be won with the knights.
yeah.
It's funny how the knights are all on a5 and a4. You need some time to get those knights back to some active square like knight on d5, and knight on e4, knight in the center.
Yeah, they'll be back for sure to the
Definitely.
action, but yeah, the Spilder will play this until tomorrow, I think. At least he will try hard to win this endgame. Should be, I'm not sure what to say. I mean, maybe with very precise play should be a draw, of course. But it's very unpleasant to face it with white pieces, like 4 more hours to go or 3 more hours to go, I don't know. They get 50, they already passed the time control, so they already got 50 more minutes. So you have at least 2 hours more to go with this unpleasant position, so let's see.
Yeah, it was important to make the time control. As you guys know, first the players start with 100 minutes until move 40. You have 30 seconds increment from move 1, but besides that, 100 minutes for 40 moves, and after 40 you get another 50 minutes, and after 50, and after move 60, 15 minutes. So the games can be very, very long, and this will be the longest today.
Yeah, this will be the longest for sure. And some more new moves in Vichy's game. Rook, we were here after g takes f4, rook d e8, and he played here bishop f3.
Let's see what's the idea.
Help me to understand the move, Anita.
Do you want to
please.
go bishop g4, or where are you heading, or just simply bishop f3 to go king g2? And no, and I don't think so. Maybe just avoid knight h5.
Yeah, maybe in some positions to avoid knight f5 could be interesting. Yeah, maybe you want to go as well queen to d2. That's possible. Maybe if you want to go queen to d2 directly, now you have, oh sorry,
d2.
queen to d2, yeah. Sorry, maybe queen to d2. This allows some kind of knight h5 now, because now there is no rook d5. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Because the idea, maybe some of you haven't seen it, when Pepe showed this beautiful trick. Well, it's not a trick, it's a motive. Knight h5, rook d5. You sacrifice the rook, but at the end you win this knight on h5, so 2 minor pieces for the rook.
Yeah.
And also a pawn, so that's a very good position for
Yeah.
white. But after placing the queen on d2, we don't have this motive anymore. So if he plays queen d2 here, knight h5, no
Interesting.
more rook d5, the rook from d1 cannot capture on d5. That must be the explanation. So
Yeah.
the bishop on f3
Maybe.
prevents possible knight h5.
Yeah, and also prepares you to maybe for a possible future attack, like some king h1 and rook g1, followed by pawn h5. Yeah, because it looks like Caruana cannot do anything. I mean, cannot make any progress with his pieces. He cannot go d5. He has to be taking care of this d6 pawn. After some queen to d2, he should be, I mean, prepared for this threat on d6. So,
And Kid Gupta is saying that Anna and Jose, you guys are made of steel. No pause, no coffee, no break, no stop commentating. Many kudos to you. Hats off. Thank you. Thank you for appreciating our work. We try to do our best for you guys, and we try to make this broadcast as enjoyable as possible.
yeah, we'll die maybe, but that's another
But it's
issue.
for you.
Yeah, that's
It's all for you.
We don't have to care about this, yeah? I see. Maybe the idea is also of rook d8 or rook de8 is now queen to g5 doesn't threat to take on e5 anymore because you can just take back with the pawn.
The rook is not pinned on d8.
Okay. So he played a5. And he wants to create some kind of counterplay here with b5 and b4, maybe. Of course, this kind of position, if you play something like not knight, not pawn to d5, this would be really nice move anyway, yeah? Just but if you play this kind of knight to d5, this is something that you don't, even though if you don't win this a pawn or something, this knight can be really strong bishop, this bishop with a pawn on d5.
Yeah, now that wouldn't be a good bishop. The d5 pawn blocks your bishop, so try not to do that. I mean, not such an active bishop now either with the pawn on e4, but we want to win the pawn on d6 at some point, and the bishop is defending our pawn.
Now the question is, should I allow just this b5? I mean, something like a3 and b5, b4. That's something I would love to have in this position. Because now this b5 pawn is also fixed and could be a weakness in the future, right? Yeah, this I also like this kind of idea. So maybe a3, just a3 here, and if b5, just b4, and then yeah, the position is quite interesting. So black cannot do actually anything. No knight h5, cannot go d5. Just has to wait. Sorry.
Just a moment. We'll see if we have any new questions. And
yeah, people don't get aggressive in the chat. I see some people there getting crazy.
Yeah, I think it was because of your question. If you would like to see Vichy challenging once again Magnus Carlsen, some of you are completely against it, and some of you are totally for it. So yeah, I think there are two groups of people. It really divides chess fans in the world whether he should challenge Magnus Carlsen again or not.
It just was a question of opinion. If he's the best in the candidates, why he's not? I mean. Why cannot he play for the match, yeah?
For sure he would do better this time.
Yeah.
But I also understand those of you who want to see a
something
younger challenger
different, yeah?
and somebody new, because we have already seen two matches between Vichy and Magnus Carlsen, so I understand also the people who want to see a new face.
Yeah, that would be interesting as well. Some Fabiano Caruana or Aronia, anybody, actually.
After bishop f3 in Vichy's game,
yeah.
Fabiano went for a5.
Yeah.
And a4.
a4.
Yeah, a5, a4.
a4. This actually, well, I'm not so sure about this move. a4. Okay, stops b5, but also it's kind of a weakness in the future. He went for queen c5 here.
Yeah, and queen f4.
Queen f4. Yeah, now what?
Now the pawn is hanging, that's for sure.
Now the pawn is hanging. What are you gonna do? Maybe queen to e5 again.
Could be.
Could be, yeah.
And we never really want to capture on e5 because that would mean that the pawn could capture on, take back on e5, and that means that there's no weak pawn anymore. Although the d file, well.
Yeah, some rook c4 and then rook c5 maybe is a threat. Still
e5.
is a pawn up, yeah.
Perhaps that's why he wanted to push a4 just to fix the e5 pawn. But I understand that you were worried because this a4 pawn is on a light square. Black has a bishop on c6, so we can never move the knight away or the rook away. We have to protect this pawn on a4.
Yeah, what about rook takes e5? Now this pawn is also a target. So for example,
that's also
rook
an
takes,
option if he can exchange the e pawn for the d pawn.
Yeah, so for example, knight takes, bishop takes.
No, this would possibly lead to a draw.
Yeah, this would possibly lead to a draw, yeah. So, yeah, queen e5 was played, I think, and Bishop played queen to e3. Or not? No. Bishop f3 and a5, a4 you said, queen c5 and queen f4. This is what we have on the board,
Queen
yeah?
f4, I think that's the position right now.
Okay. I guess he will go for queen e5 and then this important moment. Queen to d2. Queen to d2 and now you want to take on c5. But the question is, at the end of the day, when you take on d6, this pawn on e4 is hanging. So this could lead to some draw at the end of the day. For example, let's say you do anything, king f8. And now rook takes d6. For example, knight takes e4. But I'm wondering if some kind of plan with bishop g2 and f3 first. But yeah, this bishop g2 always allows knight h5 and A lot of counterplay there.
Maybe this h4 was the most unpleasant for white, so perhaps Fabiano once again is defending like an engine. He pushed h4, giving up that pawn, but these double pawns on the h5 don't really mean advantage. What white could try to do was what Papa was saying, this queen g5 move, but if we can never threaten to capture on e5, because the e4 pawn will also fall, then I'm not sure that we achieve anything after queen g5.
I think the key is here to take with the rook.
To take on e4 and have active counterplay.
Yeah. Now you just want to capture on e4 in the next move. So, and rook e1 is just too passive. d5 is coming. d5 is coming in this case. So not so easy. I think you have to go here if you exchange for this endgame. My feeling is should be a draw at the end of the day.
Maybe. I was really hoping that Vishy could win today because
Vishy is, I mean, he will try to keep some pieces on the board for sure. So this kind of position. So maybe I don't see any way to improve now. I mean, let's just analyze this variation. So knight takes e4, knight takes, rook takes, and queen takes here, and rook takes. What about this endgame?
If I had an idea.
Maybe king g2. What's going on in this endgame, guys? I think...
Well, the rook is more active and we have this extra pawn, doubled pawns and weak pawns, but the rook is really active. That matters a lot in rook endgames. That's the only piece you have besides the king. So active rook, and now white has a very active rook. I like king g2 because in case of bishop takes f3, king f3, and so your king becomes active as well, protecting important squares like e4, so there's no rook e4 coming. Maybe he can try to win this.
Yeah, maybe he can try to put some pressure in this endgame. Should be maybe a draw with precise play, but not so sure. Not so sure. So, any development, any questions, any Twitter?
I see you guys talking about Swidler's game. Some of you have said that the more you look at Swidler's position, the more you like it. So that's good news for Peter, but it's gonna be a very long game.
Wow, and Fabiano played rook e5, right? Right? That's what I saw there.
Rook e5. Oh,
so
then
after queen f2, rook e5, yeah? Rook e5. The first question is, what happens if you take on d6?
he
Again,
wants to capture on e4.
again, this pawn is hanging, yeah? This pawn is hanging. Yeah, you can take this guy. And suddenly, it could be even scary. I don't know. So takes, and I don't know. Yeah, this position, I don't understand it pretty well. I find it that, okay, with precise play should be okay for white, but yeah, you have also to take in account that your king is weak. So, rook e5, how to proceed with white here? It's not so clear for me. It's not so clear.
I wish we could find a way to somehow improve the knight, but you can't just maneuver around because the e4 pawn will always be weak, so it's not easy either with white. I think for black, the defense after h4, suddenly white's position was not that easy anymore. If he did not play h4, if we can go back to the position just for a moment, because that's the moment where I really liked white's position after bishop g2. You threaten f4, and the pawn is always weak on d6. So perhaps Fabiano managed to find the best defense, giving up this h-pawn.
Yeah, what I like about this move is that you always have this possibility of activate your knight.
And you have weakened the white's pawn structure on the king side. There are weaknesses. The f4 square is weak, and the pawns, this h4 pawn, which is a pawn up, but it's a weak pawn.
Yeah, so nice this defensive resources by Fabiano. Well, so queen f4, rook e5. I just want to think if there is a possibility of improving my position. Maybe just king to h2, rook 1 to d2, and then what? And then what?
And what will black do? Will you just move back and forth with the rook?
That's why I wanted to play a3 before. Because with a3 you can always have this possibility of going b4 and then just not allowing the queen to be there on c5.
funny arrow from c5 to f4.
Yeah, again. It would be nice, yeah, to move a pawn here to f4, yeah. But
yeah, so you want to push b4 just to
Yeah.
avoid these kind of queen c5
I want to go
moves.
b4 just to remove some squares for the black queen. And then just continue my improving of the pieces. I don't know how, but just...
And maybe a4 was inaccurate because he loses the option of playing b4. Even though this position, who knows if it's enough for a full point. It's an advantage, but we just don't know how much this advantage is.
Okay, and Spilder went for g5 in this position.
Of course, you should start pushing those pawns.
Yeah, you have to push your pawns and just to... Yeah, I don't know how to... What I was gonna say. Yeah, of course you have to come for the white king at some point. Maybe just f5, king f6, just g4 and h4. Yeah, it's really unpleasant for white, this kind of position.
In Vishy's game after rook e5,
Vicious game. Sorry,
there was
sorry, I have to go for... Just I have to put the moves again. Queen c5 and here.
Oh, I think then we should use the other board. If you have it there or you don't.
No, I don't.
Okay, we'll reconstruct it very quickly and then we are ready to go. So
a4, a5, a4.
yeah, queen c5, queen f4.
Yeah, rook e5.
Yeah, and here rook 1 to d3.
Rook 1 to d3.
Rook 8 to e6.
Rook 8 to e6.
And king h2. But they are playing very fast. They must be short on time. And they still have to make it to 40. So
yeah,
that's also a chance here for Vishy if Fabiano is short on time. The only problem is that if you can repeat moves with black, imagine he can go rook e8, rook e6, rook e8, rook e6. Can you do that?
yeah, I can. You wanna go rook d6? Now there is this nice idea. Maybe doesn't work. No, you can take on e4. Yeah, but maybe bishop g2.
Where do you want to go?
I want to go
play
to
rook
g3 at some point, but there's always this knight h5 is so annoying.
Yeah, it is. It's because of this h4 push. It was
But
a good move.
maybe I want to go remove my queen here. It's possible or not? Now can you take on e4? No, just a piece for free. Just a piece for free, yeah. So bishop g2, sorry, bishop g2. My idea, okay, if you go knight h5, then I just go to e3 or d2, and then maybe f4 is coming, then yeah, something like this. And if you don't go knight h5, my idea would be, for example, to go queen to e3 at some point, and then f4, just trying to push Fiona. So maybe this is a plan, just to bishop g2 and then stop controlling h5, but maybe that's the idea, just remove those two pieces and play f4. Because this pawn is untouchable, because you lose this e4 pawn in all the cases.
I think what happened after, there was no rook e8, but instead Fabiano played queen b6.
So, queen b6. Okay, yeah, that's pretty solid. Now my question is, what happens if I take on d6? Of course, now it's not a good idea, because the f2 pawn is hanging.
Fiona.
Fiona is hanging. You will take Fiona. Yeah.
The b2 pawn might be hanging too. Is it hanging right now? I mean, is black threatening to capture there, or are there any tricks?
Yeah, I think you can capture it, because later you will be able to capture the f2 pawn.
If you can capture there with check, then that's certainly good.
Nah,
So what do you do with the b2 pawn? You go
Just
back with the rook d2.
Yeah. Queen c5, let's say.
Yeah. And here, maybe this bishop g2, queen e3, as you said, try to play for Fiona 4.
Yeah, because, for example, let's say you stay in the same position.
Okay. Oh, but
Okay,
they are playing very fast. It was rook d2, queen d8. Yeah, Fabiano is short
queen
on
d8.
time.
Queen d8.
Yeah,
Really?
Fabiano, short on time, played queen d8. Is it a
Okay.
mistake or is
No,
it just normal?
it's just-
yeah, everything
okay.
is still under control.
Okay. What's its idea?
I think he wants to go to e7, and from there, like all the black pieces would be attacking the e4 pawn.
Yeah. So let's say,
That's an interesting maneuver.
can we go something like h5 here?
What's your plan?
My plan is just, I just want to go h6. And my idea is, if you take here, I just take, and then the d6 pawn is hanging.
Yeah. So exchange the doubled h pawns for this d6 pawn. That would be a good trade.
Yeah, that would be a good trade, I think. Still, it's not clear.
The white king is quite
It's
open.
quite. So people say h5 is coming. Maybe h5 was already played.
I
No.
don't know. I cannot see that
And
move yet.
the thing is, you go queen to e7. Okay, maybe now there is a nice trick. Now knight to d5, and then if
Ooh,
you
the
take,
rook would be trapped on
yeah,
e6.
you take with this guy, he takes d5, and then you see we have troubles here.
So what can you do here? Is
you
it
ha-
bad already?
You have to go back. You cannot take with the knight either because he takes d5 wins the
fork.
piece. Whoa.
So you have to move the queen.
Yeah, you have to go queen d8, for example. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe takes on f6.
But already this would be a big progress from in comparison to the
bishop,
other position.
Yeah.
So wow, this could be. What happens after h5 then? Is it the best move?
Let's say we don't do anything. Let's say we do bishop g2. Now that the queen is here,
e7 or knight h5?
knight h5.
could.
Now you play slow because queen takes h4 is coming, yeah? So, guys are asking me if I can update time of the clock. People are saying here
We
that
don't know the time
20
exactly.
minutes for Bishi and Bishi with B and Fabiano 7 minutes.
Oh, well, that's not 7 minutes for how many moves? They still have to make 6 moves?
6 moves.
That's not so much. You have to think a lot in this position, especially if Vichy goes for h5. The position is really complicated.
Yeah, how was the line that we were checking? Yeah, queen to d8 now. Queen to d8. Yeah, okay, queen to d8. People are saying it's possible to play bishop g2. The thing is, actually, again, there are troubles with the e4 pawn. So after h takes, you cannot defend this h4 pawn. I mean, the h4 pawn is hanging after queen takes. Sorry. Queen d4. Now rook g6. It could be even dangerous for white. I mean, son f5 later. This bishop is a little monster. So bishop g4. I wouldn't play this.
I think you created a new trend by mixing B with a V.
People
so
are saying-
Vichy should move his bishop.
Bishop, yeah. So,
Not an easy position, especially since they don't have much time. Okay, Vichy has, according to you guys, 20 minutes and Fabiano 6 minutes. So let's see if he can defend it. Now, of course, it is black who has to play very precise here.
yeah, it's a really tough position for black with just 7 minutes. This h5 looks interesting. So let's say black doesn't do anything. So for example, queen to b6, you just want to go h6. And then after g6, I don't know. Now maybe these ideas with bishop
It's
g4
just
are
that
interesting.
if the pawn is already on h6, that's like scary.
Yeah, that's very scary. So
Let's see if it will happen. He
So-
played instead of h5, he went for queen g3. That's
Queen to-
also interesting.
queen to g3. What's going on? I cannot take that guy on e4.
I guess his idea is that he will capture on d6 afterwards, or how is it?
I mean, her idea is if you take with the knight, what's going on here? You take.
Take everything and at the end you take on...
Whoa, Fiona
Fiona
wins the game.
Fiona 4 wins a piece. Fiona 4. Wow, that's a beautiful move.
Fiona wins the game.
You have to be very careful here with black. So, instead of this, can you go then bishop takes first, or it doesn't change a thing?
It changes because now when you take with the knight, you threat
It's
the
a
queens,
threat.
yeah?
So, bishop takes, knight takes. If we exchange everything, rook takes at the end, and rook d6.
Well, this looks like a draw.
Hmm.
This looks like a draw. Maybe
Equal
queen.
pawns and no mate threat, no checks. I mean, we have rook, not even rook d8. We don't have a check. So yeah, this could lead to a draw.
This could lead to a draw, yeah, but we don't want to see any more blunders. I mean,
Well, there
knight
could
takes
be.
e4. It's a big blunder that probably Fabiano is not gonna play. But you guys see, after knight takes, bishop takes now f4. Boom! Winning just immediately the game because it's just a piece up.
It's so important not to calculate just like in automatic autopilot mode, because if you just say capture, 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 you miss moves like this.
Capture, capture. How is this? Capture, capture, capture. I like this. Yeah.
Like when you take something and you automatically think about the recapture, many times you miss intermediate moves like F4.
Yeah.
But we don't think that Fabiano will miss it. It's just for us in general.
Yeah, for bad players like us, yeah. Let's go maybe where?
I think we should wait for his move because he has like 5 minutes left.
Yeah,
and
we should stay here in this position, yeah?
This is the moment where he can either make a mistake or equalize.
Equalize completely again after bishop takes e4. So, some new hashtag, yeah?
Hashtag
Baboom.
Baboom.
Yeah.
You guys should create that hashtag. I think maybe it could be a new game to count how many times Pepe says boom or baboom during a day's commentary.
Yeah.
What do you think? How do you estimate the number
Probably
of
like
times?
30 or something, right? Per day.
We could make a bet about that. You guys want to know how many times Pepe says boom or baboom? Hashtag baboom.
So Ando, the user Ando, is saying bishop e4 found by Fabi.
Yes, Fabiano, nerves of steel, he calculates very well and very precise, so he of course found the right way to play, and that will lead to a drawish position, unfortunately for the fans of Vichy.
Yeah, is it played?
I think yes. According to you guys in the chat, it was bishop takes e4.
Yeah, bishop takes e4. So, if nothing strange happened after massive exchanges, this will lead to a completely equal position. So you see here a lot of pieces in 4 moves, there won't be any. Just a queen and a rook.
And it's almost forced, because what do you do if not capture?
Yeah, you have to capture here. You have to capture. And here again.
Yeah, actually bishop takes, knight takes already on the board.
Already on the board, now rook takes. And yeah, now
I guess so.
I mean, everything more or less transposes. Now rook d6, and then queen h4 again.
Yeah, rook takes. It's all happening very quickly.
So these are great news for Fabiano. Still, he didn't lose any game. Holding.
He defended a very tough position.
Yeah, just short on time. He took on d6, rook takes.
Rook takes, and now I guess queen takes h4.
Yeah. And after queen takes, we need to analyze this a little bit. Queen takes, and of course now, for example, rook b6 or rook d8. Let's say rook b6 looks more natural. You can just take on a4 and rook b7. This is a dead draw. This is a dead draw.
Yes, unfortunately for Vichy. Before he had a promising position, but we should say that the advantage was not much. It was just very nice looking with this d6 backward pawn. But h4 seems to be a very precise defensive resource that Fabiano has found, after which the position was not easy at all. How could he have improved with white? The position Vichy, we don't really know.
Yeah. So, Peter's builder trying to put some pressure on Nakamura. People are saying if Nakamura's game is a theoretical draw, what do you think?
Who will win today?
No, if it's a theoretical draw, this 4 versus 3 with knights. It's not a theoretical draw.
No, it's not. It's just simply difficult to win, but Svidler will try, as Pepe said, he will try until tomorrow, forever, for many hours, and Nakamura has to be very precise in the defense. And what about Aronya's game? Because he was 2 pawns up, and I'm afraid that he's still 2 pawns up. I'm afraid for all the fans of Topalov in the world that Topalov might be losing today again.
So draw agreed between Vichy and who? And Fabiano Caruana.
Somebody should tweet this
quote
by.
So a draw agreed by Vichy and Fabiano, yeah.
By whom?
By whom? Yeah, I just forgot. This is how I roll.
I think we need a break.
No. No.
Let's just go back to the moment where Fabiano played h4 because I think that was a critical moment. Thought that this position was really nice for white, and it is nice.
Yeah, it's very nice. Okay.
But maybe after h4, if black doesn't go h4, let's just say that white has so many plans. f4, where do you go with the queen? Then queen d2, attacking the pawn on d6. Okay, of course, you always have to pay attention about the e4 pawn, not to give it up for the d6 pawn, but this is a very pleasant position. But after h4, that's a pawn sacrifice, which destroys white's pawn structure, and there's always this knight h5 move in the air.
Yeah.
And f4 is not that dangerous anymore because suddenly the white king could be like really, really exposed.
Yeah. So let's say, for example, rook d8, f4, then for example just queen c5, and then you have a lot of trouble in this diagonal, a lot of pressure in this pawn, some ideas with knight h5 in the air. Yeah, so really interesting and nice resource, defensive resource from Fabiano Caruana in order to keep active possibilities for his pieces.
Exactly, he didn't want to defend passively, but he found this h4 sacrifice, and perhaps that was the best way.
Yeah. So, should we go to Topalov and Aronian game?
Definitely, we should.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
King g7. So what happened before?
so bishop h3, a4, and then he played h6.
Of course, white is trying to do something because you have to create counterplay.
Yeah.
You have 2 pawns down, you need to do something. But it's just objectively, I managed to pronounce it,
Yeah.
not enough. It cannot be.
So, what? I am the best to say, Jose, you are only 28 years old. What? Do you look like a 40 years old guy or what? All right, so b5, knight d7. He wants to go to this nice square.
You guys in the chat are amazing. You make our day really, really entertaining.
Yeah. So queen f2 and knight to f5. Queen f3 was played and king to g7. Yeah, 2 pawns up. Yeah, he is playing slowly. Levon Aronian making sure that he's gonna convert this advantage. I cannot say how to create counterplay here with white pieces. I don't see any way.
It's just 2 pawns down, and objectively there's no counterplay for it. Of course, we are humans, the players are humans, there can always be mistakes, so we cannot say that this is completely winning for black. But if everything goes normal, Aronian will win this game. And will be on +1. Join the leaders, because Karyakin has drawn, Vichy has drawn. So +1 means the leadership now.
Yeah, that's true. And none of these moves like g4 works here. You have always this intermediate move, bishop takes g2, and then just move your knight with a clear advantage. Yeah.
So it's a pity for Topalov because in the opening he was fine, and then maybe he was too optimistic giving up this pawn. The first pawn sacrifice was interesting, but the second pawn...
No, I think he just missed the combination.
We think that he blundered.
Yeah.
Let's show once again the critical moment, because giving up one pawn was interesting, but here he should have taken on d5, and then the pair of bishop compensates for the pawn, we think, because it's a very open position, fianchetto bishops, the long diagonals, and it's not easy at all to win this with black. There's a pawn up, but with such strong bishops, it's not easy. You have to be careful about the g7 square, for instance, all the time.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's fully compensated, but of course.
It's something for sure.
It's something for sure. You just have to take a look on these guys. So...
But instead, he blundered. He thought that after rook d1 you cannot capture on e4, and it's not true, because there's an intermediate move, knight takes e4, and in case of bishop takes, queen f6, and this is perhaps what Topalov missed.
Yeah. Now double attack to the bishop and the rook. You just have to defend this rook or move it, and then in the next move you just take this guy back.
Exactly. Unfortunately for Topalov, this should mean another defeat. It won't be easy for him to recover.
Yeah, just one draw and two. He lost 2 games, yeah?
He will be on -2, the only player with -2.
Wow. Well, Nakamura can join him.
Yeah, we'll see. But Nakamura has more chances of surviving than Topalov.
Yeah, of course, yeah. Nakamura, I mean, this is, anyway, it's tough to defend. But yeah, there are many more possibilities for him. So how do you continue here with black? That's a big question. What do you do next? I mean,
Sorry, Pepe, but
yeah.
you are already tweeted that your quote. It's the quote of the day.
Yeah.
Draw agreed between Vichy and who?
Between Bishi and who? Yeah. That's true. What can I do? That's how I roll.
This is how to become famous. Now you will be a star, Pepe. Everybody
Yeah,
will quote you.
Sure, yeah. All right, so
After King of 6, as we said, this is going to be a very long game where Peters will try to convert his pawn advantage into something more than a draw. So we will see if he can get the full point from this position. Not easy,
yeah.
but not impossible.
And what do you think? Like, Peter has played Bantamblitz with many of our users in chess anymore. If imagine he wins the candidate, imagine he wins the world champion. So there will be a lot of people who have played against him.
Exactly.
So
For
this
us,
is amazing,
if
yeah.
Peter
We think
becomes
this is
the
normal to play Bantamblitz here against these guys all the days, but it's not. You know?
Yeah, actually.
It's number 10 of the world, yeah. So,
one of the best players with a very good chance to become a candidate if he wins today.
so just become premium.
It's
yeah?
just such prestige to play against him. So when next time you see the announcement about Peter Svidler's Bantamblitz, think about this, that he is one of the best players in the world and you can play against him if you play here on Chess24.
Yeah. My question, Anita, how do you continue with black pieces? Tell me a plan.
I don't have like an exact plan. All I know is that I should keep on improving the pieces. The problem is that you can't move the rook away as long as you have the knight on c3. Okay. So you want to move the knight first. Where do you place the knight?
Your black knight, you mean?
Yeah.
You're on d5,
I'm
probably,
thinking
yeah?
about always the black pieces. d5, yeah, but imagine you can place it wherever you want. Where would you place it? It's still d5, or I was also thinking about the d4 square that I like.
Okay. There's something I wouldn't do it. I mean, I wouldn't put all these pawns straight away in the fifth row.
You have to be careful about the checks from the side.
Because some rook can come here and then could cut you from coming to active squares. So
it's good to have one on e6, just covers the king, and the rest you can push, but careful about the pushes because you don't want to go and exchange all those pawns. You want to have as many as possible. And yeah, let's see what's the best setup for the pieces. Maybe I would be happy with the knight on d4 and the rook on c2.
Yeah. I'm thinking as well of another idea. So I would love to have this knight on d5, then play something like g4. But I don't know. So g4 probably white should take. Because otherwise, if he plays h4, there are some nice ideas with f4, trying to break the pawn chains. Yeah? But I don't know if after g4 I manage to do something. So let's say, for example, rook b3 or something like this, knight to d5. Yeah, you want to bring this rook to c2.
Yeah, that's very tempting. So we should...
For example, rook b2. And now how to continue. Not easy.
You're saying that if g4...
Yeah, if g4, I think you have to
take it, because if you go h4, then f4 could be unpleasant.
Yeah, could be.
And I agree that this would be... You cannot let black push this pawn to f3. If here, white cannot... he should capture on f4 perhaps, because f3, that pawn... I mean, now there will be mate threats all the time against white's king. Or you have to go to h2 with the king, and that means that your king is so passive. You're playing without a king. At endgame, you need a king. You cannot just leave it on h2 and pray.
You need a king in your life. Yeah. Another idea would be to play something like rook c3 and then h4. Something like this.
Yeah, and play for this knight f4 check in case of g takes h4.
And then if you take on h4, there will be always a weakness on h3, and this knight could jump to f4.
That's true. I like this idea. There are many plans here.
Yeah, there are so many plans here that you can try. Okay, they already played. Rook a3 is played, and now I guess something like knight d5 is really not okay. King f6, no. Rook a3, king f6, and we're still on this position. So many ideas. I don't see any other clear plan. You want to put the knight on d4, but then I prefer the knight on d5 because it's well supported by e6 pawn, and also aim to go to some nice squares like f4 or e3 at some positions.
Yeah, I like now your idea more because of the knight f4 jumps. I did not pay attention to that. I thought that from knight d4, if I go then g4 and I want to have a control of the f3 square, but now I like this knight d5 and possibly a jump to f4 after h4. So I think that Peter will go for it. He will push he will play this position for hours and he might manage to win it if Nakamura is not precise. And we know, unfortunately, that he's not in his best. Yesterday he blundered, he miscalculated. So who knows, maybe Peter can win this.
So still 2 games to go. So Spilder and Aronian pushing and putting some pressure on Topalov and Nakamura. 2 draws already agreed by Bishi, Caruana and Giri Karjakin.
But those games were so exciting too, so today
Yeah.
I think nobody can say that chess is boring.
Nobody can complain today, yeah? I don't want to hear complaints today.
Yeah, very exciting chess. We love to see the players fight this much. So thank you to all the candidates.
Yeah, and another interesting plan noted by Sandlerner here. He says that another interesting plan should be knight to d5 and rook h7 and h4. Yeah,
That's also interesting, so you can capture with the rook on h4.
This is certainly interesting. I would prefer to do it with my rook on c3, for example, instead of h7. Looks like a more active square. For example, knight d5 at some, so rook b3, knight d5. The thing is like white should cover the 7th rank. So after rook b2, something like rook b3, and then try to go this h4.
People are saying that things are happening in Aronia's game. Topalov is winning. What's going on? I don't think Topalov is winning, but
Topalov is winning? No.
We should definitely check what's happening because they haven't reached yet move 40, and that's when you get more time.
No.
I think they are in time trouble.
How are you gonna win this game with white
No,
pieces?
I think that was just a bluff. But it's certainly still an interesting position. Objectively, not much for the 2 pawns, but in time trouble, who knows?
Yeah.
If he could maybe blunder, what can he blunder here with black? G4 is
G4 is not possible because, I mean, just bishop takes
takes
G2.
and then knight h4 is in the air too. No,
Yeah.
it's not so easy to blunder here with black. That's the main problem.
I mean,
for
I can blunder with black and white and red and green pieces all the time, but these guys, I don't think so.
It's not easy to make a mistake here with black.
So, G4 by Nakamura, people are saying.
But
G4?
what G4?
No.
Nakamura?
No, that cannot be true.
I
G4?
think so.
So, King F6 and now G4. People are saying in the chat. G4. Really? What's here? The idea is that, there is this trick. Okay, there is this trick. If F takes, rook takes C3, rah, bah, 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 winning on the, not winning, probably not winning, but a draw.
Winning a piece and saving the day for sure. So that's a very interesting move.
Yeah, so my idea was to create a pass pawn here, like H4 or something. But of course there is always this trick.
But then G4 is a good move, isn't it? Or
I mean, you can just play the same.
The F4 square.
The F4 square is really, really dangerous. So, for example, knight d5. If you take on h5, I can always go to h7 or even knight f4 directly.
Like the pawn. And if G takes f5, then you go perhaps king takes, just not to have the king too exposed after E takes f5.
So you mean G takes f5?
King takes maybe.
Yeah, king takes maybe.
And then knight f4.
Knight f4, rook c2 or rook c3.
Oh, I like black's position. This is nice.
This
so
is
it's
nice,
it's a trap. G4, tricky move, but it shouldn't really work. And maybe then he shouldn't have weakened the f4 square.
Yeah, you never know what to do in this kind of positions,
So difficult to
It's
just
so unpleasant.
stay still, not to do anything, wait for the opponents.
Yeah, it's so difficult. I had to defend this kind of endgame versus Jan in the Bundesliga just 2 months ago or something. So 2 rooks and 4 pawns versus 2 rooks and 3 pawns in the same flank. And he was putting pressures all the time. He managed to beat me. So it's really unpleasant. You don't know what to do. You don't know if you have to react or something.
There's no active counterplay. You just have to wait and try to keep everything under control. So, but it's really, really unpleasant. So if G4 is not good, it's not that the Nakamura is blundering again. No, he's just trying to do something in an inferior position. Like yesterday, his position was worse already when he made a mistake. I think there have been new moves also in Topalov's game. A lot more moves actually. So we reached this position with
after
King
G7. Oh,
Let's
many moves.
Yeah, a lot of things have happened. So let's catch up with this.
So blitzing, people are saying.
Yeah,
yes.
King G7, King H1.
King H1.
Rook E7.
Yeah.
Of course, if you have 2 pawns up, you want to exchange pieces. Rook takes, Queen takes E7, Queen H5, Now let's see what happens to this h3 bishop.
So now
But you
bishop.
can always take on g2.
So he took.
Yeah.
He took. King took.
Takes, knight e3 check. King g1 and f5. Because
F5.
you don't wanna wait for the opponent play queen g6 check. You wanna
Yeah.
restrict this bishop f5. The g5 pawn is protected, so everything is under control. Queen e2.
Queen
Rudolf
e2.
came back, trying to pin that knight. Maybe he wants to go rook e1, but even then d4 is...
d4, for example, or g takes f4.
Careful with the pin though, but anyway, I don't think that can
This
be
pin?
anything. Yeah.
No, you can always
no,
play
nothing.
d4, yeah? I
Yeah.
think you should open the position now that this king is weaker than
Exactly.
our king.
This is the position I think they are just one move away from making move 40, so now they are using all their time left to make the last move. And yeah, g takes f4 hasn't happened yet. We
Okay.
have queen e2
On the board. Yeah, I think this is pretty natural. And then you can always go something like king h8 or something. And d4, not now, but for example, d4 first. You first defend your knight. There are some ideas with knight f6, king h8, and rook g8. Yeah, this is just a terrible position. Yeah, this is just completely lost.
The knight on e3 is really strong, so it's not just that. It's when some of you might think that the bishop is always better than the knight. In this position, this knight on e3 is a beast, and the light square bishop can never attack it. So it's a problem because this knight on e3 will attack your king. It takes a lot of squares away from white.
So this is getting extremely interesting. If Aronia manages to win, and Peter will have 4 leaders actually.
Yeah, if Peter can win as well.
Yeah, so we will have Peter,
Yeah, Peter.
Aronian, and Vichy, and Karyakin.
Yeah, that would be very interesting.
Incredibly
Already
interesting.
a tie 4, but okay, so many rounds are left. This is just round 3. There are 14 rounds in total. So this is a double round robin. All the players face the other twice with both white and black.
Yeah. So people are saying that
Rook f6. He did not take on f4
rook f6.
here in Aronia's.
Okay, rook f6.
That's also a good move, it seems.
Yeah,
But
it
maybe
seems.
g takes was
No,
more tempting to open the g file.
I mean, everything looks good in this position. I mean, what I would try maybe is just to go queen to b2 now, just to avoid d4. But then g takes, and then just remove the king here to h7, for example. Rook g6 is coming,
G6.
queen h4. Yeah,
Quite hopeless for Topalov.
yeah, quite hopeless, as you say. Wow.
And just one more move and they make move 40.
Move
So
40.
let's wait for move 40.
Yeah, let's wait until they pass the time control. So he played here, rook f6. Yeah, taking on g5 doesn't have either, so then you have a postpawn on f4 when you push this guy. So people are saying we have Grandmaster Hansen in the chat. Eric Hansen.
Oh, that's great to have him here.
Yeah. He plays 1 minute games.
Oh, like crazy. He's
like
so
crazy.
fast.
Yeah, he's really fast, and I've seen his games.
Yeah, he has played many games against Nakamura as well.
Yeah.
Bullet games.
That's-
I can't play bullet. I think if I try to play bullet with the mouse, because maybe on the board I'm faster, but with the
Yeah.
mouse, I only play 5-minute games because if I have less time, okay, maybe 3 I can try, but 1 minute, I think I can make 5 moves with the mouse in 1 minute because I'm so clumsy. I touch the mouse and then it takes me like 20 seconds to make a move.
Yeah, I'm so bad as well. Yeah.
Impossible. I cannot be fast with the mouse.
But on the board, I'm a tricky guy. Yeah. I'm a little bit dirty, playing this
Wait,
1
playing
minute.
with
Yeah,
two
like
hands?
with 2 hands and even with my legs and everything. Yeah. So.
Have they made a move already? Move 40. Yeah, queen b2 was played, as you said. He's avoiding the d4,
Yeah, queen
pinning
b2.
the rook.
Yeah.
And
what
now we are expecting g takes f4
Yeah, g takes
and then moving the king
Yeah,
away.
moving the king just to be able to move your rook.
Are there any tricks like rook takes c7? No, I don't believe, because rook g6 is a check. So it doesn't matter that the rook would be hanging for a moment, because rook takes c7, we have an intermediate move, rook
Yeah,
g6, and
that's true.
that's
So
a rook down.
rook g6, and then you
So no
take the
tricks.
foot.
No tricks.
No tricks at all here in this position. So what happens? There's other option here? No, right? Looks so Bah, this position. Pepe, please comment on Rook C2 by S-Builder. I don't know.
Rook C2.
Do we have it on the board? So G4 was played.
No, I don't see any Rook C2 yet. We haven't reached that position yet. It was after G4, knight D5, of course. G takes F5.
Yeah.
And then I don't know what happened.
Maybe Rook C2.
I don't have any more moves in this game.
Maybe he played Rook C2 here. We don't know.
Could be.
Could be, because knight D4 runs into king F5, right? And knight D3 just king G6, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, it should be a good move.
And then this knight protects all the pawn on E6 and also the pawn on H5. Yeah, this.
Such a great outpost for the knight on F4.
Yeah, this is already too difficult for white, I think.
It's not only the pawn down, it's that black's pieces are a lot more active.
Yeah.
And the king is weak, the white king is weak.
Yeah, that's...
So very, very unpleasant for Nakamura. I don't know if he can hold it. Before I had higher hopes than now. After G4, I dislike his position more.
Yeah, it's so difficult to do nothing and then just wait.
I know, I would have
because you see like how these guys are coming, right? All the pawns are coming to you and then you have to stay there without doing anything. And it's so difficult.
It's really difficult. We are not judging the players at all. We would have lost this game already 30 moves ago, so...
Before we started. Just
you
give
would
up,
have lost
just go to the bar,
your phone rang during the show.
That's
so
true.
You guys, if you were here
my mom
3
called
hours ago... Actually, some of the users were saying that they wanted to have Mama Cuenca on the show.
Mama Cuenca, yeah, she's able to do this. She
Yeah,
cannot speak a word in English, but yeah.
Can she play chess?
No, but yeah.
My mom knows how to move the pieces, but
really?
That's all. Yeah, when we were young with my sister, we had a house championships. So It was my father, my mother, and even my grandmother was participating, and me with my sister, just to practice chess.
That's cool. You know, I was sleeping in the same room with my brother, and he's a 2200 player, and he was saying all the time, I'm not even the champion of my room. This is so sad, you know, not even of my house, but not even of my room.
So I guess that's when his motivations on chess just disappeared.
Yeah, a little bit.
So we didn't have a move yet, at least we cannot see what happened after g takes f5. We will wait for that, because we want to know if Peter went for rook c2. It's a nice move. Also king takes f5 is possible here.
Yeah, king it's almost the same, yeah? You are coming anyway to the c2 file probably, the knight is coming to f4 anyway. Yeah, extremely difficult to defend. So many threats now after knight f4, rook can come to c2 or 3-3, the h3 pawn is weak.
In the other game, actually, g takes f4 has been played.
Alright, so let's go back to choppy game. We are here.
Yes, Aronian took on f4.
Oh,
just
sorry,
like you
Anita,
said.
we have to do some stuff. Again. You know?
Oh.
So I think this was rook e7. No, king h1.
Freedom moves.
King h1, rook e7. Rook takes, queen h5 takes here on g2. Knight e3, king to g1.
f5,
queen e2, rook f6, queen b2. G takes f4, yeah?
Yes, that's the position.
Yeah.
Actually, we expected, g takes, just like this. And then moving the king, so everything is planned. And this is just 2 pawns up, very good knight on e3.
Yeah.
Even the white king will be weaker than black's king, so there's not much hope here for Topalov.
Yeah, with this guy here controlling everything, there's nothing to do for Topi here. So what do you think if we make a second break of just 5 minutes?
I think we should go on a short break, because I don't remember the last time I've had gone to have a chocolate. I need to have something, I need to have a snack, and then we will be back to commentate Peter's game, because it might be a long one. We might stay here forever.
Yeah.
Although after g4, it seems to be
I brought my pyjama, but just in case, but yeah. All right.
We'll be back in a few minutes. Stay here, guys.
Yeah, see you in a while.
Bye-bye. Now that we have recharged our batteries, we are back with the games. I think you already heard Pepe saying 1, 2, 3, so he counted for the show's beginning. There are only 2 games left. The other 2 games have been drawn, but all the games have been really exciting today, so we cannot complain about the quality of chess. So much happening today.
Yeah, and we still have these 2 games. So one game that could take a while, like versus Sbilder and Nakamura. Sbilder with the black pieces, trying to grind Nakamura in this position. Knight and 3 pawns versus knight and 2 in the same flank.
Plus the rooks, and it seems to be a very good chance for Peter Svidler to win this game, because it's not just the pawn up, but also white's pawn structure is not ideal.
Yeah.
The f4 square is a great post for the knight, so knight f4 will come, and the rook can penetrate with rook c2, rook c1. So many annoying moves white has to defend very well, and even in that case, I'm not sure that he can hold it.
Yeah, one thing we need to say is without knights, the probability to make a draw is a lot higher.
Exactly.
Right? But with the knights on the board, this is a lot more tricky. It's more tricky to defend the position. So, yeah, of course, Peter has to keep the knights on the board. And Hikaru, I don't know what asks Hikaru to do. I don't know, just to wait and then defend his weaknesses, h3 and f2.
Yeah, but perhaps he already had to wait and not push g4, because g4 seems to be a move that helps only black. You give up the f4, that's where a knight will land.
Yeah, that's true. But as we said, it's really difficult, like just to wait.
Yeah, just
to
sit
wait. You
back
see a lot
and
of pawns coming, and yeah.
Not easy at all.
Okay, and the other game that we have is Levon Aronian versus Topalov. Levon with the black pieces.
Up. So today is really the day of the black players.
Yeah.
At least in these 2 games, because in the other 2 we saw Vishy Anand having a nice position with white. And also Anish Giri had good chances after his knight takes g6 sacrifice. If he had pushed e4 instead of knight c5, maybe he could have even won the game.
Yeah. Here in this position, Aronian played king h7, actually intending just to go rook g6 and rook g2, for example. So Topalov prophylactically played king h1 and then just queen to g7. Yeah, this is really great position. If rook g1, you just can play rook g6. And of course, massive exchange will just favor black, right? 2 pawns up in this endgame. Yeah, so you can imagine what's going to be the result here.
Yeah, unfortunately for Topalov, there's not much to hope for.
Yeah, and Topalov played actually queen e2 after queen to g7. So queen g7, he played queen e2. And after queen e2, we get in the board d4. Yeah, of course, defending this monster on e3.
On e3, yeah, exactly. We said that this knight is a lot stronger now than the d3 bishop. And the d3 bishop can do nothing against the knight on e3.
Yeah, and here Topalov played queen f3. Just intending maybe to capture this pawn on b7. But just a move like, for example, what can we play? For like c6, it's valid, and then you take here, takes, and now you cannot take here actually because of queen to b7. That would be really annoying.
Oh, I missed it because I was reading the chat.
So what are the people saying?
Yeah, I'll just see some even more and more comments coming on a possible Vishy versus Magnus Carlsen match. As we said, and that's what we can see, that there are 2 groups of people. Some of you want Vishy to win the candidates and challenge once again Magnus Carlsen, and you are saying that he will have more chances now, and the other group is completely against it. So we will not say who is right. We don't know who is right. We will see. Time will tell. If Vishy wins and he challenges Magnus Carlsen, we will see if he has good chances. For sure he will have more chances than last time, because he has learned from it. Yeah, who knows if he can dethrone Magnus.
Any of these guys, for sure, they have a chance. I mean, if they win the candidates, it means they are really, really strong and in a good shape.
Of course, first you had to qualify for the candidates, then you win the candidates, so you really go through a lot of events that you need to perform very well in, and that means that you are ready to challenge the world champion. So everybody has the right to challenge the world champion who wins this tournament. Of course, you will be the best prepared for it.
And people are saying that you pronounce Vishy instead of Vishy.
Vishy.
Vishy Anand.
Vishy.
Sounds good. Anyway.
I don't know. I'm trying to pronounce his name, but especially if you have to say the whole name, that Viswanathan, that's very difficult for me.
Yeah,
Viswanathan.
that's so tricky.
Viswanathan.
Viswanathan.
Yeah, long name for me.
So c6 is played on the board. So as we said, white cannot take this guy here. And then, for example, let's say BC, and then what are you gonna do here? You cannot move. You barely can move your pieces. So I don't know, something like h3, for example. Just rook g6 is coming, and g3, for example. This is just a terrible position. And also, yeah, no, and rook g1, for example, just rook g6. This knight here defends the f5 pawn, so there's no possibility of contemplate here.
I can see in the chat that some of you would really like to see a Gary versus Magnus match. Fortunately, for all of us, Kasparov has retired quite a while ago, but yeah, that would have been a really interesting match to see.
That's true. Karjakin, yeah. Okay, so what else? Do we have any development in Spirit Their Game? I'm gonna check. Just let me check. Yeah, we have.
Yes, so many opinions here in the meantime. Yes, Karjakin would be the most interesting challenger. That's also possible, and he is on +1, so he can win the candidates. We don't know who will win because there's so many rounds left. 11 more games. So guys, nobody, doesn't matter if you're a leader here or you have -1, maybe -2 is getting more difficult to win the tournament from -2, but nothing is impossible yet.
Yeah. So he went for knight f1. Actually, of course, he wants to go knight e3, now check, and then exchange this pair of rooks. But Peter is gonna avoid this. Is gonna play something like king f6 or knight to f4 check. Knight to f4, for example, king h2. Just king to f6, prophylactic move. Yeah, after knight e3 or knight g3, you can come to c2 maybe. For example, knight e3, rook b7. Yeah, trying to bring your rook to the 7th rank. I don't know if this is enough. Let's say, for example, rook a2.
Yeah, the question is what's next. We have a beautiful knight on f4. We have the rook on the open file, but we cannot play rook b2. If we go rook b1, we don't really threaten anything. So the question is really this, how to progress here.
Yeah, how to make any progress here. So let's think, Anita, let's think. Okay. Let's think about some plans as we did before. So what next?
What if, could I ever have my king on f3?
Oh, that would be nice. So you mean king e5, right? King e5 trying to go there like crazy.
Yeah, the problem can be that once I start moving my king, you give me a check.
No, once you
don't care.
Once you bring your king to e4, I just play king g3 maybe.
Possible.
And then I start giving you checks on the a file.
Yeah, and I can't really do anything against that because imagine I already have my rook on b1 and I give you a rook g1 check, but then I have to move my rook again after king h2. So it's not so easy, but in endgames you need to know where you want to place your pieces and then you should find a way to carry it out. So we are not joking about saying that, oh, I would like to have a king on f3. If we can carry it out, then probably it's the right plan. It just doesn't seem to be feasible.
I just cannot find a way to improve my pieces. I was thinking of bringing my rook to h4, but then
h4.
Yeah, like knight g6, rook before rook h4, but then just knight g2 comes and nothing happens.
You might trap your rook there.
Yeah, I wanted to take this h3 pawn, but it's not possible.
I understand.
Another plan could be bring the knight to where? To h4, but then what's going on here? I don't know. We need to see some great technique here by Peter.
I'm sure that he's a lot better in this than us, so he will find the best way for his pieces and how to progress here. I still believe that he can find the right way and do something in this position because it's a pawn up and very good pieces. So if he has a chance, then it's this position.
What about rook b4, knight d3, and rook f4? But maybe after rook b4, maybe rook d2.
Yeah, so you avoid knight d3.
I don't see any current idea. I don't see how to improve my pieces. Guys, if you see any plan, just tell us in the chat. I'm trying to see some way to create problems for white here, but looks like a nice fortress just to stay here with the knight on e3.
Yeah, the knight on e3 is important. It just doesn't let us play rook b3, attack the h3 pawn. So on the third rank it's very useful, and also we cannot go to f5 with the king. So a lot of squares are covered because of this knight.
Yeah, of course, some move like h4 is really terrible, I think, because the g4 square is ready to be occupied by white knight. Okay, and do we have any development in... Okay, Aronian, I think, is going to win this game. B takes c6. Bring the king to e4. Let's try this. You want to go something like rook b4, rook d2, king to e5, for example. Yeah, and then king to e4. Let's say rook a2, king to e4, and then this idea of king g3. So after h4, you have always this g4 square to avoid this guy coming here to f3. And yeah, what's next here?
I wish we could just quickly have moved the rook to the f5 in this position, have knight d3, rook f3, but it's impossible because whenever we try that, then we will get a check from the flank. So from rook a4, rook a5, all those checks are annoying once we don't have the rook on b4.
Yeah. Let me see if they already... Yeah, they already played something. So after knight f4 check in this position, he played king g3. Okay, yeah, this is more or less the same. And now the knight is gonna come to e3 check in the next move. So let's say king g6, knight to e3, and we are more or less in the same position. So for example, now rook c1 would be threatening to go rook h1, right? But there are also some ideas with h4 now, or also king h2. Yeah.
Who is the kid?
Who is the kid?
It's not kid. It's with capital letters. The King's Indian Defense.
The King's actually, this is something that happened to me.
Yeah.
I have to confess. Yeah. So like 10 years ago or something, I didn't know English. Everybody was talking about the kid. Some books about the kid. Who's the kid? Who is this? Who is this great kid that is in every book?
The Wonder Boy, Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, Joe's got this Gallagher Grandmaster. He had a book about the kid as well. So who is
You thought it was the Karate Kid.
Yeah, Karate Kid or some kid. I don't know, with some power.
Superpowers. Yeah, we were surprised not to see Nakamura playing the King's Indian Defense yesterday. He played a Queen's Indian, and you all know that the kid is his favorite opening. So it was a bit surprising for us, but of course he cannot always play the kid. That's just too easy to prepare against if you always play the same opening.
Yeah. So there are some moves in Topalov versus Aronian game. So after c6, he took on c6, b takes, and he played h3. And now after rook g6, yeah, rook g6, rook g3 is coming. And after, for example, king h2, just rook g2, king h1, I don't know, something like rook d2. Yeah, entering with your queen later. Yeah, this should be, for example, king h2 here. There is another more direct way to win this game. There are also some nice moves like queen f7 going to a2 in the next move because rook c2 is not possible. Or even
this knight on e3 is extremely annoying. Such a powerful piece.
Yeah, and we have another plan that we have to keep in mind. Some user, Panerch, is asking, what about pushing e5, then e4, and then putting a knight on d3? Yeah, now we have to go back to see.
Peter's game, and the plan was?
The plan is to push e5.
But what do you do with the king?
Yeah, that's the problem.
The checks.
Yeah, guys, once you have pushed this pawn, rook a6 check, and then you have your king is cut from the action. And once your king is cut from the action,
even moves like knight f5 start to be
knight
an
f5.
option.
Rook a7, rook a7, rook a6 all the time. And if you go really far from your pawns with your king, they will be easily attacked later. So
yeah, it's better to keep that pawn on e6. At least it covers the king from these side checks.
Yeah. So yeah, this plan with e5, I don't think, I mean, at least now, maybe you can try to go first rook c6, something like this. Let's say rook b3 and now e5. Maybe this makes more sense.
Maybe with the idea of having the rook on f6, then at some point you play e4, knight d3, or how?
Let's, yeah, for example, e5, and then you want to go rook f6 and e4, for example. But
just trying to see if it works, but I'm afraid that there will be something.
maybe rook b4. So let's say rook a6, just to be able to come to the 7th rank. But as well, there are now some checks here in this g8 and f8, and now you don't have the e5 square to run away from these checks.
Not easy to improve this position, but we believe that Peter will find a way.
Okay, and let's see if, yeah, rook g6 is played in Topalov versus Aronian game. Rook g6. Now you want to go rook g2 or queen f7 followed by queen b3 or queen a2. Yeah, this is just gonna be a victory for Leon Aronian, who joins the lead.
Exactly, and this game, as we said, Topalov had a good position after the opening. Nothing special, but it was a normal position where he decided to sacrifice a pawn. It was interesting, actually. We don't know how much was the compensation for the pawn, but one pawn, it was still okay with a pair of bishops compensating for the pawn. But then he blundered. He missed that a second pawn was possible to take, and of course Levon saw it. He captured the pawn on e4, and just 2 pawns down against Levon Aronian or any of these players in the candidates is not possible that you survive.
Yeah, that's true. So, do we have any move in Peter's game? Yeah, he went for rook c1 and knight e3 check. Let's go back. So knight 4, king g3, rook c1, knight e3, and king g6 was played right now. Make no difference. Maybe there's also this move now h4. It's good to simplify this pawn or not? That's an important question. It's good to, okay, there are many pieces on the board, but now you will have a post pawn probably.
On the other hand, the knight will lose its outpost on f4, so...
maybe you can play knight e4 check. But then also with rook a4.
And if king g5, you give a check.
I think there's no need. I think just king h2.
Yeah, perhaps here the best is to wait with white and see if black can improve his position, and yeah, just keep everything under control. Keep the knight on e3, and with the rook, whenever there's a threat of rook b2, then you should protect the second rank, and also be ready for side checks if in case of e5.
Yeah. Do we have any tweets?
No, today Twitter is not as popular as our chat. I see the chat burning. There are so many messages from you guys. I'm trying to read them all, but not so easy to keep up. I'm trying to do my best here. Talking about all the players, even Karpov, mentioning Karpov-Kasparov matches, that there have been 5, and maybe that was too much, so they don't want to see Vishy facing Carlsen 5 times.
Yeah. Let's just try to think another way of improving the position here. I wanna try something different. I wanna go... What do I wanna do? Not so sure. King h2, for example. h4.
h4.
No, h4, this shouldn't be...
Well, as you said, gives up the g4 square, which makes the knight's life easier. This knight jump to g4.
Yeah, so now you don't have even to worry about the f2 pawn, just about the h3.
It starts to look like a kind of a fortress.
Yeah, so you just stay here on the 3rd rank and nothing's gonna happen, I guess.
Yeah, you can even go to e3 just in case and say that, what do you do next? But yeah, you just move back and forth the rook on the 3rd rank. Not easy to improve the position.
Okay. So,
What about the pawn endgame? Is that a win for black? We wish we could exchange all the pieces, but it's unlikely that black will manage to exchange both the rooks and the knights.
So, for example, rook, I don't know, rook to b1. You want to exchange this rook b2. Okay, this kind of endgame, right? That you mean? Knight b5, knight e3. For example, let's say, just to analyze this, yeah? So, king f6, 3, king g6. Just doing stupid move just to... this. I think this is lost. This should be losing just king f5 and king f3
And
then...
normally these pawn endgames with a pawn up should be winning. Sometimes there's a fortress, of course. We
Yeah.
saw a fortress already.
Yeah, we saw a fortress already yesterday.
Anish Giri against Levon Aronian. Aronian found it very quickly. But here there seemed to be no fortress. So that means that white cannot exchange the rooks and the knights. But there is no way to force it anyway, so
Yeah.
there's no danger. And the rook endgame would be a draw, so no
Yeah.
exchange of knights.
So, yeah, this is... gonna see this board. Yeah, Anita, tell me, what do you see? You see anything different that I cannot see?
Not really. I'm hoping that Peter will see something.
Where are you, Peter? Are you playing something already? Or yeah, he played rook b1 in this position.
Yep, that's logical.
King h2, rook b1. Yeah, he wants to go to the 7th rank. So c2 is not available, so just rook b1. Maybe just forcing rook a2. And there are some... Okay, yeah. Topalov played rook b1 here. Sorry.
There's a move missing. Yeah,
rook b1. And rook g3 is coming.
that looks awful.
And this is gonna be checkmate soon. Queen
Queen
h5,
h5.
I guess is the move.
Yeah, you have to go there.
Yeah, you have to go.
Now you threaten bishop takes f5, but that's not a big deal.
Yeah, for example,
I'm
queen to
afraid.
d7. You defend f5, and then you wanna go queen d5.
Yeah, and you also prevent
Check.
rook b7, so you just need to pay attention to the opponent's threats, always, even when you're winning. But now queen d5, threatening mate on g2. I
Yeah.
guess Topalov will soon resign.
Yeah, I guess Topalov has to resign
Maybe
after
he
queen
has
d7.
already resigned, actually.
Maybe.
What can he do? There are no moves.
Yeah, queen h5 is played on the board, and then queen d7, ba-boom. End of the story, right?
You should definitely tweet that. Hashtag baboom, queen d7.
Yeah. So no way of stopping queen to d5 checkmate, followed by queen g2 or rook g2. So yeah, terrible game from Topalov today. He blundered this pawn, and then there was nothing to do.
Yeah, unfortunately for Topalov now it's gonna be -2 and he has to recover. Tomorrow is a free day, so it's a chance to recover, but it's never easy to forget these defeats. I would not like to be Topalov today.
There is a huge debate in the chat about the King's Indian. What do you think? It's playable? It's not playable?
I always thought I wish I could play the King's Indian defense because I see so many brilliant games by Nakamura, for instance, winning in the King's Indian. And
Dingley Ram or Radjabov.
yeah, it looks just so attractive when they play it, and when I tried maybe twice in my life, then I wasn't that successful. If you don't give mate, then on the queen side you can just win, you can lose the game easily. So I think it's a very interesting opening. I wish I could know it as well as those players, and then I would be confident to play it, but I'm not.
Yeah, I mean, I love the King's Indian. It's my favorite opening.
You play it?
Yeah, I play it all the time.
Oh, I didn't know that.
The only thing I play, actually.
I did not know that. I'm sitting next to a kid expert.
No, not Kid Expert. I just lose all the games. No.
But you enjoy losing.
I
as
enjoy
well,
losing
because there's
them,
always
yeah.
a lot of baboom there.
Yeah, there are many baboons. Normally I am babooned, but what can I do in this life? So, but yeah, I understand it's not very trendy in the top players. It's not the most solid line, but it's you get a lot of double-edged positions. I saw this series about from Robin van Kampen in Chess 24.
Very good
It's
series,
just
actually.
extremely great. So Queen d5.
And Robin will be here commentating for us.
Yes,
so
Robin
we
will
should
be
say
here,
that.
and Van Veli as well.
And Jan will be back in the English commentary. Just today he had to be commentating in German.
Yeah.
So those of you who speak German, you are lucky. You can listen to Jan today in German.
Yeah. So he played king h2, rook g2, king h1, and queen d5. It's gonna be checkmate. The thing is, another theme, if you now want to checkmate black, there is this nice discover check. Rook g7. Now, yeah, protecting your king, giving a check, and winning a whole rook, or even giving checkmate in the next move. Yeah.
Even better.
Yeah. So.
So many baboons in the chat. Yeah. You have created a new trend.
Rook g7 is a super baboon. Yeah. Yeah. So Veselin, yeah, not the best day for the Bulgarian. Bulgarian? You can say Bulgarian?
Yeah, he's Bulgarian.
Bulgarian, right? Is the name for people from Bulgaria.
But he lives in Spain. He has been living in Spain.
Yeah, he speaks perfect
for
Spanish.
a while.
Yeah. He speaks perfect Spanish. He's been now to Argentina, I think, giving some conferences.
Oh,
Yeah.
didn't know about that, but there are so many chess players who live in Spain actually. Anand also lives in Spain, as far as I know, or he moved back
He used to
to
live in
he
Spain.
moved back to India now.
He's back in India, I think, but he had a house, or he has a house near Madrid, in a village, in Collado Villalba, I guess. So, yeah, so I think Topalov is gonna resign now, I think already resigned after Queen d5, and this leaves us just with one game.
Yeah, a long game.
A long game. Let's just go back to Peter's game.
It would be incredible for Peter if he manages to win this game, because of course you would want to convert a pawn up into a full point. We will see if it's possible. He will try for sure.
Yeah, he's gonna try. He has to. There's no other choice. But yeah, how can we continue creating some problems for white here? I don't see any reasonable way of improving my pieces. Let's say if I just stay here.
I don't know, but I really hope that Peter finds a way.
Yeah, we need to find a way here with the help of the genes and the help of the people and our thinking. How can we not find anything?
Doesn't help here, because this is an endgame where you need to think where you would like to have your pieces and then find a route to get there. The engine is not good at that.
That's true. That's true. And we saw yesterday that this endgame.
Yeah, Aronyan's endgame. The engine was saying that Aronyan was losing and it was a fortress. So forget about the engine in endgames, unless it's something with
just the brain
tactical motives.
will help you guys.
Yeah, use your brain.
If it's empty like mine, will not help. but if there is something there, yeah, maybe it helps a little bit. Yeah. So. Some questions, some
I'm
tweets.
reading the chat if we are missing something. So many more baboons, and feeling sorry for Topalov that they hope that he will recover during the free day, which is tomorrow. Free day for the players, but we will be here tomorrow. There will be live shows here on Chess24. For instance,
she's gonna work. Yeah.
My middle game show will be. It's actually it has to be changed on the website. It's gonna be at 7 in the evening, 7. Central European time. As usual, it's gonna be about middle games. We are learning strategy in a fun way. I think it's an interactive way of learning with me. So I hope to see you tomorrow too. It's a free day for the players, but not a free day for us.
Yeah, I had to work at the university, so.
I don't envy you.
No. Okay. Chess boy is saying some funny King's March. F6, E5, E4, F3. We already analyzed this. The point is, when you arrive to E4 with your king, you put just the black king on G3, and then you have to keep your black rook in the 4th rank, otherwise there will be a lot of side checks, as Anna was saying before.
Zealand is saying that Topa will come back like in the Singapore Cup 2014. Maybe. There are a lot more rounds left, so we should not forget that. It's not that after 2 defeats you are like completely out of the tournament, but it's a lot more difficult psychologically. Imagine you lost 2 games out of 3 rounds. How do you feel? What happens to your self-confidence?
You feel like shit.
That's the biggest difficulty after losing these games. Not that you have less points than the others. The problem is that you might be even worse afterwards if you cannot recover. Might lose more games.
Yeah, this is really bad when you start losing again, then you have to play, you lose, you lose, you lose. Yeah, I remember one tournament I lost 45 points.
45. Ooh,
I made
that's painful.
1 out of 9 in one GM close tournament.
1 out of 9.
1 out of 9, yeah. 2 draws, because they said, okay, this guy's gonna die if we don't give him any points. So, yeah, so 45 points. I still remember that. Yeah? It really hurts you.
It does.
Yeah.
But these players are also professional that I think they are capable of recovering. We will see if Topalov can recover because he's a very strong player. Former world champion, let's not forget that.
And I like the idea of, I want to say his name, of Anders 2400. He's thinking about some 95 move. In some case, at some position. Maybe not here, but some positions, because an exchange, yeah, you will have a postpone, and this is a different story, of course. Yeah, but the point is, actually, maybe you don't even need to change on d5, you just can wait. For example, rook e2 or something like this. You just wait here, king g3, king h2, something like this. But this is an interesting idea. I'm not sure if this endgame, for example, is winning or not. I'm not quite sure. I mean, rook d2, this just allows rook b5. And then you bring your king pretty fast to e4 and then d4.
If you can support that pawn with the king, then that's 0-1.
Yeah.
So it's interesting, but how forced is it? What if because in this position I will never have the chance to move the knight, not exchange on d5?
You can move your knight here, for example. Maybe rook b4, something like this.
If you could chase the knight away, like far, and then you go back for the knight f4, rook b3 motif, that would be really good. Just imagine that the knight is not able to come back to e3 and defend everything. So this is a good idea.
Yeah.
Maybe here.
Yeah, because on e3 it has a nice spot and cannot be attacked, but other than e3 there are no proper squares for the knight.
And if you have to defend with rook c2, that looks like you will run out of.
Yeah, rook c2, maybe you can improve your position with king f5 now. But king f5, yeah, knight d3, then you just improve your king.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or even, this endgame is a different story as well. Because now you can create a pass pawn quite easily here. And
actually, yeah, this is a very interesting idea.
Yeah.
So thank you guys for suggesting it.
Yeah, thank you very much. This is a really interesting idea.
It's true that sometimes the rook endgame is not as drawish as it could be if the pawn structure remains like this. Imagine just taking off the knights from the board. That's very drawish.
Yeah.
But if you can change the pawn structure while exchanging the knights, then it's a good chance.
Yeah, this is a completely different story. Maybe it's a draw with precise play, but it's more tricky to defend, yeah? Than just all the pawns in the same flag.
Topalov has resigned as far as I can see from the chat, so it's official that he's on -2 and he has to recover tomorrow during the free day.
Topalov -2, just a half point out of 3. Really bad start from Topalov. So Peter's builder is still thinking, let me just go to his game here on our side. So rook b1 is played. Peter Nakamura thinking. Now that's an important moment. I don't see why not rook a2. e5. This is the key point. What to do here? You can do something different. You can play rook a3, for example.
I wanted to ask what if I just defended with the rook, but then you give up the second rank.
Yeah, for example, rook b2 and let's say king to g2. No, king to g2, knight f4 now. Knight f4, maybe it's not the end of the world. Knight f4,
but it's getting
king g3 and h4 now, yeah. h4.
Yeah, that means you lose either your h pawn or your f pawn. So what if instead of king g2 I go king g3?
Okay. So king g3 looks more natural, but then
maybe
h4.
Still h4.
And then king f3, knight f4 anyway,
yes,
and then you cannot defend this guy or
really
this.
But you cannot give up the second rank. Can I protect the knight from e2 when I had the rook on the second rank?
So here,
Yeah, I'm just trying.
rook e2, yeah?
Looks really passive, but I'm trying.
Yeah, I mean, I will just wait.
Yeah,
because
and now what's next?
yeah, because you don't have easy moves.
No.
King G2 is not possible because boom on F4. And King H3, yeah,
King
maybe
G3,
Knight F4
but
anyway, followed by H4. Oh, sorry, not this, not this.
You're an artist,
But
Pepe.
Knight F4, Rook D2, and then Rook H1. Whoa! Rook H1, guys.
Yeah, suddenly it could become really unpleasant. I like this 95 idea. Wow, we have some really talented members here at 24. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, this is the critical move. I think Knight takes D5. It takes now to find something concrete. Rook A6 doesn't work. Rook, just bring the king. Bring your king. So it's tricky position. Let's see what Peter plays. First, what Nakamura plays in this position. We have analyzed here this position like a beast. Yeah, we
Yeah.
have so many lines here.
I think we have covered all the moves.
Probably. Yeah, and just for those who are asking, I see some people asking, why has Topalov resigned here?
Because he's getting mated?
Yeah, but let's put the position. So why has Topalov resigned here? Some of you guys could think, why? I don't want to resign. I'm just gonna go Rook B7. I'm gonna give you checkmate. So Rook B7. Let's say for example King to G8. Then is checkmate, right? On E8. But there is a really nice move. Rook G7. Rook G7. Discover check. Now you have to move your king, and then it's checkmate on G2, or you can even take the rook, but you guys prefer. You're hungry, just take the rook, and then you will give checkmate later. So let's go back to Peter. This is just answering the questions from some of the users. Where are we? Here. Rook B1. He played Knight G2. Let's see if I can move
Knight
here.
G2. Wait. What's wrong?
What's wrong? Okay, wait.
That was the draw between Anish Gir and Sarah Karyakin.
I cannot move anything here, so I'll just. Okay, let me do something.
Maybe you can.
Yeah. Now I can. Okay, this was Rook C1, King H2, Rook B1, and he played Knight to G2. Yeah, interesting move. Now, of course, Knight takes 2. This is like a draw.
Yeah, but you are not forced to take, so you can either move the knight. Well, either maybe you should move the knight, not either.
What's happening if you just wait? For example, or maybe you can just go to D5, but Knight E3 again.
Oh, that would be annoying if you keep on repeating moves.
Now, what's our idea? Maybe now we have to try your previous idea to go to D4, and then we aim maybe to go to F3 in some cases, followed by some.
Can you imagine a mating net with a knight on F3 pawn on
Yes,
H4?
I would love
But
to
that's
play.
just a dream.
Yeah, Knight D4, H4, Knight F3, finished. But
No, come on, then the knight will move away from G2 in worst case, and well, the F3 square is covered. So.
But this is interesting. I mean.
Yeah, but you have to try something. So Knight E2, going for Knight D4, and see what happens.
Let's say Knight D3, Knight D4. G2. Now, of course, that the knight is not on F4, the king is on G2 in a proper place. So, how to continue again? Okay, I see some nice mates. No.
Mate?
I wanted to go G4, Knight F3, and Rook G1. But of course, you can just take the pawn for free. Yeah.
Okay.
So not quite a good idea from
We are
my
getting
side.
tired, seems like.
Yeah, we are getting tired. I'm gonna suggest suddenly Rook A1. You know.
Winning move.
Yeah,
For
winning
white.
move.
Yeah, it's not easy, but let's not forget that the players have been there already fighting for 5 hours. They are getting tired, both players. You have to be in very good physical shape in these tournaments. Very long tournaments, so many rounds, and also very long games. So we will see who can do it better. Who will, if Nakamura manages to hold it, always defend precisely, Peter will definitely try to create some threats, and Nakamura always has to respond to that.
Yeah. And yeah, this position with if they are short on time, yeah, everything can happen because it's not that okay. I assume they have now 30 minutes or something, so yeah, it's quite easy to play. But with 2 minutes each or something, everything could happen because knights are especially good guys for tricks.
Yeah, and you get more time after move 60, but as far as I can see, they still need to make 9 or 10 moves to reach move 60.
Yeah.
And even after move 60, it's only 15 minutes extra, so that's not a big deal.
Yeah. Two is interesting here. So we need to know what's going on in this end game because the structure has changed again. So yeah, now I can bring my king, maybe e5. This should be a draw anyway. For example, king g2, king f5, and I don't know. Let's say for example rook e8. So in case you push your pawns here until e4, you have a lot of checks here. A lot of checks.
Yeah, that's true. And if you go now with the king, then the checks will come from the side, so you cannot go king e4 either.
Yeah, so this looks like a draw. So... No, they didn't play anything?
No?
No. I'm just... easy.
Already hallucinating.
Yeah, so 92 or 95 are the only moves, I would say. 92 or 95. 92, you can try this different plan with 94 later, or even knight g1 looks interesting. Just a cool move.
Which one, sorry?
92 and then... Nah, knight g1. Just king g2 on this knight is stupid there.
We go back to e2.
Just wanted to be cool for a second. But
94 could still be.
yeah, 94.
Try,
and the other one is 95. But after 93, I don't see any reasonable trying. So let's say king f6.
And we hope that white will capture on d5.
Yeah.
Even in that case, we don't know if it's winning, but we try.
But let's say he stays here quietly with king g2. Okay, now it's a problem because knight f4, king h2, and rook d2, it's winning some material. Okay, knight d1, just rook d2. And so we are here, knight d5. What am I doing?
I don't know.
What am I doing? Knight g2, knight d5, knight d3. So what now? Rook b2.
Okay, king g3 was the move we were checking.
Rook b2. Maybe rook b2 forces knight takes d5.
Could be, because if you go king g3, then
Yeah,
h4.
for example, h4. And then, of course, if you go to g4, this pawn is hanging. If you go to g2, knight f4, if you go to f3, knight f4 anyway. So
this could be at least a forced variation and getting this knight takes d5, e takes d5 line.
So, for example, let's say knight d5, knight d3, and rook b2. What's going on in this endgame? I have no clue. Should be what?
Mike Kerr has just tweeted, "How easy baboom, Jose, for Peter."
Yeah, it's not easy. It's not easy.
And Samuel is thanking us for the coverage. He says that it's a wonderful coverage. Really appreciate it. Thank you, Samuel, and thank you to all of you who have been praising us in the chat. I'm reading it, but I cannot say each and every time I see that. Oh, you guys are so great. I'm really happy when I see those comments. So we do read them, and we really appreciate your support and that you like us. We are here for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
I think we are going crazy already.
You don't know what is going crazy playing chess for, I was
72 hours,
yeah, I was
the
doing
Banterton.
this 72 hours with Jan, I was completely drunk, but Jan was even worse.
Drunk.
Yeah, I was like drunk, like when you play
I was
chess
like, not
like
really,
drunk.
not
No,
really
was
drunk.
like drunk. Yeah. You have the same feeling, Just playing for 10 hours here non-stop. Yeah, it was crazy.
So what's happening? What's the last position that we have on the board? Because we have analyzed so many different things. What is the position?
Here?
Yeah.
Okay.
What's happening in the game? I mean, this is our analysis, right?
Yeah.
What was the last move that we are sure of? Knight g2.
Knight g2. Knight g2, and we are saying knight d5, sorry, knight d5, knight e3, and then we are saying rook b2. He kind of forces to take on d5, and then we don't know what's going on in this endgame. Okay, now f2. Now this rook wants to take Fiona. We just had...
Fiona, today she's always falling. We always take Fiona.
Yeah, so Fiona here is kind of tasty for the rook, and then, yeah, you have to defend it. So, king g2.
We need to find a name for the d pawn. Now we have this beautiful passed pawn, the d pawn. D as, you guys should tell us.
Yeah.
D pawn, name for the d pawn, because you said Fiona, you
Yeah.
said Gusti, you said Anna for the a pawn. We
Yeah.
have C as Carlsen. So these are all your suggestions, but we don't have.
We call the c pawn in Spanish Carlitos, you know?
Carlitos.
Yeah, Carlitos.
That's almost like Carlsen. So yeah, we don't know how to call the d pawn. You can help us.
Yeah. So I was gonna try to analyze this endgame. What's going on here? I mean, one of my ideas would be to bring the rook behind the pawn. That's one of the main ideas in rook endgames. It's normally better to have the rook behind the pawn just to push it like a beast. Just to make it run like Usain Bolt. Yeah, for example, rook b6, so you avoid all these side checks. And then what? So for example, rook d3, rook d6. Then I want to bring my king, for example, king f3, king f5, and king e2 something. And not easy, right? To make any progress. Maybe g4 at some point. And who knows what's going on in this endgame.
With the h pawn. Yeah, two passed pawns. Yeah, we really need an expert here.
We really need an expert,
But
which
I
I'm
think
not.
the expert is playing with the black pieces.
Yeah,
At least Chess 24's
Yeah.
endgame expert. And Jan, who's commentating in German, so we might shout and ask him.
Yeah, we might, get there and then kidnap Jam.
We should ask him in German, though, if we are live, but you speak German.
Yeah, in Vision, yeah. I can speak a little German. Just to survive here in Germany, to go to the supermarket and to buy some train tickets.
That's important abilities.
Yeah, the deep pawn could be Djokovic, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, well, I would love
You
to
love-
have that name, but we thought of chess names here. So either Chess24 authors, commentators, or other players from the chess world that everybody knows. But yeah, DS Djokovic, I'd like that, but let's stick to chess. Also, some of you are asking what will Pepe do without me in the second half of the tournament in the commentary, but I think Pepe won't be here either because we will be changing the roles here. We have begun commentating the tournament, but then you will have Jan Gustafsson and maybe Lawrence Trent as well. Also, Luc van Wely and Robin van Kampen. So we have a lot of commentators coming just for you guys to broadcast the candidates tournament.
Yeah, and I will just commentating the first 6 rounds, if I'm not wrong, and then I will finish in the Spanish section.
Oh, so
Yeah,
your
I will
Spanish fans will be happy.
I will go to Madrid for some rounds, to commentate from there. Just thinking so much, how to judge this endgame. This should be a draw, I guess. You can just go. I mean, you control pretty well the rook g3 or something. So let's say rook g3, king f4, and then you can start rook 3 again. And in the case that this king goes there, you can always come back to h3, asking this pawn, and then after rook h6, rook h4, you force this king back, and then just push your king ahead.
Danger Mao has just had a funny comment. Lots of brilliant commentators to come in brackets. And Lawrence is great. He's a great commentator. It's a pity that he doesn't commentate that much anymore because he's very busy
He's
being
so
the
busy.
manager of Fabiano Caruana. You all know that he's a busy man.
Yeah, he's a busy and businessman.
Exactly. I see some great suggestions for the D-pawn's name, and I think that I see Daniel Dubov, I've seen some other suggestions too, but the one I like the most, I think, is Ding, because
Ding
he
Liren.
might be the challenger of the world champion soon. So what do you think about calling the D-pawn Ding? Ding Liren.
I like Dolph Jose.
What is that?
It's a mix between your surname and my name.
Oh, that's difficult to pronounce.
Or Hosdolf.
Davik. It was the short name for the great David Bronstein. We learn a lot from you guys, so keep those comments coming.
Oh, so Peter Rook B2, sorry. Rook B2 here.
Really, forcing matters. But wait,
Yeah.
This is not how we wanted. We wanted to play 95, 93, Rook
Yeah,
B2.
but he played Rook B2, and now the question is, of course, you have to go, I think, Knight takes F4, because, okay, you can play King G1. Actually, you can play King G1. Yeah, you can play this King G1. But the question is, what's going on after Knight takes E4? I think it's a draw. In this endgame, it's a draw. They're just 3 versus 2. In the same flank, normally these kind of positions are usually a draw. I have a lot of ideas here, so in case you push your pawn here to E4, I have a lot of checks from behind. I have a lot of side checks as well. So I think it's kind of difficult.
Yeah, Max Jordan is asking which days will Robin commentate. He will commentate on the last rounds of the tournament. So before that, we will have Luc van Wely here as well. So all those Dutch fans out there, you will have 2 great Dutch players commentating the event for us.
Yeah.
And according to Polonio, difficult username for me.
There are some comments I cannot read here.
We shouldn't read them out. But according to Polonio, Nakamura has 30 minutes and Svidler 12. And this is move 53, so they need to make 7 more moves to get the extra 15 minutes that's after move 60.
Yeah. Yeah, so no problem with time, I guess. Just 7 moves in a really easy position. I mean, not to have time trouble in any case.
HCM is saying that the Svidler-Nakamura game reminds him of the Carlsen-Topalov and the obligation about the 50-move rule. Do you think we will see the 50-move rule here?
What was...
Yeah,
well, Carlsen didn't know about that.
No, the time control. But yeah, I don't...
There
I'm
was
not
some
sure
game
if
where
he meant
Carlsen
the
lost some time, actually, because he didn't know that
he might refer to that. I thought
Yeah.
he meant that if you don't make any progress in the position for 50 moves, then you have to make a draw. Yeah, it could be either way. If it's the time control, I think the players are aware of the time control, and also you get the 30 seconds
I think so.
each time.
Would be really interesting to see some of these guys losing because of one of these stupid reasons. I mean, it's not gonna happen.
Yeah,
So
yeah, it's already incredible that Magnus Carlsen lost a game like this, and that changed the whole tournament. Because with that victory, Topalov just kept on winning games and he won the event, while Magnus Carlsen didn't do a great tournament there because of losing a winning position on time.
yeah,
So it can change everything.
yeah. You don't know anything in chess until you have signed the score sheets.
Yeah.
Everything can happen. Yeah, rook ending should be draw. I'm 70% sure.
70%.
Maybe a bit more. Maybe a bit.
72.
I would say 80% sure. I mean, I would lose this position with black and white against Peter, but okay, this guy should be able to play in the correct way. So I think, okay, any plan that we can find here. So let's say King F5. King F5, let's say just Rook A8, this idea, and E5. E5, Rook H8, for example, and then if you go, yeah, now it's difficult. So after King G5, you have a lot of checks here. So this could be an idea, just to put pressure on this H5 pawn. And if you just play E4, Rook H5, King G6, Rook H4, because any other move will lose, actually. Rook A5, E3, boom! And now it is well known that 2 pawns and a rook, they managed to make a queen. Just even
Exactly.
without the help of the king. So, but rook h4 on the contrary, actually after e3 you have this move rook takes f4 and controls the f2 pawn, defend it, and then rook e4 it's possible in case of e2. So looks like this rook endgame is a draw. So this could end in a draw as well after so much
Long
fight.
Peter will still try, of course. He will not give up just so soon. But it's strange that he wanted to exchange the knights on f4, isn't it?
Sorry?
It's just I'm surprised that he wanted to exchange the knights on f4
Yeah,
instead of going for
maybe-
knight e5.
maybe-
But maybe it's also a draw and he knows it and we don't know it.
Yeah, maybe, yeah, he was thinking a lot and then he didn't see any proper way of improving the pieces. We also couldn't find anything actually that interesting.
Yeah. Rohit had a suggestion for you in a tweet. Hey Jose, what do you think if we change boom, one exclamation to boom and double exclamation to baboom? The
Should
new
be-
annotation system.
Should be great. I could, yeah, all the politicians writing in this style, you know. So today I want to announce that we are gonna have a new system for
Boom!
doctors. Boom. And what am I saying? I'm just getting crazy.
We are all getting crazy. But yeah, it's a lot of fun having you guys here.
Yeah,
Keep those comments coming.
Yeah.
I have seen a question about quantum chess because I recently played quantum chess and Pepe wrote a great article about it. So we have a physicist here, an expert, and I tried to play quantum chess against the developer of the game. It was a very interesting game. I liked it. So it's on YouTube. If you have missed it, you can see it. It's the same game that is featured in the video, in Caltech's video, Anyone Can Quantum, with Paul Rudd, Stephen Hawking, Keanu Reeves. So it's a very funny video and I like the game, this quantum chess. It's an interesting type of chess.
Yeah, I also think it's interesting. A lot of new possibilities.
Yeah.
Right?
And the idea is not to replace chess. The creator is not thinking that chess is boring. Simply he wants to show quantum phenomena being normal, so that when you play you don't have to know why things happen, but you suddenly start to experience it. He says if we drop a ball, we know that it's gonna fall because that's gravity. You don't have to know the equations behind that. So he just wants to make quantum physics more
accessible.
yeah, so that we can experience it with thanks to quantum chess. I like the idea.
Yeah, me too. So they say we have a wrong position. We'll try to update, but first I want to ask you one question, guys. You know that we are making the game of the day in every round. Jan is doing it in English and German. I do it in Spanish. What game do you think, guys, is the more interesting? What game would you love to see with a deep commentary later? So, what is the current position, guys? I know this is not. I know this is not. This should be. This is what we have in our side after rook b2.
Yeah. But they have already went for the rook endgame. Or no, we were just talking about it, but okay. We think that it will happen. Knight takes f4. Unfortunately, it's a check. If it wasn't, no, even if it's not a check. No, I'm going crazy already.
You wanted to go rook f2, right? Yeah, you want to go rook f2.
Don't ever listen to what I say after having been here for how many hours? I think my brain is just completely drained out. Anyway, I see some comments that you are following us. Mr. Baxamot said that he is following us from Hong Kong. So I would like to know, all of you, if you can please tell us, where are you right now? Where do you live and where are you following us from? That would be great to know. We are in Hamburg, Germany. Where are you right now, guys?
It's so cold here, guys.
It is. It's March and we are experiencing winter weather completely. Yesterday was sunny, but today...
Yeah.
Anyway, where are you guys? And yeah, please tell us, in which part of the world are you? Where do you live?
Yeah. Some people are saying Giri Karjakin should be the game of the day.
No, some of us are saying Giri carjacking because that's your pronunciation.
Yeah, Karjakin, yeah.
Carjacking. Also, I have seen that some of the users are suggesting a new movie to come, which would be Baboom Sacrifice.
Baboom Sacrifice, yeah, I could interpret this movie without any problem, yeah. Bangkok, Croatia, India, wow.
Uva,
Latvia,
Russia,
Moscow,
Texas,
Vatican,
Chester in England, Portugal, Norway, wow. Poland,
Slovakia, Czech
Canada,
Republic.
Sweden,
Whoa, Zimbabwe, South Africa, Saturn,
Neptune,
Saturn, Neptune.
Latvia,
This is getting crazy.
Sweden, Detroit, Vatican, wow, Cuba. We have so many.
Yeah, Cuban
Los
in
Angeles and Salt Lake City, Romania. Wow.
Illinois, Valhalla, yeah. Valhalla is where the Vikings go when they die, according to the tradition, right?
Oh, I hope
if you
that
follow
you're-
this series, Vikings or Vikings, I don't know the correct pronunciation.
Vikings. I
France,
hope that
India.
you're not following us from there. Milky Way galaxy. And also I see
Russia,
heaven.
Seven Heaven. Seven Heaven, yeah.
Outer space.
Spain. Spain?
Nigeria. Wow. Gdansk, France,
Denmark.
India. Wow.
New
this
York.
is amazing, guys. This shows how international chess is and how we can be one big family
Narnia as well.
from all around the world.
From
really.
Mordor. You know Mordor?
Yeah,
For all
that's
the
from
great, the beautiful
what is it, Lord of the Rings. Is
Lord
it?
of the Rings, yeah. From Mordor, some people are watching us. Guatemala. I've been there.
Yeah. Oh, lucky you.
From Panama. I was there in January. I'm gonna be the coach of Panama in the Olympiads, by the way.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I did not know that.
Yeah.
Men's team or women's team?
Both, probably.
Really?
Yeah, because we will be two trainers.
Wow.
Hamburg.
Lebanon.
Amazing. Really far from
Denver,
us.
Sicily, Iraq, Tel Aviv, Narnia, Greece, Armenia. International Space Station. I would like to see that. Have you seen
man.
those videos where the International Space Station plays chess? That's
No,
very-
I didn't check that.
There are many. There are quite a few videos where one of their astronauts is playing chess.
Actually, it's
so-
a nice place to become a grandmaster. You don't have anything to do just there, just eating your pills there that you have there for energy, and then you can study like a monster there. You can study like a beast and become a 2700 in the international.
Yeah,
space.
maybe, but I think they are a bit more busy up there. It's just really funny to see how the pieces are floating in the air without gravity. So
Yeah, I always thought that there are two places where I could become a top player, or anyone could become a grandmaster. Like once is this International Space Station, and the other one is just prison. In
Prison.
prison, I will be studying chess like crazy.
Prison
What am I
break.
gonna do? Prison break, yeah, trying to escape. Better option, yeah.
So
So-
many different countries. Guys, this is great. I just love that Chess 24 is such a social place. We are one big family. This is our home. This is Chess 24, your playground. But it's not just the playground. I really feel like it's our home. Why are you laughing? I'm
that's
being emotional and you are laughing.
Just one guy saying that he's watching from the bank. Meanwhile, his mate is just taking the dynamite.
Oh,
Really creative guys, yeah?
Mexico, Vietnam, Brazil, so many countries. Wow. And we don't have new moves yet.
Do we
I
have the
think.
moves or we don't?
No, after Rugby 2, there are no new moves. We cannot see more moves so far.
No moves, right? I'm watching from Brazil. Brazil.
Haven't
I-
been to Brazil.
I would love
like
to
go one
be
day.
there for the carnivals and to this sambódromo to dance this samba. Even though I dance like so bad. But
But Lawrence can dance well.
Lawrence
That's
can
what
dance,
I
yeah.
heard.
we went to Cuba for this Capablanca tournament 2 times with him. And yeah, he dances like really great. He's been to a lot of salsa congresses and conferences and everything. Yeah,
Wow.
he's
I
a-
think he should dance one day on live show. What do you think,
I did.
guys?
I did already.
You?
Yeah, the Gangnam Style. Yeah, in the 72 hours when I was kind of drunk. I mean, like drunk.
All right. So a lot of things happened during those 72 hours. I only saw some pictures.
Yeah.
Also Jan when he
No,
did
but
it in English.
And I
but
did it when nobody was watching, you know, at 3 a.m. or something like this, so no
started
problem.
dancing in the middle of the show.
Yeah. Why not? I mean, why not, Anita?
Yeah.
Dance is life.
Dance is fun. I wish I could dance better.
All right, so any more moves, guys? If you have, okay, not gonna say any more moves. We are not getting the moves.
I see more countries though, no moves but more countries. So we have really, I think we are from all the continents.
Yeah, for sure. They said
Literal.
Kenya, they said Guatemala. I didn't hear from Australia or New Zealand or Indonesia or
I'm
something.
sure that we have followers from there too. So please say it if you are following.
Okay, people are saying that they exchange knights. And yeah, we reached this end game.
I also see that our users have very different ages. Like, it really doesn't matter how old are you if you love chess. It just connects us, no matter if you are a kid or if you are a grandpa.
Yeah.
So this is the position knight takes.
So how old are you? 28, right?
Yeah, we are the same age.
But
We
you're
always
gonna be
forget it.
29 this year, yeah?
End of the year, yeah, November.
Ah, okay, so I'm older than you. Okay, so more
Some advantage.
more responsible and mature and everything, right? No.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, so he played King G1. Why King G1? Yeah, that's I don't understand. Is that real? He played King G1. I mean, I would play King G2. I mean, maybe it's. I mean, it's a saying you play King G2 later, but now
It's a mysterious move, King G1.
now E4 can be dangerous. Now it's not the same story. Now E3 is coming.
So it's just this easy. You lose a tempo and suddenly you might end up being in trouble.
King G1. Are you guys sure that we have King G1 on the board? Ah, we have action here. Action.
Action. Oh, in the meantime, I just wanted to respond to Rohan because he's saying that he's a teenager and people make fun of him at school because he likes chess. That I think that's so not right. I think people should appreciate everyone who likes chess. You are very smart, intelligent. I mean, that should be the cliche about chess, and there's nothing wrong about chess. It's the opposite. There are so many advantages. It teaches you so many things. So everybody who loves chess, you are great people. Don't ever feel bad about like chess.
You're great people, but don't kill anybody, okay? So you play chess and you're good people, but just behave well, okay?
I mean that you shouldn't be ashamed for being a chess fan, for loving chess. Chess is great.
Yeah, it's awesome.
I think it was more weird for me because there are not so many female chess players, and when I say that I play chess, people look at me like, huh? But then you get used to it, and then now I think it's really cool, and I feel special because I like chess.
Yeah. But
What do you want to say? You are just teasing me.
no, I feel the same. Yeah, I feel the same. Chess is great.
You feel the same because you feel like you're a female player.
As a female player, I had a lot of difficulties in my life. And of course, yeah, I feel great.
Okay, I think we should get back to the position.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say that they played King G1 E5, and for some reason that the Jin says that H4 is good move here. But instead, Nakamura played Rook A5 and now King F5. And this looks really, really dangerous, right?
It's getting dangerous. We don't understand King G1.
Yeah.
And we are not even sure that that's happened. Is it sure, King G1?
Yeah, it's here. He played King G1, E5, and he played Rook A5. And my question is, okay, King F5, and then if I play King G2, how are you gonna continue? How are you gonna continue with black pieces? Yeah, I think it's difficult.
So yeah, all of you are saying that Naka missed H4, but it was not an easy move.
I
The
mean-
engine says it because it has no feelings, but H4, you push that pawn closer to the black king and you might lose it, so it wasn't an easy move to make at all.
Yeah, and my question is, how are you gonna improve the position here? Maybe it's interesting. I mean, let's say we play something like Rook C2. Okay, Rook B5, and now King E4. Like you always have this check, but then you can go King D3. This is getting tricky. This is getting tricky.
Is this the new thing to do?
This is getting tricky. When you say tricky, you have to move the hands like this, and then
like
it
playing
looks
the
like
piano.
yeah, like looks like you are even more. I don't know, whatever. But okay, because the thing is about you wanna move the rook here because, and then if you move you force the rook to be in the b file, for example, is closer to the king, and then the checks are less dangerous than if the rook is farther away. So the idea is now to go king e4 and then king d3. Let's say you stay just passive, so rook b5, king e4, and then something like rook a5. But then maybe h4 or f3 directly, and then after king g3, h4.
That's the reason why you had to have the pawn on h4?
Maybe. This would be a completely baboom here. Because after you take here, then this is just go.
Those two pawns. Fiona, and we don't have a name for the e-pawn.
The e-pawn.
E-pawn, guys. Name for the e-pawn. Fiona and who will march?
Yeah, who will march? I don't know. But this is rook c2. For example, let's say you stay with king f3. h4, for example. And then king g2. Now you want to go king e4. Rook a4, king d3, and king f3. Yeah, this is the idea. King f3. This could be interesting. And then what happens here? e4. You have king takes f4 here. But anyway, what's going on
Let's just
here?
show the trick that you wanted with rook takes e4, because it was it. I think that's what you wanted to show, that if rook takes e4, then you have rook takes f2.
Yeah, rook takes f2.
And this pawn game is winning.
Yeah, this pawn again is winning because you have this entrance via g3, right? But the thing is, you can play king takes f4, but actually I don't understand what's going on here. I guess you are gonna collect this guy here, or wow, this is a really computerish move, I guess. King e5 is a move.
And the point is?
The point is, after e3, you have a lot of, oh, this is really complicated for me. I mean, rook a3, the idea is after king e2, you have king to e4, of course. And
so if we go anywhere else, king d2 or?
Yeah, so I guess you can give a lot of checks. So king e1, rook a1, and king e2, then you always have this king e4.
And is it that bad here without the rook on the third? Yeah, because then you win the pawn with rook a2.
No, but this is really complicated. Rook a5, and for sure Peter is gonna play king f5. There's no other reasonable move. Probably it's already played, but we are not getting the moves. So king f5, this king has to go to g2 for sure. And then the question is, it's better to push h4 for some reason. It's better just to go directly to e4. It's better to waste a tempo with rook c2 or something like this.
See, so many suggestions for the e-pawn. Thank you, guys.
Electra.
Ellen, Elyanov, Yevgeny, Etienne, Eve, Elsa. I don't know which one to pick. Ove. I like that one.
Rook e2.
Ernie.
Rook e2? People are saying Peter played rook e2 here.
Here.
Rook e2 played. No, before, I guess. I mean, king f5 looks natural to me. I mean, not just to me, I guess. To everybody, right?
Yeah, it does look natural.
Rook e2. I mean...
And if king f1...
Yeah, you want to go f3, maybe?
Well...
Okay.
Transpose, but why not to bring the king? Are you guys sure that he did not bring the king?
So if king g2, king f5, I guess. Yeah, we could transpose at the end of the day. But the thing is, what happens if, again, there is this h4 move that I don't really understand. So let's say king f5 and something like f3. This could be another fortress, because now it's never possible to play e4. Then you can give a lot of checks, but it's also not easy to play with white. Just let your king in the back rank. h4 played.
h4.
h4 is played. Yeah. Here after rook e2.
And that's the correct move.
h4 was played.
Wow. Wow, Nakamura is really tough.
Yeah, Nakamura playing apparently the correct move. Yeah, of course there are some plans now that you have defended the e-pawn, just trying to bring your king to h4.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is another plan. And the thing is, after king f5, there is this beautiful move f3. Otherwise, the king comes to g4, This is forced. I mean, otherwise the king comes to g4 and then you are losing because this pawn is already lost. h4, f3 played. f3? f3 with black pieces, I guess. So king g1. No, sorry. h4
should
played.
be h4,
And
f3.
f3. Okay. And now it's...
But even like this, it seems like black could make a progress by playing king f5, king g4, e4, and capturing the pawn.
Now there is a... I think you can activate your king, because king h2, if you take this pawn, I'm just gonna go to g3, not to h3, to g3, and then you have a tough decision. You have to defend this guy or this guy.
Yeah.
Rook f1, this pawn is gonna fall anyway. f2, king g2, for example. And if rook e1 that is winning, you have this intermediate check, collecting the guy later.
Thanks to the pawn on h4. Yeah, that's a problem.
So king h2, rook f2, it gets to nothing. And if king f5, just king g3, I guess, activating your king, and you have a lot of troubles now to defend your f3 pawn.
Fiona.
Yeah, Fiona pawn, yeah.
I still need to choose the name for the e pawn.
And then, yeah, you can try rook e4. And then this endgame. We'll reach this endgame. This should be a draw, I guess. The h pawn not gonna go anywhere. The king is close enough. You can just stay with g2 or g3 with your king. You can start with rook a8, giving a lot of checks.
As far as I can hear, the cleaning lady has arrived to the office and started vacuum cleaning just next door. So we hope that you cannot hear that, just us.
I have a story.
Yeah.
So I was doing the 72 hours Bande Blitz. You know, it happened so many things during this.
The dancing,
the dancing, Gangnam Style.
Drunk feeling.
Yeah, and I was there at 3 a.m. or something. Just the security guy came and just scared me so much, and I scared him so much. You know, he thought I was a chief or something because I was drinking water. All right, yeah, another story. So we have moves here. We have moves. Yeah. So he took on f2. Yeah, he accepted that there's nothing more than a draw here. So after king h2, rook takes. He played king g3, rook e2, rook e2, rook e1, and yeah, rook e1, yeah, and this is gonna be a draw. You just, for example, rook a8. Yeah, this is nothing. For example, e4, king f4, e3. You just collect this guy here later, and even though if you lose this pawn, this is just a total draw. So
unfortunately,
yeah, these kind of positions, they are really unpleasant to defend, but if you play with really precise play, it's, yeah, you can make a draw.
Nakamura did a good job. Although after g4 we were really worried about white's position. We thought that Peter was winning there thanks to this knight on f4, but the knight on e3, the white knight on e3 was protecting everything. And maybe after knight g2 it was interesting to try knight d5. That was our idea. Can we go back to that position, because that's where we thought that maybe it was a good try, but perhaps it was also a draw. Can we go back to that moment? After knight f4, knight g2.
Yeah.
Because that's what we thought, that maybe if you play knight d5 instead of rook b2.
Yeah.
But just to try, we don't think it's winning.
Yeah, no, I mean.
Just a different try. And if knight e3, then rook b2 to force knight takes d5.
You can play king g1 anyway, actually, and it's not forced. So.
And now if you go back to f4.
Yeah, you go back to f4, and then, okay, you can go back to f4. There's knight g2 anyway, defending the h3 pawn.
Oh.
Yeah, it was
not easy at all.
It was not easy at all.
And yeah, Peter did a really good job after the opening. He was not scared of queen h7. He played h5 there and took the initiative with h5, knight e5. So it was a very good position for black, but maybe it wasn't enough, his advantage. I don't think he made a mistake. I don't see any move as a mistake that he played. He just played very well. Sometimes it's not enough.
Yeah, sometimes you just you just press, put some pressure, but yeah, if the other player defends accurately.
Nakamura defended very well with this knight g2, forcing this rook endgame.
Yeah, and of course Peter tried really hard. It's something that we appreciate, right, and spectators as well. putting pressure with black pieces to Nakamura is always
Exactly.
not that easy, yeah? So rook a8 here, we are gonna see a draw soon here. Let's just put the cartoons of Nakamura and
and the
Spider, yeah?
previous games, the score against each other.
Yeah, this is gonna be a draw very soon. And therefore we'll have 3 leaders.
Yes.
Aronian joins Anan and Karjakin in for the lead. So tell me what's going on tomorrow, Anita.
Tomorrow, rest day, and we hope that all the players who have lost, especially Topalov, can recover. And the other players, we hope that they will charge their batteries and play even more exciting and fighting chess from Tuesday on. Today was great for
Was
for
really
us
great.
spectators. All the games were incredibly exciting and interesting. So we hope that they will continue in this spirit from Tuesday on. Tomorrow is a free day, but we will have live shows here. So don't go anywhere because we don't
Not me.
we don't let you have any day without chess. I will have my middle game show at 7 in the evening, Central European time, and also there will be a Bundesliga show before that in German. So if you speak German too, then come by at 5, and my one will be at 7 Central European time. And on Tuesday we will see Peter Swidler facing Levon Aronian, Fabiano Caruana against Veselin Topalov. There, Topalov has to be really careful with the black pieces against Caruana. He just needs to avoid losing.
Yeah, it's a nice opportunity as well for Fabi.
Yeah. Karyakin against Vishy Anand and Nakamura against Anish Giri. So lots of interesting games, and the cleaning lady is getting really close to the studio. I hope that,
Just okay, yeah.
Well, sometimes happens. I think it also happened to Paco Vallejo when he was recording some of his video series, and with the live shows, I think you guys understand that it cannot be just the film production perfection. There are things like this happening, but in the video series, you just cannot have moments like when the cleaning lady opens the door and you're like, what's going on? And so he had to record those videos once again. He was already in minute 20. So you worked for 20 minutes on quality material, and then the cleaning lady opens the door. So he was not happy.
Yeah.
Not at all happy.
Yeah. So I think a draw is already agreed.
Is it?
Yeah, a draw is agreed already. So we finished for today. All the games are finished, I think. Yeah, a draw is agreed.
Seems like.
Yeah. People are saying that, yeah, a draw has been signed. So this means that, guys, we are done for today. It was really nice to have all of you here, all your comments, your opinions.
You guys are amazing, and we had a lot of fun thanks to you guys because of your comments, your opinions, and your funny tweets and chat comments.
Yeah. So this was all from us today.
For today, but we will be back on Tuesday. And as we said, tomorrow too, there will be live shows, not about the candidates tournament, but in general. So just make sure that you are here on Chess24 tomorrow as well. And we will see you with the candidates tournaments broadcast from Tuesday on once again.
Yeah, so I think, have a nice evening or whatever. And
depends on which part of the world they are. We have seen that you are from all over the world, so it can be morning, evening, night.
Yeah.
Depends on where you are.
And if you drink, don't drive. Yeah? That's what my man says. All right, so...
Who calls you during the live show?
Yeah. So, nothing else to say, right? So just...
We will see you on Tuesday. I will see you guys tomorrow.
Yeah.
So don't go anywhere.
All right.
Have a nice day, evening, morning, everything.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Give me 5.
I never see your hand.
All right.